freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of the law getting away with murder. It is entitled Trial and Terror.
All right.
Hello, Michael.
Well, Claire, this is a pleasant surprise. Come on in.
Thank you. The others haven't gotten here yet.
Others?
Yes, George Ketchel and Tom Denning are coming over.
What is this, some kind of a surprise party?
Well, I'd rather wait until the others get here and let George do the talking.
Oh, then this isn't a social call?
No, Michael, it isn't.
Well, I'm disappointed. I was tickled when I opened the door and saw you.
Well, I expect that's Tom and George now.
Oh, excuse me, I'll let them in. Hello, Michael. Hello, George. Hello, Tom.
Michael.
How are you? Come on in. Claire said you were coming.
Hello, Claire.
Hello, George. Hello, Tom.
Did you explain to Michael?
No, I left that to you.
Mind if we sit down?
No. Excuse me for not asking you. But you've got my curiosity up. What's all this about?
We've been selected as a committee to ask you to take over as leader for the farm party.
What? Oh, wait a minute. Do you know what you're asking me to do?
Yes, we're asking you.
You're asking me to commit suicide.
Michael, your father gave his life. Your brother gave his life. Are you afraid?
It's not a question of being afraid.
Well, then, what is it?
There's no chance to fight communistic dictatorship.
That's not what your father and your brother thought.
They proved my point with their lives.
Michael, you are afraid.
No. I just don't like to see a lot of people die unnecessarily, including me.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
Well, that's the way I feel.
Good. In that case, you wouldn't want to see unnecessary famine and bloodshed.
Of course not.
And it's up to you to take over as leader of the farm party.
Why?
Tell them, Tom.
Well, very reliable information from the grapevine informs us that since the commies here in Springfield have come into power, they're planning on taking over the farmers.
It's the same pattern they've used in Bulgaria and other countries.
They're making plans to confiscate the farmers' land and reduce them to slave labor.
Are you sure?
Certainly. You don't suppose we'd go off half-cocked on a vital matter of this kind, do you?
The farmers aren't going to take it lying down.
What do they intend to do about it?
They've decided to resort to mass destruction of crops.
Well, that's mass suicide.
Sure.
Michael, you can stop it.
How?
Your father was leader of the farm party. Your brother followed in his footsteps. Well, Peter's at the head of the party will give the farmers a chance to win an election.
And the farm vote might be strong enough to win over the communist vote.
We want you to run for senator.
Michael, please. You have a good chance of being elected.
What assurance have I that I'll live that long?
None.
My father failed. My brother failed. They tried to fight communism.
It's up to you to take up where they left off.
Perhaps, but first I'm going to try another method.
Well, what other method is there?
Cooperation.
What? Are you kidding? You were Peter's cooperating with the commies.
Davies did, and today's lieutenant governor.
He's a traitor to the cause he fought for.
All right, so he's a traitor. But you don't think I'll turn traitor, do you? Well, do you?
No, Michael, I don't.
If I can gain power by cooperating, I can use that power to protect the farmers.
Is that your answer?
Yes.
Let's go.
Wait. Davies was a friend of my father, a friend of my brother. I know him. I can talk to him. Let me try.
Davies is a communist. You can't reason with
But
communists.
just let me try. If I find cooperation fails, I'll fight.
Sit down, Michael. Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies. Sounds funny coming from a Peters. Your father called me George. Your brother called me George, too. What was good enough for your father and your brother, certainly good enough for you.
Including a bullet?
Oh, come now, Michael. Certainly you don't think for one moment that I was in any way responsible for the death of your father or your brother.
They opposed you.
Your father was my friend. We fought for the same things.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
I wanted you to know it.
In that case, you wouldn't hesitate to help me, would you?
Certainly not. To the memory of your father.
I've been asked to take over as leader for the farm vote.
Excellent, excellent.
The farmers are aware of the directives that are to be issued. If those directives are carried out, it will reduce the farmers to slave labor.
Those are the dictates of the party.
Well, it's taxation without representation. The farmers won't go for it. They demand an election, a chance for a voice in the assembly.
Frankly, I don't blame them.
Then you'll arrange an election?
Son, I'm only the lieutenant governor.
Well, let's face it, the governor is only a rubber stamp since the communists took over. You run things.
I'm afraid the governor wouldn't feel flattered if he heard you say that.
Well, it's the truth. That's why it'll be smart for you to listen. If those directives are carried out, your position will be in danger.
My position will be in danger?
Well, yes, of course, because you have to answer for conditions. Conditions are going to be terrible if those directives are carried out.
Why?
The farmers have made plans for mass destruction of the crops. That means famine and bloodshed.
Really? Michael, my boy, you'll be rewarded for this.
Rewarded for what?
Warning me. Warning me in time. Giving me a chance to prevent the farmers from sabotaging the country.
Well, you can't stop them.
Why?
They've taken every precaution. The farmers are desperate, I tell you. If you make one move, the entire crop will be wiped out.
Oh, that's impossible.
Well, that's where you're wrong, all wrong. The plan has been carefully worked out. You don't have the manpower or the facilities to stop it.
Oh, but what'll I do?
Cooperate.
How?
Arrange a bipartisan election. An election in which the farmers are free to nominate and vote for the candidate they want.
Do you know what you're asking?
I'm asking you to protect yourself, your position. The farmers are desperate, I tell you.
All right. All right, I'll see to it the farmers get the election.
It will take an official announcement of the election to appease them.
Well, I'll see to it that the official announcement is published.
Thank you. Well, I'm anxious to give them the news. Goodbye.
Goodbye, son. Vegas?
Yes, sir?
Did you get that?
Yes, sir. The whole thing was recorded.
Good. He's a bigger fool than his father or his brother.
Yeah. What are you going to do about the election?
Do? Farmers will have the election. The fools.
Well, let's get started. I've called this meeting of the campaign committee to make a final check on the arrangements for the election eve rally.
Why bother going to the trouble making a lot of elaborate arrangements? Let's face it, the whole thing will be broken up by the police.
Yes, George is right. The police have started riots and broken up practically all of our meetings.
That's right, Tom. The way things are going, it begins to look like we might run out of candidates.
Yeah. First they refuse to let us nominate candidates for the key executive positions. Then they make wholesale arrests of the candidates they did let us nominate.
I'm beginning to think these meetings are a bad idea from the standpoint of the people. Every time we hold a meeting, more of them get their heads in a sling as a result of being beat up by the police.
I warned you, Michael. Davy's idea of cooperation is coercion.
Now listen to me, all of you. Perhaps I've been a fool. But I did get the farmers the election. Sure, the police broke up our meetings and arrested some of us. But it's given the rest of us a chance to rekindle the hope for freedom in the hearts of a lot of people. A chance to speak the truth, which I don't have to tell you would have landed the whole lot of us in jail for treason, except for the fact that the commies evidently thought we were using their methods of buttering up the public with idle election promises. We not only reached the farmers, but the others who are anxious to break the stranglehold of communism. We're not going to stop now. We're going through with the rally and win the election.
already in the history of politics. That can mean only one thing for the Farm Party. Victory at the polls tomorrow. Yes, victory. You will hear a message from the leader of your party, who has instilled courage in the hearts of every one of us, because he speaks the truth without fear. Your candidate for Senator, Michael Peter. Yes, Senator Michael Peter. But first, a message from another popular candidate. Your choice for the Assembly, Atchison Kansas.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, freedom-loving people, this gathering here tonight proves that in spite of being terrorized by the minions of communism, the cry for freedom cannot be silenced.
Please, Claire, please stop crying.
I can't.
Did Stambaugh mean so much to you?
No, but you do.
Me?
Yes, Michael. You're next.
Claire, you surprise me. You frighten me.
Yes, Michael, I'm horribly frightened.
I don't get it. I never saw you lose your nerve before. You were party secretary for my father and my brother. You didn't go to pieces like this when they were killed.
Well, that was different.
Why?
Their deaths were unexpected. But this agony of knowing you're next is awful. I can't stand the thought of seeing you sprawled out at a lift.
Violent death is no stranger to you. Why this concern about my life?
Because I'm in love with you, Michael.
I'm sorry. Very sorry for you.
Why?
I can't offer you anything but the prospect of being a widow.
I know. But I had to tell you.
In a way, I'm glad you did. I saw it in your eyes, but I was afraid to recognize it, afraid I'd admit I love you.
But why be afraid to admit it?
Because you don't willingly risk the life of the person you love. If they find out I love you, they'll strike at me through you.
I'm not afraid, Michael.
I refuse to make you a target.
Michael, the report indicates a turnout of voters for this election will set a new record.
Yes, but how many of them will get a chance to vote?
Hey, there's been rioting reported in the 43rd District.
108th District reports scores of voters injured in rioting.
71st District reports riots in progress.
The police are doing everything in their power to keep the people from voting.
Yes. Thank God it'll all be over soon. It's almost time for the polls to close.
Michael, listen to this.
What is it?
Report just came in from the farm districts that the indications are that lines of voters blocks long won't get a chance to vote.
Why not?
The police are asking a lot of unnecessary questions to slow down the voting.
Well, we can be thankful for just one thing.
Oh? What's that?
That they didn't think of it sooner.
You are listening to Trial and Terror, a story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Farm vote carries 11th District. Farm vote carries 63rd District.
Farm vote carries 192nd District.
The farm vote wins!
The farm vote wins in a landslide!
No, Senator. Here's your first official communique. You won't like it.
What is it?
You'd better read it for yourself.
This is to inform you that of this state... My dirty rat.
Easy, Michael.
I'll see about this.
What are you going to do?
Talk to David.
Michael, please! Be careful what you say.
Come in, Michael. Come in. Sit down.
I want to talk to you about the order you issued to seize the farmers' crops.
Sit down, Michael. Take it easy. You'll live longer.
That's a threat, isn't it?
Yes. Matter of fact, it is. Glad we understand each other.
You don't frighten me.
No? Would jail frighten you?
You can't arrest me. Or have you forgotten I'm a senator entitled by your own law to political immunity?
Oh, yes. You did win the election, didn't you? Did a fine job. You're a fine leader. Finer leader than your father was. Also a bigger fool.
If a fool can beat you and your party in an election, just what does that make you?
It was all part of my plan.
Sure. If you were satisfied to lose that election, you wouldn't have had the police fill the hospitals with victims of their beatings.
Those people just happened to be the victims of my squeeze play to save the crops. I pacified the farmers by letting them have an election.
Mm-hmm. Supposedly a free election. Instead, you refused to let us nominate candidates for a lot of key positions.
Of course. Never give a sucker an even break.
Every one of our candidates who was allowed to run won.
And what have you got? 117 votes in the Senate. Communists retained 233.
It's a moral victory for the farmers. And we have the power of killing a lot of measures that you could otherwise pass.
Granted. But have you considered the price they paid? The election was timed so that the farmers would have the crops harvested, ready for market, and easy to confiscate. Which is now being done.
Yeah.
And you can't do anything about it, Mr. Senator. Assembly isn't scheduled to convene in time to stop action on those directives. The farmers will be reduced to servants of communism.
Slaves, you mean?
Oh, no. Servants. The people serve communism.
There's still a chance that your plan will backfire.
Really?
Yes, the election proved one thing.
What is that?
The desire for freedom isn't dead. It's taken a new lease on life. The people found out that they can fight communism. I'm one of those people. I'll fight communism. I'll use every fair means or foul to weed it out. Tear it out by the roots. And you can't stop me. I'm a senator. I have political immunity. I'll see you in the assembly.
Goodbye, Senator.
Michael, George, look over there in front of the Senate building.
Soldiers. There must be at least 50 of them.
Yes.
Well, what's the idea? You suppose they're going to try to keep us out of the assembly?
I don't know. But the only thing that'll stop me is a bullet.
No, Michael, please. Don't do anything that'll invite a bullet.
Claire's right, Michael. If the old adage is right about death always strikes 3 times. Be careful.
Your father was shot down approaching the Senate. Your brother was killed entering the building. Please be careful.
Come on. Let me do the talking.
Michael, if anything happens to you...
Whatever happens, remain impersonal. You're the recognized secretary of our party. If you betray your emotions for me, they'll strike at me through you.
Michael is right, Claire.
I'll remember. But, Michael, please.
Halt! What's the idea? We're members of the Assembly. I'm Senator Peters. This is my party secretary.
Your identification.
Identification?
Yes.
Here it is.
Here's mine.
Here's mine.
Michael Peters. That checks. George Ketchel. Claire Brewster. You may enter.
I wonder what it's all about.
Well, I don't like it. There's something in the air.
Davies is here today. Perhaps he called out the militia to act as his bodyguard.
Yeah. The popular leader of the masses never goes anywhere without a strong bodyguard.
I just thought of something.
What?
It's good we got here early.
Why?
We need every single vote to block a bill from passing by a 2/3 majority.
That's right.
Let's get on the phone, make sure that all our members bring along proper identification.
Yes, that's a good idea.
There are public telephones over there.
Come on. What the devil? The phone is dead.
The telephones are temporarily disconnected.
What?
There's no outside telephone service.
Claire, you'd better go out and find the telephone.
Nobody is allowed to leave the building.
Claire, please try to calm down. You're so nervous, I doubt if you'll be able to transcribe legibly.
I tell you, there's something going on here that we don't know anything about, Michael. Aren't you nervous?
Naturally. The communist members of the Senate are thoroughly schooled in every phase of legislative procedure. Our members are green. It's going to put us at a considerable disadvantage.
I wonder if all our members are present. You can't tell from here.
So far, so good.
Are they all here?
Yes, I just checked in the last one.
Good.
Look, there's Davies.
Yes, he'll occupy the president's chair.
The Senate is now in session. Lieutenant Governor George Davies will preside.
Members of the Assembly, we're gathered here in the first joint session of the Communist Party and the newly elected members of the Farm Party. The first duty is to introduce the newly elected Speaker of the House for the Farm Party, Michael Peters, and to present his case as the first business of the day.
What did he say? Did I understand you to say my case?
The Assembly has been requested to take action on a court order charging you with conspiracy.
This is unconstitutional.
The court has asked for an authorization for your arrest.
As a senator, I'm entitled to political immunity.
Political immunity can be revoked by a majority vote of the Assembly after hearing the evidence.
Is this your method to eliminate the danger of the farm vote blocking the passage of measures presented before the Senate?
This is an action requested by court order.
What are the charges?
Court charges Michael Peters with organizing terrorist activities to create famine and bloodshed by inciting farmers to engage in mass destruction of crops.
That's a lie.
Treason! Based on signed confessions made by fellow conspirators.
That's a lie. I never engaged in acts of treason.
Unfortunately for you, Michael Peters, the police take precautions to prove their accusations.
With confessions, no doubt. Confessions extracted by physical tortures or psychological tortures.
You have quite an imagination.
Not enough imagination to estimate the suffering some of the victims I know have experienced.
The police, however, do have confessions. But they were not extracted by torture, as you suggested. However, the bulk of the proof is in your own words.
That I would like to hear.
Since you're entitled to a fair hearing, you'll hear that proof. It has been prepared to present before the Assembly. If you will be seated, you and all the members of the Assembly will hear it introduced as evidence.
Oh, Michael, I knew something was going to happen.
Control yourself. Remember my warning about displaying emotion.
All right.
Michael, what's he trying to prove?
I don't know.
Members of the Assembly, you will now hear the first of two recordings. Yes, sit down, Michael. Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies. It sounds funny coming from a Peters.
I've been asked to take over as leader of the farm group.
Excellent, excellent.
The farmers are aware of the directives that are to be issued. The farmers have made plans for mass destruction of the crops.
Michael, you'll be rewarded for warning me in time to prevent the farmers from sabotaging the country.
That record makes me sound like a traitor to the farmers.
You admit it's your voice?
Yes, it's my voice, but it's a trick. It's a trick to discredit me in the eyes of my party.
You admitted the voice we heard on that record was your voice. That'll be all. Be seated.
It's a trick. Yes, of course it's a trick. They make a tape recording of a conversation, then cut up the tape and reassemble it to give the conversation an entirely different meaning.
Oh, so that's how it's done.
It almost fooled me, Michael. That's damaging evidence.
I realize that. Wonder what else he's got up his sleeve.
The second record will now be presented to the Assembly in evidence.
The people can fight communism. The plan has been carefully worked out. Mass destruction of crops. Famine can stop them. The farmers can have the power to kill. Weed out communism. Use every fair means, or foul. Tear out communism by the roots.
Let's get out of here. It's no use. The place is surrounded.
Michael,
No,
hold
Claire,
me.
don't you
Oh,
understand?
of course I understand. They're going to take you away.
I don't want the same thing to happen to you.
It doesn't matter. Nothing matters now.
Members of the Assembly, those in favor of revoking immunity, say yes! Arrest Michael Peter!
You have just heard a story of what can happen to a political leader under a communist regime. You think this could not happen? It did happen in the communist-dominated country of Bulgaria. It did happen to the leader of the agrarian party, Nicola Petrov. After being brutally tortured in an effort to get him to sign a confession admitting the false charges he was convicted on, Nicola Petrov, called the bravest Democrat of all, was hanged. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Stan Waxman as Michael Peters in Trial and Terror. Paul Frees was Davies, Lou Krugman was George, Byron Kane was Tom, and Janet Logan was Claire. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. Trial and Terror was written for If Freedom Failed by Bill Tilak, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to our world of mystery and the macabre, of unbearable suspense. Sit back and lend us your imagination for a while. We'll do some remarkable things with it. Imagine, for instance, an elderly woman, Belle Richwood, alone and forgotten, except for her nephew Charles, her only living relative, and the only human being she ever sees, until one lonely night.
You're back. I can't believe it. Look, I've had just about enough of this. You people simply have to stop coming into my apartment. This just isn't right. I'm entitled to my privacy. Will you answer me when I speak to you? Now, get out of here and leave me alone. I won't have it. I'm going to tell Charles. He has to do something about this. Oh.
Hello?
Oh, Charles.
Hello, Aunt Belle.
Look, will you get over here and get these people out?
Who, Aunt Belle?
That man who was here last week. And this time he has a friend. A lady friend, no less. I'm frightened, Charles.
You mean that guy is back?
He certainly is. With this strange woman. Oh, hurry, Charles, please.
Our mystery drama, Strange Company, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Juran and stars Bryna Rayburn. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal, and by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
Great bakes in the morning, Kellogg's has that wholesome taste to get you up and grinning.
This is Jerry Coffer for Kellogg's Special K. We've been having some fun in our television and radio commercials by using a ball and chain to symbolize the slight overweight problem common to so many of us. We point out that being a few pounds overweight is just a little more difficult for you. Climbing stairs, just walking around, even sitting down can feel, well, like you're wearing a ball and chain. In case you missed the message, it's this. If you really want to get rid of that extra weight, you really have to work at it by exercising and with sensible meals like the Special K breakfast. A 1-ounce bowl of Special K, America's favorite high-protein cereal, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee, less than 240 calories, nutritious and, by the way, delicious. So why not begin each day with a Special K breakfast and then keep up the good work? Special K can't help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start.
Inflation is something that we're really living with today, and State Farm has what we term inflation coverage. And
Agent Gabe Franco, Fort Collins, Colorado, explains the low-cost inflation coverage State Farm offers homeowners in most areas.
What it really amounts to is, as the value of your home increases, the amount of coverage that you have on that home automatically increases. You don't have to call your agent every year and say, look, I think my home's increased in value. Would you raise my insurance? You don't have to do that. It's done automatically. The idea that their home is going to always be protected at all times for the full cost of replacing it is important to a person.
In most areas, State Farm Fire and Casualty offers a homeowner's policy that can increase your coverage automatically as the cost of replacing your home increases. A good reason to see your State Farm agent now.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
As we grow older, very often our fears darken, our anxieties deepen, and our thoughts indulge in some strange tricks. Belle Richwood and her sister Julia lived their whole lives together, almost recluses, until the neighborhood around them deteriorated to the point where their nephew Charles was forced to move them from the city to a peaceful apartment in the country. But for Belle and Julia, there was to be no peace.
Hello?
Oh, Charles, it's about time you answered.
What's the matter now, Aunt Belle?
Julia's fallen again. Can you get right over?
All right, Aunt Belle. Cover her up. I'll be right there.
Oh, for heaven's sake, hurry up. She's not moving this time. I think she's unconscious.
Julia's fallen again.
Third time this week.
Charles, Julia simply has got to go to a nursing home. Whether Belle likes it or not, she can't take care of Julia anymore, and we can't go on like this.
I know, Linda, I know. What are we going to use for money? All they've got is their Social Security. And I'm so deep in hock myself, I can't pay for a nursing home.
Well, I'm sick of you running over there at all hours to pick Julia off the floor or get her out of a bathtub. She's too old to be getting into a tub anyway.
I'm fed up, too.
I don't see why you bothered with them after your mother died.
I'm their only blood relative. I had to get involved.
Well, go pick Julia off the floor. And hurry back. Dinner's almost ready.
Oh, you took your time.
Where is she?
In the bedroom. Hurry. Okay. Can you get her up?
No, Aunt Belle. Julia's dead.
Oh, no, Charles. She's just unconscious.
No, Aunt Belle, she's gone.
No, I can't believe it.
The fall was just too much for her.
Not my Julie. She can't be. No, Julia, dear. Wake up.
Aunt Belle. Please. I'll have to make some phone calls first. I'll take you back to our place.
No. I can't leave Julia.
But they'll be taking her away in a little while. You'll be better off at home with Linda.
It was all because we moved to this apartment. We should have stayed in the city.
Aunt Belle, we've been through all this. I moved you out of the city because you were mugged twice in your own elevator.
This place isn't any better. Julia always hated this apartment. I think it hates us. It's evil. Julia's gone. What am I going to do?
Oh, now, you've got to think about yourself.
Myself? I haven't thought about myself for 60 years. It's always been Julia.
But you won't have to worry about her anymore.
What do you mean, Charles? I'm more worried about her. More than ever.
It's time to leave, Aunt Belle.
Oh, couldn't I stay with her a little while longer? She looks just as though she's asleep.
A few minutes more. We'll wait in the lobby.
Julia, dear, do you want to wake up now?
Aunt Belle.
It's all right, Linda.
Oh, perhaps you're better off sleeping, dear. I'll have a nice snack ready for you when you wake.
Come on, Linda.
But Charles...
I said come on.
She shouldn't be alone in there. She doesn't believe Julia's dead.
Yes, she does.
But you heard her.
Belle's been a sister to Julia for 60 years. And a mother for 10. It'll take her time to get over Julia's death.
Gives me the chills.
Don't worry about it.
I suppose we'd better go now. You'll have to be getting back to work.
I'm not working today, Aunt Belle. I got the day off. You're coming back to the house with us.
Charles, I have to settle with you about the funeral expense. I'll take care of them, of course.
Plenty of time for that later. Now, I want you to watch your head.
Oh,
That's it.
Thank you, Charles. Yes, I'm in.
Well, Linda, would you want her any more rational than that?
I suppose not. What a relief.
You didn't have to see me in, Charles. I'll be all right.
Don't be silly, Aunt Belle.
And thanks for having me to dinner. You were right. I wouldn't have wanted to be alone today.
I hate leaving you now, but...
Oh, I'll be all right. I have to get used to it.
I'll stop in tomorrow night after work.
Yes, do. And I'll give you the money for the expenses. Do you know how much they are?
Well, that can wait, Aunt Belle. In fact, I didn't think you'd be able to cover it. I was planning to take out a loan.
Oh, nonsense. I have it, and I'll pay it.
Well, it's $1,500.
All right. I'll have it counted out for you tomorrow.
You mean you have that much in cash here? I don't think that's a wise thing to do.
No, nonsense. I've always had cash on hand.
Well, that's up to you. You'll be all right tonight?
Don't worry about me. Come by tomorrow.
Lock the door behind me.
I always do.
Good night, Aunt Belle.
Good night, Charles. I wonder if there's any ginger ale in the refrigerator. Oh, that reminds me. I wanted to tell Charles. Charles! Oh, he's gone. Hello, Linda. Yes, I'm all right. Oh, Linda, Charles just left, and I wanted to tell him something. Would you please have him call when he gets in? Yes. Thank you. I may as well start. Oh, you. How did you get in here? Answer me. What do you want? I order you to leave my apartment. Why don't you say something? Stop sitting there smiling. How dare you just come in and sit on my furniture? Tell me what you want. If you don't, I'll get you out of here. I'm calling my nephew. Oh, dear, I remember he isn't home. Please, what do you want? Why won't you answer me? I'll give you whatever you want if you please leave. Please. Oh, thank God, Charles.
I just got in and Linda said you wanted to see
me. Charles, there's a strange man in my apartment.
What?
He's sitting on the sofa. He won't say anything and he won't leave.
Did he threaten you?
No, he isn't doing anything, but he won't go.
I'll be right there. Now, don't do anything to antagonize him. Aunt Belle!
Oh, Charles, thank you for coming.
Where is he?
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, thank God for that. I called the police. But how did he get in? Tell me what happened.
I don't know. I put the chain on the door after you. Then I called Linda, and when I turned around, there he was.
He must have been in the apartment when we arrived. In the bedroom or the bathroom, maybe.
He must have been. I certainly didn't let him in, but he left in a hurry when he heard me talking to you.
Well, I'll check the rest of the apartment just to be sure.
No, I'm more mad than scared. The nerve of him just sitting there smiling, not saying a word.
I'll get it.
Mr. Gordon?
Oh, yes, come in, officer.
You reported a prowler?
Yes. This is my aunt, Miss Richwood.
Just a few questions. You say he was here in the apartment?
Yes, sitting right on that sofa.
I think he was hiding here when we came in, officer. We had just got back from the funeral of Miss Richwood's sister.
What time was that?
About 9.
And you didn't see him then?
No.
Tell me, Miss Richwood, what did he do? Or say? Did he threaten you?
No, he wouldn't say a word. He just sat there smiling.
And when did he leave?
Well, when my nephew called, that must have scared him off, because when I turned back, he was gone.
All right, Miss Richwood. We're searching the rest of the building. We'll put out a bulletin on him. We'll call you if we find a suspect. We'll need an identification.
Yes, of course.
Good night now.
Good night, officer, and thank you. Aunt Belle, now you've got to come home with me. You can't stay here alone tonight.
Oh, I have to stay here, Charles. I don't dare leave the apartment. Not if someone's getting in.
But then I'll have to stay with you.
Oh, no, you don't. No, I'll be all right. Now that we know there's no one here.
Well, I hate
I'll lock the door. No one will get in. And with the police around, I feel doubly safe.
Okay, Aunt Belle. But I'll call you when I get home, and I'll be in after work tomorrow.
Oh, yes. Do come by, Charles. I'll have the money for you, for Julia's funeral.
Aunt Belle, your money, could this guy have taken it?
Oh, I don't know. He didn't seem to. Oh, dear.
Where'd you have it?
In the bedroom. I always thought this was the safest. Oh, thank heaven. Oh, it's here.
You're sure? All of it?
Well, the suitcase is here. He couldn't have known. Oh, yes. There's no money missing.
Good grief.
Oh, It's all there. I'm not worried, Charles. That man won't be back.
But, Aunt Belle, all that money.
Oh, don't worry, Charles. I'm going to hide my money in a different place, just in case. Charles, it's time Belle went into a nursing home, or at least a home for the aging. That man last week could have killed her. She shouldn't be living alone.
She's doing all right.
She's doing all right. And what about us? I'm sick of sharing you with them. Or her now. For 2 years, you've been nursemaid to Belle and Julia.
Linda, it had to be that way.
I'm sick of it. I'm sick of everything. And if you won't put her in a nursing home, I'll leave you, Charlie.
No, you won't.
You just see.
Belle's not going to a nursing home, Linda. Those homes cost money.
The state takes care of old people who don't have money.
But Belle has money, Linda. Lots of it.
What do you mean, lots of it?
A suitcase so full of hundreds she can hardly close it. I saw it that night the man got in. She opened it in front of my eyes and counted out the $1,500 for the undertaker.
So great, she's got some money. She can afford a nursing home.
Oh, no, Linda, I'm not going to see that money go into a nursing home. That money is going to be ours.
You mean we're in her will?
She hasn't got a will, but she's got a suitcase full of money. And I'm her only next of kin.
So? What good is it to you?
I'm the only one who knows it's there. When she dies, Linda, that money is ours. The way I feel now, every cent she spends is coming out of my pocket.
But she might live for years.
She might. And that's why I want to keep her in her nice little cheap apartment. She doesn't spend more than $15 a week for food. We're going to be extra nice to Aunt Belle, Linda. After all, we're protecting an investment.
You're back. I can't believe it. I've had just about enough of this. You people simply have to stop coming into my apartment. Get out of here and leave us alone. Well, we won't have it. I'm going to tell Charles he has to do something about this. Oh.
Hello?
Oh, Charles.
Hello, Aunt Belle.
Will you get over here and get these people out?
Who, Aunt Belle?
That man who was here last week. And this time he has a friend. A lady friend, no less.
Aunt Belle, you mean that guy is back?
He certainly is, and with a strange woman.
I'll be right over.
Oh, please do. They're upsetting Julia terribly. I think she's afraid of them.
Julia? Aunt Belle, Julia is dead. She can't be there.
Strange company indeed. That suspicious man is back, and with a lady friend. An accomplice, no doubt. It's not easy being alone and old and rich. But Julia, that sort of thing doesn't happen. Belle must be imagining things. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
Oh, somebody's been drinking my sugar-free diet 7-Up, and it's all gone.
Oh, actually, I saved a little.
Oh, a bear!
Hiya, Goldie. What's brewing?
That's Miss Goldilocks to you.
Oh, come on, kid. You mean you don't remember me? The cottage, the 3 chairs, the porridge?
Baby bear!
In the fur. Been a long time, Goldie.
But baby bear...
Just call me BB.
You drank all the sugar-free diet 7-Up, and I have to conduct another diet drink taste test today.
Well, yeah, I saw the sign on the door, a professional taste tester, huh?
But how can I conduct my taste test now?
Why bother? I tried those other diet drinks, too. You'll notice there's still plenty of them around. Why not ask me?
Well, okay, BB. Tell me, why did you drink all the sugar-free diet 7-Up?
I like the taste. Light, fresh, natural. Sugar-free diet 7-Up is definitely unbearably delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you glad? Glad is what happens when you use Dial soap.
Aren't you glad?
It starts right out with a clean, fresh scent that's like nothing else.
Aren't you glad?
To get you going, clean and fresh.
Aren't you glad? 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 Just to be
Dial washes away the cause of odor on your skin. You just can't buy a better deodorant soap than Dial. And that's saying something.
Let's return to the apartment of Belle Richwood, where, so she says, her late sister has spent the day, along with some other questionable companions. Her nephew Charles is with her now, and it seems as though the visitors have left.
Belle, look. There's no one in this chair.
I know. They're not here now.
And this is where you saw Julia, in this chair?
Yes. Yes, and I'm so worried. Where can she be?
Aunt Belle, you know Julia passed away. Julia is dead.
Yes, I know. I feel so terrible about Julia. Do you think we should call the police?
No, they couldn't help.
But they could look for her. I remember one time in the city she wandered away.
Aunt Belle, stop it.
Charles.
We cannot look for Julia because Julia is dead.
I know. Julia's dead.
Then stop saying you saw her in the apartment.
It's all right, Charles. I won't mention Julia again. But I do wish you'd do something about the other two.
The other two?
I told you before. The man who comes in here, and now the woman.
Oh, yes, those.
I simply don't understand how they're getting in.
Doesn't it stand to reason that you're imagining there's a man and woman here?
Charles, I know real people when I see them.
Have you ever touched them?
Oh, heavens, no.
But that might convince you.
Oh, why should I have to touch them? I know they're here.
But they never speak, isn't that right?
Yes, that's true. They don't talk.
Aunt Belle, I don't know who or what they are, but there's nothing I can do about them.
Well, I can. The next time they show up, I'm calling the police.
No, I wouldn't do that, Aunt Belle. You couldn't tell them any more than you already have.
Well, they can certainly put a stop to strange people in my apartment. And another thing, I'm going to find another place to hide my money.
Well, that is a good idea.
Charles, come closer. They might be listening. Now, I want you to know where my money is, just in case. I'm going to hide that suitcase. You know, the one you saw it.
Yes.
I'm going to hide that behind the refrigerator.
Good idea.
But where should I hide the other one?
2 suitcases full of money?
And who knows if that's even all. You see why I want to keep things just as they are?
But surely, that man that's getting in with all that money
there is no man. Or Julia either. She's imagining that Julia is back, and she imagines she sees those people too. They aren't there. Oh, it's just one of those things that comes with age. Hardening of the arteries or something like that. It does things to the brain.
But if they're so real to her...
Yes, they are real to her. And all that money is real to me. All ours when Belle...
dies?
Yes.
As long as no one else knows the money's there.
No one does.
And you better make sure she doesn't talk to anyone.
Like whom? I'm the only person she ever sees.
She wanted to call the police about Julia.
Don't worry. I see her every night now. I'll keep her under control. Hi, Aunt Belle.
Oh, Charles, I'm so glad you came by tonight. I know how those people are getting in.
You do?
Yes, through here. They're coming right through this door.
Aunt Belle, that's a closet. It's the clothes closet.
Oh, that explains where they live, then. They always come through this door. In fact, that woman came in today, and nice as you please, she picked up my coat and put it on. I could have smacked her face.
Maybe you should have, Aunt Belle.
Well, I couldn't bring myself to do that.
But you would have found out that woman doesn't exist. She's just in your imagination.
Oh, yes? Well, I'm not imagining. Missing $100.
What?
I had the rent money all counted out. It was in an envelope on the kitchen table, and now it's gone. I reported it to the police.
Aunt Belle, you didn't.
Well, of course. Why shouldn't I?
Because you probably misplaced the money and think it's gone. What do the police say?
Well, that nice young officer who came the other time said they'd send out a search for that woman. She's the one, I know.
Belle, I don't think you ought to keep so much money around.
Well, I had thought of putting it in the bank.
I was thinking maybe you ought to let me take care of it for you. I mean, with one case behind the refrigerator.
Shh. They'll hear you. Don't let them know where it is.
Oh. Yes, you're right, Aunt Belle.
Is anybody watching? No.
No.
Oh, good. Oh, come on. We're going to move the suitcases. Now, you get the one behind the refrigerator, and I'll get the one under the sink.
How did you ever get it back here? I can hardly... There it is.
I'm simply going to put them in the bathroom and keep an eye on them. They say if you really want to hide something, keep it out in the open where no one would think of looking for it.
Yes, I've heard of that.
Well, come on. Bring that case in here to the bathroom.
Right away, Aunt Belle.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she won't miss it.
Charles, bring the case in here.
Okay, Aunt Belle, I'm coming. There you are.
Oh, put it there in the tub next to the other one. No one's going to look for my money there. Now, how about a nice glass of wine?
Good boy, Charlie. Now you're using your head.
She'll never miss it. But if she does, we know who to blame it on.
A bunch of people who don't even exist.
The only thing that worries me...
What?
They exist for her. They're real to her.
Well, so what? Does she count her money every day?
She probably will now.
Like you said, Charlie, you're her next of kin. The money's ours anyway when she dies. We're just taking a little advance. I ordered that bracelet I've been wanting at Wilson's Jewelers.
But if she finds any more missing, she might go to the police.
Well, then, why don't you get there before she does?
Oh, hello, Miss Richwood.
Oh, Mr. Geller, I'm sorry to bother you.
That's what superintendents are for, Miss Richwood. And you don't bother me a tenth as much as some of the other people in this building.
Mr. Geller, I wonder if you'd mind coming upstairs and getting rid of those people. I can't seem to make them leave this time.
People? What people?
Why, all those people in my apartment.
Oh, sure. I'll throw them out. Come on.
I really hate to bother you, but my nephew's at work, and I'm afraid to call the police again.
I don't want strange people in my building, much less in one of the apartments. Don't worry. I'll get them out.
Where did they all go?
Sure there were people here, Miss Richwood?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm not crazy yet. There was that man and woman who always come in, and two little girls.
Well, we didn't pass them on the stairs, and there's no floor above this. How can they get out?
Oh, but now my sister's gone, too. Oh, do you think they took her with them? Oh, this is terrible. How am I going to find Julia?
Mr. Gordon?
Yes? Oh, hello, Mr. Geller.
Mr. Gordon, this isn't my business, really, but I don't think your aunt ought to be living alone.
What happened?
She called me up today to throw some people out of her apartment.
And there wasn't anybody there?
That's right. And then she started looking for her sister.
Yes, she shouldn't be living alone. I'm trying to get another living arrangement for her.
I think that's a good idea. I wouldn't want her to be embarrassed you know, by other tenants.
I know.
Just thought I'd mention it.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Geller. Aunt Belle, it's me.
Oh, come in, Charles. Did I have a day?
Belle, you shouldn't have gone to the superintendent's.
Well, I had to get those people out.
I suppose you did. Aunt Belle, how about a glass of wine?
Oh, of course. I have some chilling in the refrigerator.
I'll just wash up in the bathroom, if you don't mind.
Go ahead. Do you want an ice cube in yours, Charles?
Sure, fine. Now, let's see. Yeah. There they are. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man.
Charles, what are you doing?
I'll be right there, just drying my hands. I didn't get a chance to wash up at the shop.
Oh, well, sit down and have your wine. I've got something important to tell you.
Yes?
I've been robbed.
What?
$1,000 gone from one of my suitcases.
No.
Now, I had a feeling something was missing, and I counted all the money in that particular case. $1,000 gone.
Are you sure? Maybe you didn't count it right.
Oh, no, I counted it twice. In fact, I'm going to count it again with you here to make sure. We'll count it together, and you'll see. 7,600.
Well, that's right.
But it should be 8,000, even with that 1,000 gone.
You mean there's more missing?
Yes, 400 more. I just don't know what to do. I'm running out of hiding places. Those awful people.
Aunt Belle, why don't you let me take care of it for you?
You?
Yes, I'll keep the suitcases. They'll be safe with me. Those people are stealing from you. You can't keep all that money around anymore.
Oh, yes, you're right, Charles. I've never done this before. But on Friday, I'm putting it all in the bank.
Oh, don't let her, Charlie. Keep things just as they are. I need another $2,000 for Wilson's Jewelers by Saturday.
I'll stall her, don't worry. Even if I have to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs.
It's not safe to have cash lying around these days, particularly when you have unscrupulous relatives. Strange how the smell of money can drive people to acts they'd never dream of committing. We'll see just how far Charles Gordon is willing to go when I return shortly with Act 3.
Never heard of beer on the rocks? No? Swell. The people who brew Budweiser never have thought ice in your beer was such a cool idea anyway. If you only knew how ice cuts down the head and waters the taste. Oh, a chilling thought. A downright tragedy with Budweiser especially. Budweiser is the king of beers. The only beer in America that's beechwood aged, naturally carbonated, which means Bud brews its own bubbles, tiny ones, over a dense lattice of beechwood strips. The beer ages the best way, the right way, naturally. But add an ice cube and bloop, there goes all that extra effort. So if you forget to cool enough Bud, skip the cubes and put your Budweiser on ice for a while, on the coldest shelf in your refrigerator. Even if the wait does frost you a little, it'll be worth it. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Growing a lawn and garden is really satisfying. You help create something where there was nothing before. And what you create is good to look at or good to eat or both. Hi, Frank Lieber here for True Value Hardware Stores. They have a wide selection of True Temper tools to help you get those green things to grow. You can take your pick of 4 tools designed for close-in gardening work for just $1.99 each. Get a regular trowel, a 3-time cultivator, a transplanting trowel, or a dandelion digger. All 4 have chrome-plated finishes and finger-molded grips, just $1.99 each. True Value Hardware Stores have True Temper tools for big jobs, too. A round-point shovel with a hollow back blade and a long ash handle, just $5.44. And a lawn rake with 22 spring steel teeth and a 52-inch handle, just $3.99. This spring, you can get help getting things to grow. See the True Temper tools at your participating True Value Hardware store. check the yellow pages.
Charles Gordon seems to have a good thing going for him. An almost unlimited supply of cash, thanks to his aunt and a few suspicious visitors. But now Belle threatens to spoil all that by putting her money in the bank. And Charles did say he was going to protect his investment.
Charlie, you wouldn't kill her.
I'll find some way to stop her from putting that money in the bank.
That's not what you said. You said kill.
So I said kill. I didn't mean it. Now get off my back.
Look, Charlie, I want that money as much as you do.
Just let me handle it, will you? And shut up.
What are you doing?
Protecting our investment. Hello, Mr. Geller. This is Mr. Gordon. Miss Richwood's nephew. Fine, thanks. I hate to bother you, but I wonder if you'd mind running upstairs and seeing if my aunt is okay. She doesn't answer the phone. No, and she wouldn't be in bed at this hour. Thanks, I'll wait.
Charlie, you've got something going I don't like. That was an outright lie.
A white lie. I want him on my side.
What do you mean, your side?
I've been thinking about this a long time. Now, just leave it to me. Yes. Oh, yes, thanks, Mr. Geller. Was her door bolted with a chain? Good. Well, thanks again. I wanted to be sure she was okay. She wasn't feeling too well when I left her tonight. Thanks again. Goodbye.
Okay, Charlie. I won't ask any more.
Stop worrying, Linda. Tomorrow I'm going to see Aunt Belle and persuade her not to put her money in the bank. It's as simple as that.
Oh, I thought you weren't coming by tonight.
I just wanted to drop in and talk.
Well, Charles, what are you up to?
What do you mean?
Why did you have the superintendent come up and check on me last night?
I just wanted to make sure you were all right.
I was all right, and you knew it. Charles, I know you took the money. The money you said they must have taken.
Aunt Belle, I didn't take your money. Why do you think I did?
They told me.
The little man who wasn't there and his girlfriend?
They saw you take it, and they told me.
Aunt Belle, I can't reason with you. I can't argue with hallucinations. You just think what you want.
Well, I'm getting all the money into the bank, where it will be safe from you. Charles, I'll give you a chance to give it back before I go to the police.
The police?
Well, of course. You stole from me, and I have witnesses.
Such as they are. Anyway, you'll have your money safe in the bank soon, won't you?
You bet I will.
Yes, well, I have to be getting home. You want me to drive you to the bank on Friday?
I'll get a cab, thank you.
I'm sorry you feel this way, Aunt Belle.
You should have thought of that before you took the money.
Aunt Belle, you'll be sure to lock the door behind me.
I always do.
And particularly the chain bolt. That's very important.
I know that.
I'll call you tomorrow.
All right. I'll be waiting for you to return the money.
I'll be sure and put the chain bolt on.
I will. Good night, Charles.
Aunt Belle, it's me. I forgot something.
What?
Open the door, but keep the chain on. I just want to tell you something. Don't take the chain off.
What do you want?
Pleasant dreams, you old witch.
Well, did you persuade her?
She won't be putting her money in the bank. She changed her mind.
How come?
Well, I made her see there wasn't anything to worry about. I finally convinced her the people she was seeing were in her imagination.
Ren, you didn't...
Didn't what?
Hurt her.
Linda, what do you think I am? Would I hurt a frightened old woman, much less my own aunt?
I just can't help thinking what you said about the goose that lays the golden eggs.
Oh, come on, Linda. Belle's all right. You want me to prove it to you? Call her?
No. No, Charlie, I'll take your word.
Oh, I want to prove it to you. You think I've turned into an ogre or something? Just over a few lousy bucks?
I didn't mean that, Charlie.
Well, I'll show you. Hello, Aunt Belle. Everything all right? Well, Linda and I were just talking about you, and we wanted to be sure everything was okay. Good. Good to see you tomorrow night, Aunt Belle. She's fine.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gordon. Oh, anything wrong?
I don't know. My aunt doesn't answer the door. Could you come up and open it with your key? I'm worried.
Oh, sure, Mr. Gordon.
Now, she might be asleep, but she hasn't been feeling too well lately, and I'm a little concerned.
Well, like I said before, a lady like your aunt shouldn't be living alone.
Yes, I know. I've got to do something about her.
She's got the chain on.
Aunt Belle?
But, Mr. Gordon, look. She's on the floor, right by the door.
I'll have to break it in.
Let's go.
Aunt Belle.
I think she's dead, Mr. Gordon.
She is.
Look at her head. She must have hit this table.
I never should have left her alone last night. She was feeling weak.
I'd better call the police.
Yes, please.
I'll go downstairs and call them. I'm sure sorry, Mr. Gordon.
Yes, hurry, please. Well, dear Aunt Belle, I'm sorry, too. Sorry I didn't do this sooner. It's all you deserve for the trouble you've given me for months. Now, I'm going to get what I deserve. I'll try out of the bed first. Yeah, not there. Empty. You clever old bird. I bet you would think of that. Back under the sink. And the other must be behind the refrigerator. Where I'd never think of looking for them, eh? Aunt Belle?
Mr. Gordon, the police are on the way.
Thanks.
They said not to touch anything.
No, we mustn't touch anything.
That hit on the head must have done it. Poor Olga.
Yes, I wish I'd moved her out sooner to a retirement home.
Oh, looks like she was planning to go somewhere with those suitcases ready.
Oh, those. Oh, she always had her memoirs out to look at. They're full of old photos, school programs. She's shown them to me 100 times.
That's all they've got at this age, memories.
Yes. Well, I'm going to take these along with me. They're really all that's left of Aunt Belle. And I'll give the furniture to some charity.
Well, say, my brother just got married, and he sure could use it.
Police!
Oh, come in, officer.
You're Mr. Charles Gordon?
Yes.
Any idea how it happened?
She must have fallen. She was alone. She was just like this when we found her.
Well, it happens a lot with older people. Oh, bad bruise on the head.
We think she hit that table when she fell.
Huh? That looks like the answer. I'll call in. They'll send an ambulance. There'll have to be an autopsy. Oh, and I'll need a statement from both of you.
The door was chained from the inside. It had to be an accident.
I didn't say it wasn't. I only said I'd have to get a statement.
She's at peace now.
Charlie, I feel nervous about all that money back at the house.
Why? No one knows it's there. No one knew she had anything. And little by little, I'm going to bank it, invest it, slowly, so nobody gets suspicious.
I'm still nervous about $90,000 in the fireplace chimney.
Oh, come on, Linda. I'll take you home. I'm going to Belle's apartment and pack up her personal things.
Okay. But don't be all afternoon. I don't like being alone with all that money.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gordon.
I've come to start clearing my aunt's things, Mr. Geller. Would you let me in, please?
Oh, sure, Mr. Gordon. sure sorry about your aunt. When's the funeral?
We had it this morning. There wasn't anyone but my wife and me.
Too bad old people have to live alone. If you need any help, I'll be glad to do
Thank
anything.
you. I'm just going to pack her personal things.
Well, all right. Call if you need anything.
Thank you. Now, let's see. I'll start with the bedroom. No use saving any of this stuff. Get it into the cartons and out to the dump. Oh, Linda might want these blankets, though. Poor Aunt Belle. 2 torn slips in an empty drawer. I'll have to... What was that? Someone there? Is that you, Mr. Geller? No, that must have been the people upstairs. Completely empty. I never realized Aunt Belle was... There is someone out there. There's no one here. I'm letting my imagination get me. It is kind of spooky in here, all alone. Oh, that poor old thing, what she must have gone through, alone all the time. No wonder she started seeing things. I'll get all the stuff from the bedroom and... That was something. Who's there? Answer me, who's there? I heard you. I know there's someone here. I heard you. Now, where are you? Why don't you answer me, damn it? Hello?
Oh, Charles, thank God you answered.
Linda.
Charles, come home quickly right now.
Linda, what's the matter?
It's this man in the living room.
What man?
I don't know who he is. He just sits there on the couch, smiling at me. He won't leave and he won't answer me. He won't say a word.
Good Lord.
Oh, Charles, I'm scared. Come home now, please. Charles!
Funny how word gets around when there's money hidden somewhere. It looks as though Charles is in for some strange company of his own. But then, that sort of thing doesn't happen. Linda must be imagining things. I'll be back shortly.
People can reach, people can touch, people can help, people so much.
This is Paul Newman speaking. I want to tell you about one of the most courageous actors I know, Bill Gargan. At the height of his very successful career, Bill lost his voice to cancer of the larynx. Naturally, everyone thought Bill was through as a performer. But thanks to his fighting spirit, his determination, and also the American Cancer Society's laryngectomy rehabilitation program, Bill learned to speak again. Now he's giving the finest performances of his career, inspiring others like him to find new voices and renewed confidence there's a full life ahead. When your American Cancer Society volunteer calls, think of Bill Gargan and give generously. Join the people who care about people. We want to wipe out cancer in your lifetime.
The imagination is a curious thing. It can haunt us, help us, even hurt those who cross the line between imagination and reality. Imagination, the stuff of which dreams and radio mystery theater plays are made. We hope we've teased yours with tonight's story, and hope you'll be back for more. Our cast included Bryna Rayburn, Laurie March, George Petrie, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Well, I won't explain those ghosts. I'm just imagining things. But I see you. I see you. Now, don't hurt me. Whatever you are, please, stay away from me. You want me to leave the house? I will. If that's what you want, I'll go right down the stairs, walk out of the house, and never come back. Is that what you want? Please. No! Don't touch me! Let me out!
Suicide. That's what all the papers say, Mr. Garth. But we know better. It's ghosts. That house is haunted.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Shop is ready with brimming baskets of special surprises for little girls and boys. Baskets laden with sweets and super surprises, all filled in the candy shop so they're always fresh. From $2.99 to $29.95. There's a bevy of the bunny's friends, too. Plush Easter toys from $2.49 to $8.99 in the candy shop at Sears.
You're listening to the sports voice of the Great Southwest. KRLD.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Carol Lombard and Bob Hope in Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. This evening's class will study a simple equation. Bob Hope plus Carol Lombard equals a riot. And this particular riot is called Mr. and Mrs. Smith. I've been connected with the theater most of my life, and that's been long enough to bar me from the draft. I've seen many a bright star rise, but I've never seen more comedy stars than we have today, nor a time when they were more needed. Two top ones are here tonight, and they'll do their best to help us keep our national equilibrium by completely upsetting it for the next hour. The play is the story of a young married couple who suddenly discover, to their own amazement, that they aren't legally married at all. Carol Lombard and Bob Hope carry on from there, with Carol in the same part she played in the RKO picture, and Bob Hope as her lawyer husband. Personally, I'd like to have the right to sell tickets in any courtroom where Bob pleaded a case. But we're not selling tickets tonight. Our production of Mr. and Mrs. Smith is another gesture of appreciation to Mr. and Mrs. America for the way they've supported another production of ours, Lux Toilet Soap. Of course, we've generally spoken to Mrs. America when we've talked about that, but we had no intention of slighting her husband. It just seemed that Mrs. America would be more interested. But Mr. America has some very definite ideas of his own about soap, principally on the subject of lather. His letters are practical and to the point. And where Lux Toilet Soap is concerned, we're glad to report that Mr. America agrees perfectly with Mrs. America that it's just about the best buy on the market, so here's to both of them. And here's a play for both of them. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, starring Bob Hope as David Smith and Carol Lombard as Anne, his wife, with Bill Goodwin as Chuck Benson and Jack Arnold as Jeff. Curtain going up. When the David Smiths took each other for better for worse, they agreed to live by a set of rules. Rule 4, Subdivision A, was by far the most radical.
I, Anne.
And I, David, do solemnly promise that we shall never leave a room after a quarrel
until such quarrel is over and has been settled to the satisfaction of
me, Anne.
and me, David. Hallelujah.
In 3 years of married life, Rule number 4, Subdivision A, has been called into operation at least once every week. In fact, it's in operation right now.
Mr. Smith, breakfast, sir. Breakfast, Mrs. Smith.
Lily, what are they doing now?
I don't know, but they ain't opening the door.
Look through the keyhole. Well?
She's under the bedclothes, and he's playing cards.
Still? That's what they were doing last night.
They've been in 3 days already. How much longer are they going to keep this up?
They went 8 days once.
Martha, he's coming toward the door.
Get away from there, quick.
I'm way ahead of you.
David! David, come back, David!
Yes, Anne?
Oh, darling, I thought I was afraid you...
You thought I'd left without making up, huh?
Oh, yes. Oh, hold me close. Closer, David.
Closer. Honey, this is David, not Goliath. Say, what would you have done if I'd really gone out that door?
I don't know.
Leave me?
Mm-hmm.
Forever?
Mm-hmm.
For all eternity?
Uh-huh.
Even till they stop playing Amapola?
Uh-huh. Oh, David, as long as we live, we'll never change rule number 4.
Never.
You know, if every married couple have it, there'd never be a divorce. They ought to put it in the marriage certificate. By the way, where is our marriage certificate?
Oh, I'm using it for a bookmark. I don't want to lose my place in Esquire.
David, remember that 8-day session?
Uh-huh.
And the 6?
There were 2 6s.
2?
Yeah, one Christmas week and the other after the Yale game. We got home and the football game started all over again.
That was really 5.5 days. We start in the afternoon.
And now how about breakfast, madam?
Oh, kiss me first. All right, darling, breakfast. We've got respect for each other as persons. That's our big trick.
Yep.
Man and woman, all right, but person to person. That's important in marriage, too. You know, I think we'd be friends if we were both men or women, don't you?
Hmm? Oh, sure.
Respect for each other as individual, that's what counts in marriage. And always to tell the truth, no matter what the consequences. You know, if we told each other just one lie, we'd have to admit we failed, wouldn't we, David? And what would we have left? Oh, a marriage like other people's. Doubt, distrust, going on with each other because it's the easiest way. Oh, no, not for us. Not after what we've had. You know, David, it was all my fault.
Oh, no, Anne, it was mine.
My fault, dear. A wife should conduct herself to please her husband. That's one of the rules I'm going to make.
Another one?
David, what's today's date?
Well, I'd better be running along, honey. The office must be loaded with...
David, it's the 15th. Remember rule number 7?
Anne, I think we ought to give that one up. We always get into arguments.
Well, if we ever give one up, that means we're giving up just that much of our wonderful relationship that we're letting down. You wouldn't want me to feel that, would you?
Yeah, but those questions you ask every month, like what I did that trip in Paris when I graduated from college. I was only 21, and I really thought I was buying a postcard.
Well, I forgave you for that.
Oh, well, darling, I've got to get to the office.
Well, only one question today, dear.
Now I know what happens to the quiz kids when they grow up.
David, tell me, if you had to do it all over again, would you have married me?
Honestly, no.
What?
Oh, not that I'd want to marry anyone else, but a man gives up so much when he's married. Privacy and independence and Earl carols. No, I think if I had to do it over again, I'd stay single.
Oh.
Now, honey, you wanted me to tell you the truth because we have respect for each other. We talk to each other honestly. Your feelings aren't hurt now, are they?
Oh, no, it's perfectly all right, perfectly.
I knew it. That's the last of those questions. They're always getting us in trouble.
Well, I'm not angry in the least.
Yes, you are. You don't understand what I mean.
David, if you want your freedom, I don't want to be the kind of a wife who clings to her husband when she's not wanted.
For heaven's sakes, I do want to stay married to you. I love you. I'm crazy about you. I'm used to you. How do we get into these things anyway?
Well, if my only hold on you is that you're used to me.
Honey, darling, you've got the whole thing wrong. You're my little girl. I'm crazy about you. Don't cry, baby. Don't cry. Oh, Snooks, look. Give Dream Boy a little kiss.
Oh. All right, Dream Boy.
And now, is everything all right?
Yes, Dream Boy, everything.
Is this as sickening to you as it is to me? Oh, no, honey, stop. I didn't mean to stop, darling. Don't cry. Before the government builds a dam around you, stop, please. Say you forgive me. Say it.
All right. I forgive you.
Fine. Can I go to work now?
Uh-huh.
Oh, goodbye, sweet. I'll come home early, and I mean early.
Morning, Mr. Smith.
Morning.
Good morning, David.
Oh, good morning, Jeff.
Well, it's been a long time, hasn't it?
Yeah, about 4 Band-Aids ago.
I was beginning to think I didn't have a partner anymore at all.
Well, you know how Ann is. You have to humor in those things.
You don't have to apologize to me, David. I envy you from the bottom of my heart. I wish I was in your shoes.
Yeah, she's a good kid.
Mr. Smith.
Yes?
There's a Mr. Deaver been waiting to see you. He won't tell me his business. He says it's something private.
Oh, send him in.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll leave you to your miseries, David. Lunch at the club if you can make it.
Oh, fine. I'll try, Jeff.
Mr. Deaver, sir.
Oh, Mr. Deaver, how do you do?
How do you do?
Won't you sit down? Well, what is it?
Mr. Smith, were you married in Beecham in March 1938?
Why, yes, I was.
Well, you know, Beecham is on the other side of the river, and it was always incorporated in Brenner County. And you see, Brenner County is in Idaho. You follow me, don't you?
Well, more or less, but to be on the safe side, maybe you'd better drop pebbles.
Well, we in Beecham found out we didn't have the right to be incorporated in Brenner County because from the other side of the Bass River, well, we belong in Nevada.
Well, it sounds like a good idea. Taking Brenner County out of Idaho leaves more room to grow potatoes.
This is serious, Mr. Smith. You see, we just found out that anybody who got married between 1936 and now with an Idaho license in Nevada, well, it isn't legal.
Oh, well, what do you mean it isn't legal?
I don't want you to get frightened or upset or anything. There's been kind of a mistake. You're not legally married.
What's that? You mean my wife ain't my... Or I ain't? Or we... You mean I'm draft bait?
Oh, you really are married and everything, but there's a little technicality.
Little, he says. It's a good thing I don't have a couple of little technicalities running around the house. Well, go on.
You're a lawyer, Mr. Smith. You know everything's perfectly all right, common law and everything. But we figured it'd be better if everybody kind of got married again just to be on the safe side.
Yeah?
And the Chamber of Commerce is sending me around to everybody to tell them. And we give you your $2 back, and you can use it to get another license. Here's your $2, Mr. Smith.
Okay, and will the Chamber of Commerce take over the payments on the ring?
Well, I'll be going now, Mr. Smith. Say, that picture there, is that your wife?
Uh-huh.
She's a striking woman.
You can say that again, brother.
Say, wasn't she Annie Krausheimer?
Annie Krausheimer. She lived right across from Beecham. That's how we came to be married there. Did you know her?
Did I know her? I guess she's changed some, huh?
Yes, she's changed a little.
Yeah, she once chased a dog catcher half a mile with a baseball bat.
Well, she hasn't changed as much as you think.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Smith. Tell her I asked after her, will you? Old Harry Deaver. She'll remember me.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, hello, Miss Ames. Will you call my home, please? Ask the maid if I can please speak to Miss Annie Krausheimer.
You're sure everything's all right now, Anne? Oh, Mother, it's wonderful. David called me just a little while ago. He wants to have dinner with him tonight.
Well, that sounds good.
And do you know where, Mother? Mama Lucy's. You know, I didn't think he even remembered the name of the place. Why, we haven't been there since before we were married.
That sounds even better.
Oh, don't worry, Mother. You know what? All the time he was talking to me on the telephone, he kept calling me Miss Krausheimer. The fool.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes, Lily?
Mr. Harry Deaver is here. He says you remember him from across the river in Beecham.
Oh, Harry Deaver.
Bertha Deaver's brother. Well, show him in, Lily.
Yes, ma'am. Come in, please, sir.
Hello, Harry Deaver. This is quite a surprise.
Hello, Annie. Hello, Mrs. Krausheimer.
Hello.
I didn't know whether you'd remember me.
What are you doing in New York?
I'm here on business.
How's your wife, Harry?
She's fine, thanks.
How's Bertha?
Oh, she's fine, too. Married to a dairy farmer in Boise. Got 4 children, all girls. Got 4 cows, all girls, too.
Well, sit down, won't you? Will you have some tea?
No, thanks. Only dropped in for a second. Annie, you haven't changed a bit. I'd recognize you in a minute.
Why, Harry, that's the nicest thing you could have said to me.
Say, I did recognize you. Only saw your picture on your husband's desk and recognized you right off. He's a good-looking fella.
What were you doing with my husband?
Well, here's the way it is. You see, Beecham is on the other side of the river, and it was always incorporated in Brenner County. Well, Brenner County is in Idaho. So, you see, Annie, you aren't legally married.
Anne, this is horrible.
Not married. So that's why he called me Miss Krausheimer.
Oh, it's nothing, Annie. You'll just get married again.
I should hope so.
Well, now, Mother, don't get excited. Harry's right. The whole thing's very simple. David will marry me all over again.
And suppose he doesn't?
Well, he'll have to. If he doesn't, I'll get a divorce. That's what I'll do.
You can't get a divorce from a man you're not even engaged to.
Well, Mother, stop confusing me. It's all right, I tell you. Why, I always ask him if he'd do it again, and I say, David, if you had to do it all over again, would you marry me? Well, just this morning he said to me, he said, oh, holy mackerel, I'm a bachelor girl.
You're looking kind of cute tonight.
Oh, thank you, David. And thanks for the lovely roses you sent me.
Well, I always send you roses.
Yes, but these had stems on them. Oh, I just can't wait to see Mama Lucy.
Oh, dear old Mama Lucy.
Do you think we'll get the same table?
Sure, it's early.
Oh, it'll be covered with a checkered tablecloth, and there'll be a candle in an old Chianti bottle.
Yeah, just an old Chianti bottle in an old Chianti town.
And Rosa the fortune teller. You know, I even love the smell about the place. This is the place, isn't it?
Uh-huh. Either our noses have changed or there's a livery stable around.
Well, it's not exactly Chanel number 5. Well, let's go in.
This place has changed a little.
Yeah, it looks sort of empty, doesn't it?
Oh, hello, Cat. I don't remember you.
You want something?
Yeah, is Mama Lucy here?
I'm Mama Lucy.
Well, you've changed a little, too.
She left. I don't know where.
Oh, well, wait a minute. We'd like to eat here.
Huh? You want to eat here?
Unless you've got some objection.
I got no objection if you got no objection. Where would you like to sit?
Well, we used to come here years ago, and there were tables outside. Would it be too much trouble to have it the way it used to be?
Are you going to have the 45-cent or the 65-cent dinner?
Well, what's the difference?
With a 65-cent dinner, you get back your own hat and coat.
Sure. If it don't fit me. Sit down.
The tablecloth isn't checkered, but it's dirty enough to look like checkered.
The candle isn't the same stuck in a beer bottle.
It smells.
Well, eat your soup, dear.
That smells, too. Say, there's something wrong with this soup.
It's just your imagination. There's nothing wrong with the soup.
No, then why are the noodles spelling out SOS? Here, Pussy, you eat some soup. Go ahead.
David, get that cat off the table.
I can't. I think it's his table. Look, he won't eat it. Why doesn't the cat eat the soup? Animals know what's good for them. You notice he ate up the olives.
Well, why did you give them to him?
I wanted to see how many he'd eat before he'd ask for a martini.
David, eat your soup, please.
Oh, that cat knows something. Look at him. He's scared. A black lentil just crossed his path.
David, where should we go after this?
Home. Here, Puss, here. Come on, Stoop. Soup.
Did you say home, David? Well, aren't we supposed to go someplace before we go home?
Well, altogether, it'll make it too late. Say, you know, I'd give $5 to see that cat take a sip of that soup. Here, Puss, come on, soup.
David, listen.
Yes, hon?
Tell me what you do a day in the office. You know, just a simple day like today. From the minute you came in until you went home, what happened?
Oh, nothing. Just a lot of schmooze. It's dull as dishwater.
No, it isn't. I'm very interested. What sort of things come up in a day? Who did you see? Please try and remember.
Well, there was a fellow... Oh, look, the cat's going to eat the soup. No, he isn't. He's turning away. Doesn't that mean something? I want a stomach pump.
Nice cat, huh?
Yeah.
I'm unlucky with cats here. The third cat this week. Say, are you Mrs. Smith?
Yes, how did you know?
Your mother's in the kitchen. On the phone.
Oh, it must be about our Red Cross group. I'll be right back, David. Hello, Mother.
Hello, Anne. Has he told you?
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean, not exactly?
Well, he's teasing me. He thinks he's being romantic about it.
Oh.
Mother, are you crying?
My poor baby. Thank heaven your father's dead. Listen to me now. Under no conditions, do you hear me? Under no conditions are you to admit...
Why, of course not, Mother. Don't worry. If worse comes to worse, I'll spend the night with you.
Well, don't forget.
I won't. Bye, Mother.
Honey, was that your mother?
Yes, Mother.
Yeah, your ears look tired. You know, honey, I've got a little secret to tell you.
Oh, David, it's about time. What is it, dear?
You're a great kid.
Is that all?
Hmm?
Darling, it's getting rather late if we have to go anyplace, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I get it. Waiter, check. Champagne. Keep twirling it, honey. Get it good and cold.
David, why are we drinking champagne?
Well, you like champagne, don't you? Here, let me do it.
David, wait. I didn't think we were coming home so soon.
No? Get the glasses, hon.
Glasses?
Sure, you don't want to drink out of a bottle, do you?
David, you stop twirling that bottle.
Hey, look out! What's the matter with you?
You beast!
What?
You beast, you know we're not legally married. You were never going to tell me.
I was going to tell you. Honey, I was going to tell you later.
Later?
Oh, there's no need taking on like this.
You were going to wait until we had another fight and then throw me aside like a squeezed lemon.
In that dress, you're shaped more like an avocado.
I've given you the best years of my life, and you were willing to go on and on. I've always had a suspicion about you. So did my mother. Your forehead slants back too much.
Well, at least I've got a Ford. Anne.
Don't you touch me.
Oh, now listen, Annie.
You get out of here.
Get out?
Go on. You're not staying in this apartment.
Honey, we can't leave the bedroom until we've made up.
You're not in the bedroom. Get out.
If you'll let me explain, Anne, stop pushing.
You're going out of here. Take your coat.
Annie.
And here's your hat.
Annie, let go. Stop.
And never come back here. I never want to see you again as long as I live. Now get your hand out of that door.
Ouch! Annie, either let me in or throw out my fingers.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars Bob Hope and Carol Lombard will bring us Act 2 of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Well, here's Sally. She seems a little out of breath.
And so would you be, Mr. Ruick, if you'd been in the path of a young whirlwind for the last few days.
Why, Sally, you're just a young thing yourself. Who is this tornado that's got you down?
My little cousin Susie. She's just 17, just out of school, and she's been visiting us. She's cute as a kitten's ear and is chic popular. We thought some of having an extra phone put in just for the overflow messages.
She sounds kind of like a Lux girl to me, Sally.
Listen to this, Mr. Ruick. The night Susie arrived, she was freshening up before dinner. First thing she did was to unwrap a cake of Lux soap and start right in to tell me, imagine me, how to take an active lather facial.
Took the words right out of your mouth, Sally.
Susie says most of the girls at her school are Lux soap fans. They're pretty smart, those young things. Sue said they find these Lux soap facials are really swell, so they make a point of using them regularly. She said to me very seriously, you know, Sally, if a girl wants lots of dates, she's just got to have a nice skin.
Well, your pretty little cousin has said something there, Sally. It's certainly true that men do respond to the charm of a soft, smooth skin. It makes a woman attractive at any age. Here in Hollywood, screen stars, 9 out of 10 of them, use Lux toilet soap regularly because this gentle soap is such a wonderful help in keeping complexions lovely. Well, Sally, how about telling the ladies in our audience how easy and quick it is to take a Lux soap active lather facial?
With pleasure, Mr. Ruick. First, you smooth the Lux soap lather lightly in. You'll love the way this rich, velvety, smooth lather caresses your skin. Next, rinse with warm water, followed by a dash of cool. Then pat the face dry with a soft towel. That's all. Yet you'll find Lux Soap's active lather has removed every trace of dust and dirt and stale cosmetics from your skin. Left it feeling smoother and softer, looking so fresh. Try these Lux Soap facials every day for 30 days. See if you don't find them a wonderful beauty aid.
Thanks, Sally. And I'd like to add one word more. Remember, it just isn't possible to buy a finer toilet soap than this beauty soap of the stars. Yet Lux toilet soap costs but a few cents a cake. Why not get 3 cakes of this fine white soap tomorrow? Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act 2 of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, starring Carol Lombard as Anne and Bob Hope as David, with Bill Goodwin as Chuck Benson. Bag and baggage, David Smith has been tossed into the street by his own wife, who now considers herself Miss Annie Krausheimer. Homeless and weary, David wanders into his club downtown. In the steam room, he sits wrapped in a towel, staring into the clouds of mist. Through the fog comes another half-draped torso, Chuck Benson.
Hiya, Dave. How goes it? Haven't seen you around the club in months.
Oh, hello.
Benson, Chuck Benson. Don't you remember me? We were in the golf foursome in last year's tournament.
Oh, yes. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Oh, I got a little kink in my arm. I think this steam ought to fix it.
Yeah, I had a fight with my wife, too.
Oh, it wasn't exactly a fight. We were drinking champagne and it went to my head, bottle and all.
Yeah, sure, same old story. But you know what I don't understand? Whenever two people have a fight, the woman goes home to her mother. Well, every time my wife and I have a fight, I have to get out of the house.
Huh. How do you get back?
Oh, it's the simplest thing in the world. Ignore it. Ignore the whole thing. Next day, they're glad to see you. I know, brother. I've had experience.
Hey, you're right. Yeah, I'll just go to the office. I won't even call her. She gets worried. Why don't I show up in the morning? By the time I get home tomorrow night? Thanks, Chuck. You're a pal. Hello, darling.
What do you want?
Now listen, Ann.
Miss Krausheimer to you.
Oh!
Taxi lady?
Thank you. 36th Street and 5th, please.
Okay.
Hello?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Smith. Is this your cab?
No, I was crossing the street and the lights changed. Say, Ann, are you going to stop this silly farce or aren't you? I've got a lot of work piled up in the office. You let me come home. I'm willing not to discuss this anymore.
Well, that's very generous of you, but I won't be thrown crumbs by a crumb.
Now listen, you're my wife.
Oh, no, we're not legally married, Ducky.
Well, then we're going to be legally married.
Sorry, I haven't time. I'm learning the words to the Hut-Sut song.
Are you out of your mind? Why, think of my reputation. Well, why the laugh?
Oh, I thought of your reputation. Legally, we're not married.
Oh, all right, we'll get married. Does that suit you?
We'll get married. That's a nice snarling proposal. Listen, you had a hard enough job getting me to marry you before, and I didn't know you then. But I do now, and how I know you. If anyone asks you, you're no bargain.
Well, what's the matter with me? Am I a cheapskate? Am I a dope, a fathead, a rat?
Well, keep mentioning them. You're getting warm.
Well, name one thing about me you don't like.
One thing. My, aren't we vain? In the first place, I wish you'd go on a diet and get a little thinner.
Well, what for?
Well, I'd like my girdle back.
Indian giver.
And then what about that tar stuff you keep rubbing into your hair that smells up my whole bedroom?
Well, I'm only trying to keep my hair for you, and you're a fine one to talk. Going to bed with a head full of aluminum clips. Every time I woke up, I expected to find the government had turned you into an airplane.
No, you won't have to worry anymore, dearie.
Well, I'm not going to stand for this, and that's my last word on it.
It's nice to have met you.
All right, I'm not going to support you. How do you like that?
Fine.
I'm serious. I'm not going to give you any money.
Fine. Never like asking you for money anyway. It was embarrassing watching you take off your shoe. You keep... Right here, driver.
Right. I want you to know I'm doing this reluctantly.
Well, that suits me. Here, driver, keep the change.
Oh, thanks, lady.
You're not very practical. How do you think you're going to live? And your old lady, how is she going to live?
Look, Mr. Smith, you see that department store? Well, since yesterday morning, I've been employed in good standing, and they're going to pay me every Saturday. Goodbye, Mr. Smith.
Oh, wait, listen, Ann.
Good morning, sir. Are you looking for something?
Oh, yes, I am.
Can I help you, sir?
Yeah, she's about 5 feet. No, I'll find it myself.
I might be able to save you a lot of trouble. I'm very well acquainted with the merchandise.
Oh, thanks, but I'd rather find it myself. You just run along and water your carnation.
You're embarrassed. Is it something in ladies' lingerie?
Yes, it's something in ladies' lingerie.
Well, you go right down the aisle.
Now, don't tell me it's a game I'm playing.
Oh, it's perfectly all right, sir. Perfectly, sir.
Oh, there you are.
Good morning. Anything I can do for you?
Ann, are you crazy, standing all day on your feet for $18 a week? Will you please do me a favor and come home? I've got a cake in the oven.
I'm sorry, sir. I think you have the wrong department. We have nothing here for you.
Are you walking out of here peacefully, or do I have to carry you?
The manager's looking. Can I show you something else, sir?
All right, I'll carry you. Here. All right, I'll drag you.
Get away from me!
You're coming home. You're nothing but a silly little...
Let go, let go. You can't take me out of here. That's shoplifting.
Come on.
Miss Krausheimer, what are you doing to the customer?
I'm not doing anything. Look who's got who.
Sorry, sir, but I'll have to ask you to release our sales clerk.
You want to try to make me release her?
Well, if you're not pleased with this clerk, I'll be happy to get you another.
I'm pleased with her, and she's no clerk. She's my wife.
Your wife?
I am not.
Miss Krausheimer, we understood you were a single woman. As an aid to the unemployment situation, it is our policy not to employ married women.
Good idea.
I am not married.
She's married, all right. Did you ever see a single woman that could fight like this? Come on.
Mr. Flugel, believe leave
Well,
me.
we'll have to take this up with the head of the department.
No, we don't. This way.
Let me alone.
This is a showcase. Be careful. Oh, are you hurt?
No, but this is the first time I ever wore a corset for a hat.
Store detectives! Store detectives! Quick! Quick!
Now get out and stay out, and don't come back in this store again. That goes for the both of you.
Well, I'm fine. Are you satisfied now?
Listen, I have an appointment in the office at 2 o'clock. Are you going to make up with me?
No, I'm not going to make up with you ever.
For heaven's sakes, Ann, what do you want? I had a chance to get out of our marriage, didn't I? But now I want to get back. Doesn't that convince you I still want to be married to you?
I'm very flattered, but I don't want to marry you. Thought the whole thing over, and I'm not interested.
Well, what's the matter with me?
Well, I don't like your temper. You're too jealous. You're always knocking people down.
Oh, now, wait. If you're referring to last New Year's Eve, that midget had no right to...
Move along there. Move along.
Just a minute, officer.
You heard what I said. Move along. You're blocking traffic.
Why don't you go someplace and steal an apple?
Go on, hit him, why don't you? Knock him down. Go on.
Madam, I wouldn't advise your friend to hit a cop in this town.
But I'm on your side, officer. I don't even know this man.
Oh, you don't, huh?
She does so. She's married to me illegally.
Run along, buddy. Go visit Columbus Circle.
Listen,
Go on before I run you and beat it.
Oh, bully.
I postponed the Amanda case for you, David, and I set back the Duffy hearing.
Oh, that's fine. Just fine, Jeff. Thanks.
David, I'd like to ask you to do something.
Oh, well, what is it? Anything you want, you know?
Well, I'd like you to drop in at your own home tonight after dinner.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I've taken matter in my own hands. I've asked Anne to have me to dinner. She's fond of me, and she knows I'm fond of her, and, well, I think I can straighten it out. I hope it is something I can straighten out.
Oh, why, certainly. It was nothing. One of those little domestic squabbles. It was really nothing.
I imagined it was that. Why, you're too fine to do anything, Shoddy.
Oh, thanks, Jeff.
I want you to just drop in unannounced at about, shall we say, 9 o'clock?
Oh, Jeff, I can't speak. It's just like my Adam's apple had 4 sons.
Well, that's all right, David.
Jeff, you're the best friend a man ever had. We've been closer together than Gene Autry and his guitar.
Well, we're partners, David.
You're the best law partner a man ever had.
We were school chums.
And you were the best fullback Alabama ever had. I always said Hinkle was a greater back, but I was wrong. Hinkle couldn't touch you.
Thanks, David. Thanks.
In here, Mr. Smith.
Oh, thanks.
Mr. Smith, madam.
Hello, David.
Oh, hello, Jeff. Oh, hello, Ann. How are you, dear?
Talk to my lawyer.
You're a lawyer. What lawyer?
Anne's asked me to represent her in this matter, David.
Well, what for?
Oh, I've been telling her she doesn't need a lawyer.
Oh, well, I'll say she doesn't.
Because as I understand the facts, you two aren't legally married at all.
There you are.
What?
So there's nothing for the court to decide.
This happened before in Peterson versus Peterson, and Jeff says even the Supreme Court threw it out.
Jeff, what's the matter with you?
He said you were lucky this isn't the South and that I'm not his sister.
What?
Now, David...
Why, you hillbilly ambulance chaser? You Blackstone blackguard. Wait till the Bar Association hears about this.
If I open the window, they will.
There's no need losing our tempers.
We're married, if not legally, then morally, and there is such a thing as common law, you know.
I don't deny there's a kind of common law relationship between you.
Thank you.
Tell him the whole thing, Jeff.
However, the woman is given the benefit of any difficulties arising out of such a relationship. For instance, should you die, as a wife, she is entitled to share in the husband's estate.
Well, why should she wait? I'll give her 1 room of furniture and my pivot tooth now.
Furthermore, should the woman care to halt this relationship and marry someone else, she is entitled to do so. Peterson versus Peterson, Adams versus Kelly, and Gimbel versus New Pennsylvania Coal Company.
I didn't know they were going together. You're supposed to be my best friend, and you tell her a thing like that?
David, I have never taken advantage of our friendship by word or deed. And it's only because you're standing here that I can now ask Anne... Anne, would you care to have dinner with me tomorrow night?
Where, Jeff?
And don't go with him. Come to dinner with me. I'll spare no expense. You can name your own drive-in.
Where shall we go, Jeff?
Anne, I'm asking you to come to your senses and marry me tomorrow. If you have dinner with him tomorrow instead, well, this is final. We're through.
What time, Jeff?
All right, we're through, Anne. From now on, we're just friends. Just ships that pass in the night. And if Jeff is ever with you, make sure he's convoyed.
Well, that's not necessary. The store club all right, Jeff?
Anywhere you say. I'll call for you at 8.
That'll be fine. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Ann.
Good night.
Well, David?
Comparing yourself with Hinkle as a football player. You couldn't carry Hinkle's water bucket.
Sorry you feel that way, old man. Good night.
On second thought, maybe you could, you 2-quart drip.
Who is it? Who is it?
Elevator boy, ma'am.
Sure enough?
Sure enough, elevator boy. Ha, ha, ha. Fooled you, huh?
Yeah, but the boy's name is O'Brien.
Oh! My nose, my nose!
What's the matter?
You hit my nose with the door.
So I did. It's bleeding, too. Good night.
Well, now, I'll tell you. When a man comes to the club for one night, that's nothing. When he comes back all week, that's trouble. Go ahead, Dave. Take another drink.
Hey, Benson, are you sure this is good for nosebleed?
Oh, best thing. I always use it, but then, I don't know, I use it for everything. Oh, that reminds me, I got to make a call.
I'm kind of a dummy, you know.
Uh-huh.
The worst thing I could do is chase her. Let her have a week or 10 days without me. After 10 days with her mother, even I'll look good.
Uh-huh.
She's used to me. She can never even get to sleep until I get home. I'm just her big box of Ovaltine.
Oh, hello. Hello, Gloria. Well, hiya, Gloria. Oh, yeah, and I'm kissing you back. Huh? Jimmy? This is no Jimmy. This is Jackie. Yeah, wonderful girl, Dave. Society girl. Real class. Say, Gloria, how about tomorrow night? Atta girl. Listen, I got a friend. How about Gertrude? Oh, you like Gertrude, Dave.
Me, Gertrude?
Oh, this is a great fella, Gloria. Society fella, real class. Put Gertie on.
Say, I don't think I better.
Oh, now, don't be a sap. She's beautiful. Hello, Gertie. Listen, I got you a great little dinner partner for tomorrow night, but he kind of needs cheering up. You know what I mean? Okay. Here, she wants to talk to you, Dave.
Oh, me? Well, oh. Hello, Gertie. Hey, she's kissing at me.
Well, kiss her back.
Well, I don't know her.
Oh, it's all for laughs. She's a great kid.
Oh, well. Huh? Well, how can you tell you're crazy about me? Oh, it's just an average voice. Yes, I used to sing a little.
Give me the phone. What did I tell you, Gertie, huh? Great fella, huh? 8 o'clock? Where shall we make it, Dave?
A stork club.
How about the stork club? Okay. Goodbye. Oh, wait till you see them, Dave. They're terrific. Real society girls.
You know, she said she liked my voice.
Good evening, sir. Are you looking for someone?
Yeah, the Chuck Benson party.
Yes, sir. They're expecting you right this way.
Hey, David, my boy.
Hey, Chuck.
Well, here he is, girls, in the flesh. Hiya, Dave.
Hi, Chuck.
Girls, I want you to meet Dave. Dave, this is a girl.
Hello, big boy.
Hiya, Toots. What's been keeping you? Sit down and park the body.
Hey, Chuck, is this, are these...
Why, sure. This is the young lady who liked your voice, Dave.
Young lady. You can get 6 to 1 in the winter book. She doesn't finish out the winter.
Gloria O'Day and Gertie Schultz. Gertie's for you, Dave.
Oh, thanks.
Come on, tall, dark, and ski-nose. Sit down, slap on the feed bag.
Well, look, isn't this a little crowded? Can't we go to some quieter place where it's darker?
Hold it, Cookie. We're eating first. Have you ever been here?
Often. That's why I want to go to a dark place.
I don't get it.
Well, food doesn't agree with my stomach, so I get even on it. I don't let it see what I'm eating.
Oh, you got an upset stomach, huh? I wonder what could have done it.
Are you kidding?
Hey, waiter, bring the bottle here and leave it, will you?
Yes, madam.
Some kid, huh, Dave?
Let him talk for himself. Well, why don't you say something?
I will. I'm trying to find a way to clean it up.
Say, take a gander at this menu.
Yeah, it's written all in French.
Just putting on the dog for the fancy prices. Look, oofs. That's eggs.
What's that?
Oofs, it's eggs. No kidding, I was here once before.
Say, it's awfully hot in here, Chuck. I know a place that's cool.
Now, listen, don't rush it. We're stuck for the cover charge anyway. Now, take it easy, Dave.
Jeff, isn't that David over there?
Where, Ann? Oh, yes, it is.
Who's he with? Is that girl a client of yours?
No, I never saw her before.
Cute, isn't she? A little muscular, but cute.
Say, he knew we were coming here. He's just trying to make you jealous. See, he's looking this way now.
Well, just ignore him. Laugh, Jeff.
What?
Well, laugh. Make him think we're having a good time.
Oh.
Oh, Jeff, you're wonderful.
Yeah.
I just adore the things you say. Trying to make me jealous, is he? Oh, with that lady wrestler he's got with him. I'd like to tell him what I think of him.
But I thought you were going to ignore him.
I am, as a matter of fact. I'm going over there and ignore him with a large plate.
Anne, come back. Anne.
Excuse me, I've got to leave.
Oh, sit down, Dave. Sit down.
Sure, sit down.
I can't. Look, my nose is bleeding. I have to go home. Get out.
Oh, his nose is bleeding.
Yeah.
He can't leave like
Now,
that.
take it easy, Dave.
Let go.
I got a cure for nosebleed. Lay him out on the table.
Oh,
Chuck.
no.
Yeah, on the table, Dave.
No, stop it.
Give me a cold knife.
Yeah,
Let
cold
go.
knife. Up you go. There we are.
A cold knife. Give me a cold knife.
Let me up.
Bertie'll fix you, Dave. Now lay down.
Oh, listen.
What's the matter here? Some drunk got punched in the nose.
Oh, let me out of here.
Hello, David.
Anne.
Anything I can do for you?
Oh, it's all a mistake. You see, this girl...
Oh, yes, I think she's rather pretty. Is that her own hair, or has somebody been unraveling a cigar?
Stand back, sister. Who do you think you are?
Oh, listen, she's my...
I know what she is. Trying to move in on my guy, huh? Go on, beat it.
Of course. Good night, David. Have a nice hangover.
Oh.
Here you are, honey. This cold knife will fix you up.
Yeah, just cut my throat with it.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Bob Hope and Carol Lombard in Act 3 of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. And now, while we're waiting, let's listen in on a typical late afternoon scene at the Joneses.
Mary Lou, please stop playing with that horrible thing. Let Mommy give you your bath. Mary Lou, give Mommy that whirligig this instant. Now listen, dear, please. You know Mommy has to have time for her beauty bath, too. A nice warm bath with a nice fresh cake of Lux soap. Oh, goodness, this feels good, all this creamy, active lather. It feels so sort of soothing some way. And oh, but it leaves such a wonderful fragrance on my skin. There's certainly nothing like a Lux soap beauty bath to make me feel like new, even after such a hectic day as this. Now a good rub down, clean things, and I'll be fresh as a daisy.
Hello, honey. Ah, here she is, all dressed up and looking mighty sweet, too. Well, looks like I'll have to have a kiss right now. Darling.
Clever woman, Mrs. Jones. Far too clever to let her husband find her after his hard day, worn, cross, and disheveled. She knows she can depend on Lux Toilet Soap's creamy, active lather to carry away perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt. Make her sure of perfect daintiness, the charm that men adore. Leave her skin delicately perfumed, too, with a fragrance that clings. Why don't you adopt this delightful way to make sure of daintiness, of skin that's sweet? A daily Lux Toilet Soap beauty bath is a luxury that you'll enjoy. An inexpensive luxury, for Lux Toilet Soap costs only a few cents, especially if you buy it 3 cakes at a time, the economical way. Get 3 cakes tomorrow. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone. The curtain rises on the third act of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. For a solid week, David has been following Anne. By night, by day, by taxicab, by ferryboat, he's trailed her jealously. And now the trail has led, of all places, to David's office.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Hello, where's my wife?
Well, she...
She came up here. I saw her. Where is she, in my office?
No, sir. She's in Mr. Custer's office.
Oh.
Mr. Custer's parents just arrived from the South. They surprised him.
You mean they're in there now?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Very charming.
That's very fine. Hello, David.
Hello, Jeff. Excuse me just a minute, folks. Jeff, what are we going to do about poor old Conley? His case is coming up
Why,
soon.
you must be David Smith.
Jefferson's partner.
Folks, this is David Smith. My parents, David.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
I'm happy to know you.
Pleasure's all ours.
And, dear, this is Mr. Smith, Jefferson's partner. Miss Ann Krausheimer, Mr. Smith.
Oh, we met some time ago.
Yes, we used to be roommates.
Sit right down, my boy. Sit right down. We'll get acquainted at once. You know, Mr. Smith, Mother and I just met Ann. And we find out now that she and Jeff are both mighty sweet on each other.
Ashley.
Why, David probably knows it better than we do, don't you, David?
Well, if it wasn't for me, they'd never even gotten together. I played Cupid. Caught cold doing it.
Oh, that's so romantic.
Any of your family from the South, Miss Krausheimer?
Well, no, not exactly. But in the Civil War, I had a relative in the North who didn't fight at all. He was a slacker.
A great many Northerners saw it that way, ma'am, and I gave them credit.
You know what I was thinking?
What, Mrs. Custer?
If two people wanted to go on a honeymoon, they could take the boat to New Orleans and motor right up through the South to our home.
A boat's a wonderful place for two people.
Oh, that wouldn't be so good for Ann, would it, dear? Remember how sick you got when we took the night boat to Albany?
Shut up.
No, she's not a very good sailor, Jeff, and I can give you some practical advice. Just put her to bed and put a hot water bottle on her stomach and hold it there no matter how she hollers. That settles her stomach.
He considers himself quite a medical authority.
Yes.
Well, how do you like New York, Mrs. Custer?
Oh, all right for a visit, but I wouldn't want to live here.
Anyway, we're not staying here. We're on our way to Lake Placid.
Oh, great idea. I was thinking of getting away for some winter sports myself. That reminds me, Ann, shouldn't my laundry be back? I'm all out of shorts.
Are you?
Yes, and lately I've been caught in the draft.
Ann kind of took care of his things around the house.
Little household things.
Jefferson, may I see you in private, please? Come, Mother.
Jeff, dear.
Coming, Mother. I'll be right back, Ann. Excuse me. Now, listen, Dad.
Listen to me.
I know
there's something I have to...
Hello?
Are you satisfied now? Are you satisfied to take two fine people like that whose whole life are wrapped up in their son and make them unhappy?
Well, what about me being unhappy? My whole life was wrapped up in you, then you, the paper, and the string all walk out on me.
All you ever think about is yourself. I can't see how you could have been associated with Jeff so long and not have picked up some of his fine qualities.
What's fine about them?
Well, he's simple and kind and gentle.
You can leave out those last two words. And since when were you so crazy about this gentle act? Shall I recall for you how I got the scar on my chin? With a bed lamp. Now listen, Ann.
I'm sorry, David, but you're wasting your time.
Ann, you can't marry that lawyer, not after what we've meant to each other.
I'm going to marry him. If you try to interfere again, I'll...
Ann.
Oh, Jeff, is it all right?
No, not yet, but it will be. We're going to meet them at Lake Placid.
Oh, Jeff.
Now, don't worry. And as for you, David, you're not playing the game, old man.
I resent that. I am playing the game, old man. Of course, I'm using loaded dice.
Their cabins are right over here, sir.
Which is Miss Krausheimer's cabin?
Number 10, sir, there. Number 9 is Mr. and Mrs. Custer, and number 8 is Mr. Jefferson Custer. It's pretty far from the main lodge out here, but it's nice and quiet. Now, can I show you the other cabin?
No, thanks. That's all. I'll wait for Miss Krausheimer.
Yes, sir. But I think everybody's out skiing, sir, and...
Fine. Go ahead, son. I'll wait for them right here.
Mr. Smith, you're not going to sit down in the snow.
Why not? I like to sit in the snow. My whole family sat in the snow.
Your whole family?
Well, my brother was a midget. He sat on ice cubes.
But...
Go away, will you? This is a free country, isn't it? If I want to sit in the snow, let me sit in the snow. I'm a penguin. So what? Go on, beat it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, Jeff, it was glorious. The snow smelled so wonderful.
No one can smell snow, Ann.
I can. Jeff, who's that?
Where?
Well, someone's lying there in the snow.
Oh.
He seems to be sick.
Jeff, it's David.
Oh.
Oh, he must have fainted.
Stand back, dear.
Oh, look at him. He looks terribly ill.
He seems to have quite an even pulse.
Oh.
Well, don't let him soak there. Carry him into your cabin.
All right. Grab his legs, Ann.
Oh, I got him. Well, go easy now, Jeff. Easy.
Right.
Oh, what could have happened to him? Oh, look out for his head.
Yes.
Oh, poor David.
He'll be all right now. Don't worry.
Well, he doesn't seem to be breathing.
And control yourself.
Put him on the bed.
Lift now. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, he's frozen. Look at him. He's blue with cold.
Well, he's breathing fine now. I think a few hours' sleep will bring him around.
Do you really think so?
Sure. Come on now, old man. Wake up, old man.
We'll go away the first 2 weeks in December.
What did he say?
I don't know.
The first 2 weeks in December.
What's he mean?
Oh, we were coming up here the first 2 weeks in December.
Oh, you'll be crazy about it, Ann. 2 weeks in the snow. We'll have a lot of fun. Look out, Ann. Don't fall now.
Oh, he thinks we're skiing.
You're very graceful, Ann. Don't go so fast next time. I don't want you to get hurt.
Oh, isn't that terrible?
Watch out for the tree. Watch out.
Jeff, look, he's opening his eyes.
Hello, David. Hello, old man.
Hello, Ann.
No. No, David, this is Jeff.
I'm Ann, David, here.
Oh, hello, Jeff. Don't you think Ann needs a shave?
Say, he's in bad shape.
David, don't you remember me? Try and think, David. This is Annie.
This is Jeff, your old school chum, Jefferson.
Jefferson. I'll never forget you in that little blue dress.
I don't get it.
Well, that's the dress I was wearing when I met him. I told you about me. He liked me in that.
Look, he's closing his eyes again. I think we ought to let him rest.
Well, what's the matter? That's not the rattle, is it?
I don't think so. I wish I could hear it again. No, he's just clearing his throat.
Oh, he looks awful. Oh, David.
Easy now, Ann. Let him sleep a few hours.
Well, do you think we ought to leave him?
Oh, he'll be all right. Come on outside. I want to talk to you. Ann.
Yes, Jeff?
Ann, a woman can't control herself entirely by her head. You've had 3 years with David, and whether you realize it or not, there's a bond between you that's not easily broken.
Well, people get divorced. Jeff, I'm worried
It's true
about...
that I think you'd be better off with me, but, well, I'll tell you what I'd like you to do. Take back your promise to marry me and think about it for a few days.
Jeff, I don't think a person ever existed as fine and generous as you are. Don't you think we ought to see how David's getting along?
We'll only wake him.
Well, I'll see if he's still asleep. I'll look through the window.
Well?
Why,
What's the matter?
Look at him. He's sitting up. He's a faker. I'll kill him for this.
Easy, Ann, easy.
Well, let me at him.
Ann.
You wait out here. I want to take care of this alone.
Wait a minute. He's lying down again.
Acting. I'll show him some acting.
Ann, don't bother with him.
Let me alone. I'll be right back. David?
Oh.
Oh, poor David. You're so sick, aren't you?
Oh.
David, please look at me. I'm so sorry for everything, darling. I've treated you horribly. Your poor face is so thin and worn.
Oh.
That scar on your chin, I did that. I picked up a bed lamp and I hit you with it. Like this!
Oh,
Yeah, that woke you up, didn't it?
My head, you've cut. What's the matter with
I'll
you?
tell you, you've been found out, you beast. I should have known it was all too convenient your being up here.
Look here, Ann.
A big sympathy act, coming up here and pretending you're on a bat.
I love you, Ann.
Listen to me, David. You pick up and get out of here. I don't ever want to lay eyes on you again. You're just making a nuisance of yourself.
Oh, am I?
Yes, and get your hands off
Ann,
me.
I don't care what you say. I tell you, you're in love with me.
I tell you, you're crazy.
And I'm not going to give up till the last minute.
This is the last minute.
You're mine and you belong to me. You couldn't have anything to do with that pile of fried chicken out there.
Well, that's what you think. He's twice the man you'll ever be, and we're going to get married.
Okay. If that's the way you want it, I won't stand in your way. I've done all I can. But now I'm through. I'm all washed up. Go ahead. Marry the guy, and I hope you'll be very, very unhappy.
Thank you.
There's only one thing I'd like to say to you before I leave. You're a spoiled, selfish brat, and I'd like to take you across my knee and give you what you deserve.
Ha!
I should have done it years ago.
You just try it.
Maybe if I had, you'd know how to behave.
Get away from me.
Put that lamp down.
Make me.
All right, I'll make you.
Let me go. Put me down. Put me down. Do you hear?
I'll teach you, young lady.
Yeah.
Just what is this?
Put me down. Oh, Jeff, he was going to choke me.
He was.
Come on, Jeff. Join the fun.
Here, you take a lamp too, Jeff.
I don't need a lamp.
You'd better take it, because I'm thinking of taking one.
I forgive you, David. I forgive you for everything.
Jeff, you're not going to hit him?
No, Ann. I've always thought that violence shows a lack of character.
You mean you're not going to do anything to him?
Would you respect me more if I knocked him down?
Would I, you big blubber? What kind of a man are you? How could you be in love with a woman and let someone manhandle her?
Hello, son.
You ought to be a shame.
Hello, Dad.
Did you have a nice day,
You
Jeff?
call yourself a man.
Hello, Mother.
You're nothing but a coward.
What's this?
You and your fancy ideals.
Jeff, dear.
That's what you are, a coward. Why, he's only half your size. I bet he could lick you with one hand behind his back.
Jeff.
Anne, do you realize you're raising your voice?
Certainly I'm raising my voice.
Go on, I've been married to her. She starts at that pitch.
I never saw you acting like this. I thought you were a gentle type of girl.
Very gentle. All you have to do is hold her off with a whip and a chair.
Jefferson, I forbid you to marry this woman.
You forbid him to marry me?
No, Anne.
Listen to me, you stuffed shirt. Even a mouse has enough backbone to fight sometime. You know, taking your hat off in an elevator doesn't make you a man. You can teach a monkey to do that. And I'll take a monkey any day, whether he's a dipsomaniac or beats his wife than a lump of well-bred jelly.
Atta girl.
But I'm not taking you, brother. Now let me out of here. Let me out of here before I forget I'm a lady.
That was one of her quieter moments. Anne, are you in there? Anne, I'm coming in.
Get out of here.
Hello.
Did you hear me?
What are you doing with those skis?
I'm going skiing.
At this time of night, don't be silly. You haven't even got a rear light. Take them off.
They're on and they're staying on. I'm spending the night at the lodge.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Why don't you spend the night here?
Not on your life, brother. Would you mind handing me that sweater, please?
I would. Get it yourself.
I can't. I've got my skis on.
Well, then get a ball of wool and start knitting one.
Okay, I'll get it.
Very graceful. You look like a stork that just came in for a forced landing.
Now, Mr. Smith, good night.
Good night. You're not doing me any favor staying here. I'd just soon you'd get out.
Well, we see eye to eye.
Wait a minute. You can't ski with your strap loose. I'll fasten it for you.
Get away.
Don't be silly. I'm just going to help you get out. Here, sit down. That's right.
Well, now, just a minute.
Now, put your feet up here. Good.
Well, listen, I can't sit with my feet up in the air.
Why? I think you look very comfortable.
David Smith, let me up out of here.
Can't you move?
Of course I can't. My skis are crossed. Get me up out of this chair.
Troublesome things, those skis. You're quite sure you just can't get up by yourself?
I just told you.
Fine, then we can talk a while.
David Smith, I'm warning you.
In the first place, I ought to tell you that we're still married. Mind if I take off my tie?
Now, listen.
Gimbel versus the New Pennsylvania Coal Company doesn't hold in this case since we're concerned chiefly with the Idaho and Nevada statutes. So, you see, I'll hang my shirt over here.
Let me up.
So, you see, you're still my lawful wife. I looked up all this legal tangle, and that man Deaver was all wrong. Our marriage was and is perfectly legal. Now.
I'm warning you, I'll kill you in cold blood. Someday when your back is turned, I'll stab you. Let me up. I'll scream, I tell you.
Go on, scream. Louder. Go on, bang your feet. See what good it does you. Go ahead, great. But you're my wife. And you're going to stay right here whether you like it or not. How do you like that?
Oh, my ski fell off. See that? You said I couldn't get away, see? My ski fell off.
Well?
Well, David, put it on again.
Anne.
Two talented stars and two delightful people gave us a delightful evening in the Lux Radio Theater. And here they are, Carol Lombard and Bob Hope.
Oh, thank you, C.B. And Carol, would you mind giving me an autographed picture to take home? I want to prove to the gang in my program that I really wasn't a play with you.
Oh, glad to, Bob. How do you want it inscribed?
Oh, just something simple, like to the finest actor in Hollywood.
Oh, I thought it was for you. Do you really think you're Hollywood's greatest actor, Bob?
Well, I'd rather not answer that, Mrs. Gable. Say, that reminds me. That reminds me about the road to Zanzibar.
What reminds you?
Oh, anything at all, C.B. I've got a great idea. Would you like to hear some of the best parts of the road to Zanzibar?
But, Bob, I've seen the picture.
Well, then, would you care to reminisce?
Bob, I haven't seen the road to Zanzibar yet. Tell me, how is it?
How is the road to Zanzibar?
Yes.
You know, I've always dreamed about moments like this. Well, I really had a swell time here, C.B., and I'd like to have both you and Carol come over to my program and try the Pepsi.
Remember what I told you, Bob. This is the Lux Radio Theater.
Oh, but couldn't I just say...
But while you two are playing tag, I'd like to say just a word about Lux soap. I've used it for years, and I think it's grand. It's such a gentle complexion care and really a wonderful help in keeping skin smooth. Now, I may have told your audience this before, Mr. DeMille, but I haven't changed my mind one bit about Lux soap.
And you never will, Carol. Lux soap keeps its friends for life.
Well, now, before you tell us about next week's show, C.B., couldn't I get in one quick mention of Pepsi?
Now, Bob.
CB, my sponsor's listening.
What about it?
Well, if I don't mention the product, he starts playing yo-yo with my option. So all I'm asking is just to say Pepsi.
Yes, Bob. Yes. I understand. And next week in the Lux Radio Theater, we go Western. With a current screen success and the original stars of the picture, Loretta Young, Robert Preston, and Edward Arnold. The play is The Lady from Cheyenne. It's adapted from Frank Lloyd's Universal production. A rousing story of the Wyoming frontier in the days before women could vote, and how a beautiful school teacher outwits the whole state legislature to win the ladies the right to vote.
You can count me in on the audience with a cast like that, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Good night, Carol. Your performance was really wonderful.
Oh, CB, aren't you forgetting somebody?
Well, if I am, Bob, I'm just being kind.
Oh, wait a minute, CB. I appeal to the women listeners. I leave it to Carol. Don't I, Carol, appeal to the women listeners? Well, I appeal to the men listeners, don't I, CB? Well, there are 16 million kids in this country. Good night.
Good night. Hollywood has a word for stars like you two. Colossal. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young, Robert Preston, and Edward Arnold in The Lady from Cheyenne. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The United Service Organizations, the huge civilian army behind our Army and Navy, are conducting a drive that should have the backing of every loyal American. There is a USO headquarters in your community, and they'll be glad to tell you how you can help in this great work. Bob Hope will be heard on the Luella Parsons program over this same network next Friday night in a preview of his new Paramount picture, Caught in the Draft. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Roig. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, April 26th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Irene Dunn and Robert Taylor in Magnificent Obsession. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Irene Dunn and Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's sensational personality, Robert Taylor, with Pedro de Cordova, Sarah Hayden, and Barbara Kent. Our guests, Dr. Lloyd C. Douglas, author of Magnificent Obsession and other best-selling novels, and John Arnold, head of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Camera Department and president of the American Society of Cinematographers. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. On behalf of our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, welcome to Hollywood and the Lux Radio Theater. A girl can't be too young to start guarding her complexion. There's Deanna Durbin, for instance, the girl who made an overnight hit in Universal's Three Smart Girls. She's only 14, but already she's protecting her complexion the Lux Toilet Soap way. Here's what Deanna Durbin says about this gentle soap. I like Lux Toilet Soap, too. I see all the grown-up actresses using it, and Mother says I can't begin too young to take the best care of my complexion. Grown-ups use Lux Toilet Soap to guard against cosmetic skin, dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarged pores. Its active lather removes cosmetics thoroughly, keeps skin clear and smooth. Try it for yourself and see. And now, our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. From boyhood to the moment that Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer discovered him in Pomona College, it was the ambition of Robert Taylor to follow in the footsteps of his physician father. Today, though perched on the highest pinnacle of motion picture stardom, Bob still attends medical lectures and believes that medicine is the finest career in the world. It's something of a coincidence, therefore, that this amazingly popular young actor should have made his first marked success on the screen as a physician, first in Society Doctor,
Then in tonight's play, Magnificent Obsession. Bob's father was a country doctor who left his son little more tangible than his books and a creed of life. But Bob has clung to that creed, in spite of the whirl that has spun him steadily higher to international fame. Written by Hugh Walpole, the words are, "Blessed be all sorrows, torments, hardships, endurances that demand courage. Make of me a man, to be ready for everything. Love, friendship, success, to take it if it comes, to care nothing if these things are not for me. Make me brave." Magnificent Obsession was written by Dr. Lloyd C. Douglas, who speaks to us later. Playing opposite Robert Taylor, currently seen in Personal Property, and whom we hear shortly as Bob Merrick, is Irene Dunn in the role of Helen Hudson. Great actresses are rarities, but Miss Dunn is a rarity among great actresses. Superb in drama, brilliant in song, she has in the last few months shown the world a brand of refreshing comedy which has proved her one of Hollywood's most versatile divinities. From the original screencast, we bring you Sarah Hayden in the role of Nancy Ashford, while Barbara Kent is heard as Joyce Hudson and Pedro de Cordova as Randolph. We welcome our international audience and the crowd that waited for hours on Hollywood Boulevard to attend tonight's play. The doors close, and the curtain slowly rises as the Lux Radio Theater presents Irene Dunn and Robert Taylor in Magnificent Obsession. Dr. Wayne Hudson, an eminent brain specialist, died one midsummer evening. Died by drowning in the lake near his sanatorium. His death was a shock to the world, especially to those in the field of medicine. It's late at night now, and we're in an office of the sanatorium. Deeply conscious of a great loss, Nancy Ashford, the head nurse, is speaking to one of the younger girls.
The routine of the hospital will go on as usual. Dr. Hudson would have wanted it that way.
Yes, Mrs. Ashford.
Have the other nurses take their regular room assignments for the night. Tell them to be especially careful not to disturb the patients.
Yes, ma'am.
Or Evelyn.
I can't help it. Everyone loved him so. He was so kind.
I know, dear. But we have a hospital to take care of. Patients who need us.
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to take room 417 tonight.
Robert Merrick?
Yes.
I won't. I can't.
Evelyn.
It was his fault Dr. Hudson died. It was all his fault.
You don't know what you're saying.
I do. If we'd had the pulmotor for the doctor, he'd have lived. But we didn't have it. It was being used.
Stop it.
It was on the other side of the lake being used to save Bob Merrick. Bob Merrick!
Evelyn, stop it.
He lived, and the doctor had to die.
You mustn't feel that way. It wasn't Robert Merrick's fault. It wasn't anyone's fault. I know you feel badly. We all do. It's just the way things happen sometimes.
Mrs. Hudson?
Yes?
My name is Perry.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Perry? I've been expecting you. Sit down, please.
I dislike coming so soon after the funeral, but...
It's quite all right. Business matters can't wait very well, can they?
Well, no, especially this one, Mrs. Hudson.
Yes. Well, Mr. Perry?
Oh, forgive me, please. I had no idea you were so young.
I was my husband's second wife. We'd only been married a short while.
Yes, I know.
I have a stepdaughter, only a year younger. But go on, please.
Well, as you probably know, Mrs. Hudson, I was your husband's financial advisor. And since his death, I've been going over the books very carefully. You know, it seems almost incredible, Mrs. Hudson, but there's very little left.
I see.
He never kept much of a balance at the hospital. Everything was transferred to his personal account. But look at these withdrawals. Cash $5,000. Cash $2,000. Cash $10,000. Have you any idea what these were for?
My husband was always a very generous man.
You mean he gave this money away?
Well, I don't know the details, but scores of people have been coming here to the house, and they all tell me the same story. At some time in their lives, my husband befriended them, helped them, gave them money. When they tried to pay him back, he refused to take it. He said he couldn't take it back that he had used it all up.
Used it all up. That's strange. What did he mean?
I don't know. No one seems to know.
Helen?
Oh, yes. What is it, Joyce?
Mrs. Ashford has to go back to the hospital. She's leaving now.
Oh, I thought she was staying. Will you excuse me, Mr. Perry?
Of course.
Who is he, Helen?
His name is Perry. He had something to do with your father's finances.
Oh.
Helen, I wanted to say goodbye.
Oh, yes, of course, Nancy. I'll drive up to see you soon. I hope so. Oh, here, before I forget, I've got a letter for you. Oh, thank you, dear. It came to the hospital this morning. I thought I'd better bring it out. Joyce, it's another one.
Another?
Yes, listen. I was a friend of your husband's. He helped me once, many years ago, but he would never let me repay him. If ever I can be of service to you, do not hesitate to call on me. It's signed, Randolph.
Randolph? I don't think I ever heard Dad mention him.
I can't take it back. I've used it all up. What? Nancy, did you ever hear Dr. Hudson say anything like that?
I can't say I have.
Dear, if I only knew what it meant.
Well, I've got to hurry. They've just called me again.
What's the matter? Is there anything wrong at the hospital?
Oh, it's that young idiot, Bob Merrick. He's having another tantrum, threatening to leave.
Should think you'd be glad to get rid of him. And I think if it hadn't been for him, the greatest heart that ever beat in this world would be beating tonight. Well, I hate him. I hate him. I hate him.
Look, nurse, I don't want to be inquisitive, but what's this on my breakfast tray?
It's a poached egg. The doctor ordered it.
Yeah, why didn't he eat it?
Please, Mr. Merrick. It's the same breakfast we serve all the other patients.
Sure, that's why they're still in here. I've been in 5 weeks, but I'm hanged if I'll stay another.
Get back in that bed. Mrs. Ashford. Oh, Mrs. Ashford.
Mr. Merrick.
Hiya, Toots. Where are my pants?
You can go, Evelyn.
Yes, ma'am.
Get back into that bed, please, or I'll have to call the house doctor.
I want to be discharged.
I'd love to be the first to pack you off, but your temperature is 101. Your pulse beat is abnormal. You're still very weak. And your grandfather, who pays all the bills, would be furious.
Tell you what I'll do. I'll compromise. Bring me a highball.
It'll raise your fever.
Oh, tell me, Warden, what do they give nurses instead of a heart?
An ice bag.
You know, I can believe that. Say, Mrs. Ashford, you look like a pretty good sport. I want to ask you something. And I want you to ask yourself the same question. Is it my fault that my life was saved and Dr. Hudson was drowned?
How did you... The nurses were under strict orders.
Oh, no. They didn't tell me. They're not that human. But I have eyes and ears. What I want to know is it my fault they were using their lung machine on me when they needed it for him?
Of course not. But the staff has been under a strain. They loved and honored Dr. Hudson. We all did.
I know. You're asking yourselves what right I have to be alive and Dr. Hudson dead, isn't that so? Well, then, what right have you or anyone else to pass judgment on what kind of people have a right to live?
That's true. If such an attitude has prevailed in this hospital, you have a right to be indignant.
No, I'm not indignant about that. I'm indignant because I feel the same way.
What?
Sure. I know I'm not worth anything, let alone a great man's life. It's a darn shame the wrong guy had to go. There it is. We all have to make the best of it. He's dead. I'm alive. We're both out of luck.
Please, Mr. Merrick, you mustn't talk like that.
Well, it's true, isn't it? Now that I've apologized for being alive, what about having me pardoned so that I can get out of here?
I'm sorry, but you can't leave yet.
Is that final?
Final.
You'll regret this, Mrs. Ashford.
You'll regret it more if you leave. I'll come and see you again this evening.
Final, huh? Hello. I want Elm 302. What? It's my house. Can't I speak to my own butler? I ought to have some rights around here. All right, then. Come and see me this evening. Hello? Hello, Horace. Now, look, Horace, this is Mr. Merrick. I want a car. A car, an automobile. Yes, I want it left at the gate of the hospital. Well, sure I'm leaving. Yes, I thought you'd like to be the first one to know, Horace. Now, listen, bring me a suit and a shirt and a pair of shoes and leave them in the car. Horace, come on, stop loafing. I want to get as far away from Brightwood Hospital as I can.
Sorry, sir, but there seems to be a car stopped in the middle of the road up ahead.
Oh, yes, and it damsel standing beside it. A damsel in distress, Horace.
Shall I stop, sir?
Well, how can I tell yet? Let me get a good look at her.
Very good, sir.
Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's the matter with you, Horace? Don't you know beauty when you see it? Good evening. Can I be of any assistance?
I'm afraid I'm so.
Well, you picked a nice spot. I think you've managed to find the last unpaved road in Westchester, and the exact spot farthest from a service station in either direction.
Oh, I was afraid of that.
What's wrong?
Well, I haven't the vaguest idea.
How about gas?
No, it's not that. I just had the tank filled before I left town.
What town?
Well, New York, naturally.
You're from New York? Well, now, isn't that a coincidence? So am I. Isn't it a small world?
Really, I would like to get this car started. Do you think you could do something to make it go?
Well, now, let me see.
Anything I can do, sir?
Yes, that's an idea. Excuse me a moment, will you?
Of course.
Horace.
Yes, sir?
Find a service station and take your time.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir.
Well, that ought to fix it.
Is your man going for help?
Yes.
And in the meantime, isn't there anything you could do?
Well, I don't know now. How about taking out the spark plugs?
Taking out the spark plugs.
Well, you never can tell. I've heard certain mechanics say, your car will never be sound till you've had out all the spark plugs removed. You know, the spark plug is the appendix of a motor, an unnecessary thing. Have out your spark plugs now while your car is still in the pink. Don't wait for it to break down completely.
Oh, I see. Oh, but I really have an appointment. Couldn't you do something? Maybe if you pushed it, it might kind of catch on.
I'm ashamed to admit it, but I don't know a thing about motors. What do you say if we just sit here by the road and talk till the man comes back? Huh?
Well, I wasn't exactly counting on an evening of conversation in the open air.
Oh, but what could be nicer? Where could you find a more completely charming spot than this? Look at that moon up there. I'll bet it's never been so round or so radiant as it is tonight.
It is exquisite, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Exquisite.
The moon.
Oh, yes. I love nature. If you ask me, you were lucky to break down here in the center of Eden. I was lucky to happen along.
Yes, you certainly were. You've been a big help.
Well, I'm not much help, but they tell me I'm good company.
Well, I'm sure of that. But you see, I'm expected somewhere else.
Yeah, you know, I could like you.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Of course, I'd have to see lots and lots of you for a while to make sure.
Oh, sure, you wouldn't want to make any mistakes.
No, I hate divorces. And then there'd be the children to think of, too. What's your name?
Was that important?
Well, of course names are important. Suppose we didn't have them. Think of the mix-ups with everybody going around yelling, hey, you! Now, mine's Bob, if you're interested.
Bob.
Mm-hmm. If you're still interested, the last name's Merrick.
Merrick.
Sure, what's the matter?
How far did you say it was to that service station?
I didn't. Where are you going?
I'm going to walk.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You can't
You
do
let
that.
me go.
Here, what's the matter with you?
Please.
Now, listen, you can't walk out on me like this. I don't even know who you are.
Would you really like to know?
Of course I would.
My name is Hudson. Mrs. Helen Hudson.
Hudson? Then, you're Dr. Hudson's?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I suppose you hate me.
I don't feel anything toward you. Let me go, please.
Good evening. Is Mrs. Hudson in?
No, sir, she's not.
She still lives here, doesn't she?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes.
Well, then I'll wait. Oh, by the way, did you give Mrs. Hudson my note?
Yes, sir. And that reminds me. I was unable to get an answer, so here's your $10 back. And the note, sir.
Didn't you even open it?
I don't know, sir. That's how I found it. In the wastebasket.
Oh, I see. All right, thank you.
The bank would like to do it, Mrs. Hudson, but I'm afraid we can't.
I know I'm overdrawn, but there ought to be a check-in from the hospital soon.
Well, then I'd advise you to wait, Mrs. Hudson.
Very well. Thank you.
Mrs. Hudson! Mrs. Hudson!
I beg your pardon.
Miracles do happen.
Really?
Yes, really. Here I stand looking at you. And a moment ago, I was surrendering my last illusion, vowing to hate the world forever.
Well, that's very unfortunate, Mr. Merrick, but I don't see how I could prevent you from doing that.
Oh, now, wait, please. My car is just across the street, and I've got to speak to you. Let me take you home.
No, I'm very sorry.
Oh, for the love of heaven, melt, Mrs. Hudson. Unbend, be human. Are you smiling? Are you actually smiling at me?
I'm on the verge of shrieking in hysterics.
Well, then come on before you change your mind.
Are you sure you know where I live?
Well, I ought to. I've been hanging around outside there for weeks, months.
What was it you wanted to talk to me about?
Oh, Mrs. Hudson, I had an amazing encounter last night. I ran into a man who preaches a theory that he learned from your husband.
Theory that he learned from...
Yes, from your husband. It seems that Dr. Hudson lived by theory, a profound formula for getting what he wanted out of life. Good Lord, of course he got you. Well, if I ever doubted it
Please,
before.
what are you talking about? What is the theory? Who was the man?
Well, his name's Randolph.
Randolph. Randolph. Oh, yes.
Yes, he's a stone cutter. Don't ask me how I met him. But we had a long talk. The theory is quite simple. Help people and don't tell, and you get the power to do the things you want to do.
When you do things for people, they can't pay you back. Is that it?
Well, that's part of it. Because when they're ready to pay you...
You've used it all up.
Yes. Well, when this man Randolph began to talk to me, I thought he was nuts. I couldn't help trying it out, though. It didn't work at first, and then, just when I was about to give myself a loud, bitter laugh, this happened.
What do you mean, this? You're merely taking me home against my will. And it seems to me you're going out of your way.
What do you mean, did I take the wrong turn back there?
Well, somewhere, that's obvious.
Now that you speak of it, this is an unfamiliar street.
A street, I call this a country road.
Yes, I guess you're right. Yes, sir, there's a cow. That substantiates your observation. It is a road, not a street.
Oh, now, come now, I really would like to get home if you don't mind.
Certainly, but aren't you interested in what I've been telling you?
Well, yes, I am. I'm terribly interested.
Well, then, can I see you again very soon? Shouldn't we do something about it, really?
Well, I'll see. I can't say now. Well, there's a road we can turn back on, I think.
We don't have to turn back, do we?
Yes, we do.
Now, there's a nice thing.
What's the matter?
Stop me if you've heard this one, but I think we run out of gas.
Oh, I should have known this would happen.
What are you doing?
I'm getting out. You're not out of gas, and I'm not in the mood for any more fooling.
You're behaving just like all those indignant, old-fashioned girls in the anecdotes, the ones who walk home.
Well, I am indignant.
Well, at any rate, you're not bored, are you?
Well, are you going to drive me home now, or aren't you?
Sure I am, but look at the view. It's positively Arcadian.
Excuse me?
Oh, now wait, I'll behave. Get back in the car.
No.
Mrs. Hudson. Look out! Look out! Helen!
Pick her up!
Get away. Helen! Oh, my God.
Oh, she just stepped out in the road. I tried to stop.
Here, quick, help me. We got to get her to the hospital.
Yes.
How long will it be, Nancy, before they know something?
I don't see how it can go on much longer. She's been on the table almost 2 hours.
Poor Helen. Why should this happen to her? What did she ever do to deserve this?
Oh, Joyce, dear, you mustn't. Come in. Mr. Merrick.
I've been waiting outside. I had to know. How is she?
How is she? You asked that. You, of all people. As if you hadn't been the cause of enough unhappiness.
No. Don't say that, please. It was an accident.
An accident.
Mrs. Ashford?
Oh, Dr. Ramsey. Is she all right?
She's going to live.
Oh, thank God.
But, well, I'm afraid she'll never see again.
Doctor.
Never see.
Do you hear that? Never see again. The rest of her life she'll be blind. And why? Because of you. Because of you.
Joyce, dear.
I don't care. It's true, isn't it? Why shouldn't he suffer, too? I want him to suffer. He's responsible. Go in there and look and see what you've done.
It is my fault. All of it. But you can't make me suffer any more than I'm suffering now.
You've been listening to Robert Taylor and Irene Dunn in the Lux Radio Theater's presentation of The Magnificent Obsession. Now, before we go on with our play, let's step outside to the stage door a minute. There's a blue roadster in the parking place behind the theater, and a pretty girl is in it. She seems a little annoyed.
Good grief, Eileen. Where have you been? I've been honking this horn for 20 minutes.
Oh, Bob. I tried to get in to see Irene Dunn without a ticket, but no luck. They're all filled up.
In a fine state you've got me in, waiting. I'm going out with Bill at 7:30. Now, how am I going to make it?
Phooey. You've got plenty of time.
Oh, have I? I was going to take a nap. I'm dead on my feet.
Gosh, I'm sorry. But look, I'll tell you something that's actually better than a nap. When I'm tired and I have a date to keep, I just slide into a warm, lathery Lux toilet soap bath and relax. You feel like a million when you get out. Leaves your skin so fragrant, too. Such a grand, expensive perfume.
Eileen knows her beauty baths all right. The perfume of Lux toilet soap is a blend of 34 costly ingredients. Yet Lux toilet soap is so inexpensive that anyone can afford to use it freely. And here's another thing. Its active lather removes perspiration, every last trace of dust and dirt from deep in the pores. That means it makes you sure of daintiness, sure your skin is sweet. Why don't you make a Lux toilet soap bath your daily beauty bath? You're sure to love this soap 9 out of 10 screen stars use. Mr. DeMille takes us back to our play.
We continue with Magnificent Obsession, starring Irene Dunn and Robert Taylor. Months have gone by. Months during which Helen has learned to feel her way hesitantly through the darkness of her life. Months which have seen a complete change in Bob Merrick. We find him in Randolph's little cottage near the hospital. Randolph, the stonecutter, has been enlarging on a theory. The theory of Dr. Hudson's formula for happiness.
Dr. Hudson was the best friend I ever had. He changed my whole life.
How?
Well, you see, for many years I was just an ordinary stonecutter, mechanically hacking out blocks with a compression chisel. But now, do you see this cast? I put it into marble. It's been accepted by the Metropolitan Museum.
Well, it's beautiful. You say you did this just because of Dr. Hudson and this theory of his?
His theory is a fact, my boy. A formula, precise and definite. You find people who need help, and you give them help.
You mean money?
Money's all right, and since you happen to have a lot of it. But other kinds of help are apt to be better still. But it must be given with absolute secrecy, and you must never let anybody repay you.
I'm afraid it's way beyond me.
Oh, it's really very simple. You've probably heard it many times. Now, in this Bible here, there's a page...
The Bible?
Oh, I don't think It's only a single page. Oh, I won't point it out to you. You must discover it for yourself. But the man whose life is recounted here by those who knew him was the one who originated this science of generating human power. And so successfully did he practice it that he is more alive today, burning in the hearts of men, than he was over 1,900 years ago when they nailed him to a cross.
Well, then, if I help people and I never let them repay me, I can have anything I want?
If you know what you want, my boy.
Oh, yes, I know what I want. I want someone, and I want to help her, too. It complicates things, doesn't it? I've got to do something, Nancy. She can't go on like this, always in darkness.
We've been doing things, Bob.
There's somebody who can help her. There must be. If necessary, we'll comb the world.
As a matter of fact, we were talking today about a man under whom Dr. Hudson studied. Dr. Brimmer.
Do you think he could do something?
There's a chance.
Well, then get him, Nancy.
We can't do that. He's in Berlin.
Then she must go to him. She must go at once.
That's not as simple as it sounds. It's very expensive.
You can't stop on account of money. I can take care of that.
Always ready to work your money miracle. Aren't you, Bob?
What else have I to offer? Nancy, do you think I could see her just once?
I don't know.
She wouldn't have to know who it was. I just want to see her again. Well?
She's teaching herself to read through her fingers. She takes a book to the park. She's there alone every morning.
Thank you, Nancy.
If you will but be mine, you shall dine on...
cherry, pie, pan, drink, nice, currant. Oh,
You dropped your book.
oh, thank you. I didn't know anyone was sitting near. Have you been here long?
Not so very.
I've been reading nursery rhymes. I'm a little embarrassed. You see, I've got to learn my ABCs all over again.
Is it so hard?
No, not when you get the hang of it. I rather enjoy it.
Well, it won't be long until you'll be reading Shakespeare, Shelley, Schopenhauer. They have them all, you know.
Really? How do you know?
Well, I'm interested in the Braille system.
Oh, are you a doctor?
Yes. Well, that's what I started out to be, but I haven't done much with it since I left college.
Oh, what a pity. I can't help wondering why you didn't go on with it.
Oh, I don't know. Unless I thought there were enough second-rate doctors in the world already.
Well, why not be a first-rate one?
No, there's so few of them. But what I wanted to say is, I have a friend who has a large library of Braille books. I know he'd be happy to let you have them. May I bring some tomorrow?
Oh, well, I hardly think tomorrow. Right now I have my hands pretty full with Mother Goose.
Yes, of course. But I'll see you again. There's
Yes.
lots of time.
Yes, what did you say your name was?
Robert.
Dr. Robert.
Yes.
Well, thanks for your interest, Dr. Robert.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is Mrs. Hudson in?
Who should I say is calling, please?
Oh, it's not important. I just wanted to know how she was.
Is that Dr. Robert, Susan? Ask him to come in.
Come in, please.
Oh, I don't think I'd better. Is Miss Joyce Hudson at home?
No, sir, she's not in.
Oh, well,
In the living room, Doctor.
thank you.
Dr. Robert.
Oh, now, please don't get up.
I recognize your voice.
Well, I was just passing. I thought I'd drop in and find out what's been keeping you indoors. You been ill?
No. Joyce had to go to New York on business for me, and she made me promise I wouldn't go out while she was away. But come on, sit down. My, I'm glad you've come. The most wonderful things have been happening.
Really? I'm glad to hear it.
You remember those bonds I told you about? The ones I thought were worthless?
Yes?
Well, they weren't. They're terribly valuable. And somebody's bought them from me. I don't know who. Anyway, Mr. Perry's invested the money in something else. Something that will give me an income for the rest of my life.
Oh, that's fine.
But that's not all. Listen to this. I'm going to Berlin.
Are you?
Yes, there's a man there, a Dr. Brimmer. He's going to look at my eyes. Of course, I could never afford to pay him. I suppose he's doing it as a tribute to what my husband stood for in the medical profession. Anyway, Nancy said it would be very ungrateful of me to refuse.
Refuse? You're not thinking of refusing.
Well, I have been a little. You see, I've had so many disappointments, and of course, if he agrees with the others that there's no hope.
Oh, but he won't. A man like Brimmer doesn't have disappointments. He'll be able to give you back your sight. I'm sure of it.
Oh, I hope you're right. For the sake of all those who've been so interested in me. For my own part, sometimes I think I've gained more than I've lost through my blindness.
Gained?
Mm-hmm. Things so fine and sensitive that I never even knew they were there before. Your friendship, for example. If I hadn't been blind, I might have missed that.
Has it meant so much to you?
So much.
Oh, I wish I deserved to have you say such a beautiful thing to me.
You do.
You might think differently if you saw me.
How could I? It wouldn't matter what you looked like. I see better now than I used to, really. I used to see only people's faces. Now I look into their hearts. Oh, but here, I'm getting maudlin. You'll still be the same kind friend. You won't change. I mean, if my trip is successful.
No, I won't change, ever.
Helen, where are you? Oh, it's Joyce.
Oh, I think I'd better go.
Oh, no, please. In here, Joyce. Oh, I want you to meet her. She's heard me talk about you so much.
Really,
Helen, dear, I just came. Oh, Joyce, darling. This is my friend, Dr. Robert.
How do you do?
Dr. Robert?
What's wrong, dear?
Are you the man who's been meeting Helen in the park, helping her to read, seeing her home?
Well, I tried to help a little.
Joyce, what is it? Do you know Dr. Robert?
No. No, I've never seen Dr. Robert before in my life.
All ashore that's going ashore. All ashore that's going
Goodbye,
Goodbye, Joyce. Goodbye, Helen, dear.
Goodbye, darling.
Nancy, are you sure he hasn't come? Dr. Robert?
I don't see him. Oh, perhaps he couldn't make it. Perhaps. I must go. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Nancy.
Bon voyage.
What is it?
The American papers, Fräulein.
Thank you.
Who is it, Joyce?
Just the hotel boy. Helen, what are you doing up? You promised me you'd try to get some sleep.
I couldn't sleep. I'm not tired.
Darling, you've been through such a lot. The doctor said...
Yes, I know. What does it matter what the doctor said? I don't need sleep. Oh, I don't know what I need. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I'm just not myself.
I know. You're all unnerved. All this way to Berlin, all these weeks, and...
Yes, for nothing. Even Brimmer can't help me, Joyce.
I'll get you some hot milk. It'll put you to sleep.
If it only would.
I'll only be a minute, darling.
Come in. Who is it? Who is it, please? Is there someone there?
Helen.
Who is it? Is it Dr. Roberts?
Yes, dear.
Oh, is it really you? I can't believe it.
I hope you'll forgive me for just dropping in like this.
Forgive you? How did you happen to come here? When you weren't at the boat, I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
I had to see you, Helen.
You didn't come all the way to Berlin just to see me.
Yes. Are you glad?
Glad. It seems as though you must have known how much I needed you.
Has it been so bad?
Days and days of waiting. And at last to learn there's no hope. I'll never see again.
Oh, no. No, don't say that. You're going to see with my eyes. That's why I came. Listen, you called me a friend once. Will you let me think you meant it? Will you let me sit with you, ride with you, be hands and eyes to you? Because I've nothing else to do the whole rest of my life but help you see whatever you want to see. Will you?
Well, I couldn't be a burden to you.
A burden. If I ever did a good deed in my life, if I ever thought a good thought, I'm rewarded now, if you'll let me. We'll forget all about doctors, shall we? Except me. I'm not much of a one. We'll start with Paris. Do you know Paris? Have you ever been there before?
No, but I've always imagined it.
Well, you're going to see it now. In London, and Copenhagen, and Switzerland. All the world, Helen.
Oh.
Through my eyes.
Bonjour, madame, monsieur. Rendezvous bleu. Rendezvous bleu. 23. Red.
You've won again, darling. 20 francs on the red.
Dr. Robert, are people staring at me?
Well, now, why wouldn't they? In Paris, they make a business of staring at loveliness.
Oh, darling.
There's a crowd in the cafe, Helen, and tables with gaudy check cloths.
Montmartre. I've dreamed of it. It's thrilling.
And there's all Paris. Paris from the top of the hill, stretched out at your feet.
Like a jeweled mantle.
Yes.
I can almost see it.
Happy?
Very.
A moment like this, on such a night. Could anyone say anything against the world?
I couldn't.
You couldn't hate anyone, could you, on such a night?
No?
You could forgive anyone, anything?
I think so.
Helen, could you forgive Bob Merrick?
Yes. I forgave you long ago.
You've known?
I've thought so. At times, lately I was sure.
Helen, I love you. You know that too, don't you?
It's wonderful that you care enough for me to be so kind. I know now what you've done for me. Everything. About the money, the doctors.
Well, it was only because I love you so much. You care for me, don't you, a little?
You know I do.
Then let me be with you always. Marry me, Helen.
Marry you. And have you pitied because of me?
No, don't say that, darling. Life with you is what I want. It's all I want. We'll be two of the happiest people in the world.
I'm sure we ought to be.
Oh, darling.
How can I ever repay you for all this?
You can, darling. I've used it all up.
What did you say? You've used it all up.
No, it's nothing. Ellen, there's something I want to tell you. Something that'll make you laugh, I guess. Do you remember that day in the park, the day you took me to be a doctor?
I remember.
Well, that day I decided to be a doctor. To become what you'd mistaken me for, and I've been doing it. I've been studying again.
You've been... And you thought I'd laugh at that. Oh, my dear, that's wonderful.
Well, I'm going to try. There's no harm in that, is there?
When you'll succeed, I know you will.
Well, I'm going to stay in Europe and work. And with you to help me.
Help you?
We'll be together, darling. That's the greatest help in the world. What are you thinking of?
Nothing, dear.
We will be together, won't we?
Of course. Let's go home, shall we, darling? Excuse me, is this the ticket office?
Oui, mademoiselle. The Travelers Bureau.
Yes, that's what I need. Now, I'd like a ticket on the boat train to Cherbourg, please, and a passage on the first steamer to America.
Oui, mademoiselle. Will you sign your name on this, please?
No, I'm sorry. If you'll just place my hand exactly where I'm to sign.
Mademoiselle?
Yes, I can't see.
Oh, pardon, mademoiselle.
Now, you'll have to furnish me with a guide of some sort. That can be arranged, can't it?
Of course, but is mademoiselle traveling alone?
Yes, I'm traveling alone.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KNX, Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
Robert Taylor and Irene Dunn continue with Magnificent Obsession shortly. But now it's our privilege to present in the Lux Radio Theater Dr. Lloyd Douglas, the author of this great story. Dr. Douglas, a minister for 30 years, became famous for sermons of extraordinary pictorial character. Then he turned novelist, and from his pen have come Magnificent Obsession and Green Light, both national bestsellers. It's now my honor to extend the stage of the Lux Radio Theater to New York City. From Hollywood, I welcome and introduce Dr. Lloyd Douglas, who will speak to you from New York.
Good evening, Mr. DeMille, and thank you. I appreciate being asked to contribute to this program. I feel indebted to Miss Dunn and Mr. Taylor for their sympathetic and artistic interpretation of this book. And I'm also indebted to the Lux Radio Theater for wanting to pay this tribute to my story. Magnificent Obsession, while in no sense a tract, was not written solely for entertainment. It is a purpose novel. The book had a peculiar history. In 1928, while I was still in the pulpit, I became possessed of an idea that seemed to demand a wider hearing than I could give it through that medium, and resolved to put it into a story. Amateur novelists often rig up a plot dealing with things they know almost nothing about, so I did that. My story involved brain surgery, and what I didn't know about that was aplenty. For instance, in the story I wrote that Helen was in an accident and struck blind. That was easy, but to explain it, I had to call up a brain specialist and ask him where she had been hit. Casting about at random for names of my characters, I called one of the young surgeons whom I was sending abroad to do some scientific research, Dr. Dawson. I chose the name mostly because I knew no Dawsons. After the book had been out some months, my daughter Virginia met a young surgeon in Paris who was over there engaged in scientific research. Later, she married him. His name was Dawson. This novel brought me a great deal of mail, letters from all sorts of people. Invariably, what they wanted to ask was this: what can I do to build up my personal fitness by improving the personal fitness of others? Is it true that what I do for other people must be kept absolutely secret or the thing won't work? Do you believe this yourself, or were you just writing a story? And then I would tell them quite honestly that I wasn't just writing a story for the sake of the story, and that the thing would work if they gave it a fair chance. Hundreds wrote that they had tried it and found it practical. They were always careful not to say exactly what they had done, for that would have been telling. Perhaps you may want to try it sometime. Goodbye.
Dr. Douglas, you have our thanks. We're back now on our stage in Hollywood, where Irene Dunn and Robert Taylor resume the story of Magnificent Obsession. Six years have passed. Helen Hudson, hidden away from the world and her friends, has been living in quiet obscurity in a small Virginia town. But her health has gone, and we find her now in a tiny hospital room where the nurse has been reading her a newspaper article.
Go on, please. You mustn't excite yourself.
Oh, I must hear the rest of it.
Very well, but please don't try to move. When Dr. Robert Merrick returns to America next month, he brings with him the keenest surgical mind in the field of medicine. In 6 short years, his work has uncovered a startling array of new medical facts, dealing particularly with surgery of the brain. Oh, I don't think we should read any more.
He's done it. I knew he would. I told him he would.
Please.
And now he's coming back. Dr. Robert. Dr. Robert Merrick.
There he is, Nancy. There he is.
Bob, over here, Bob.
Nancy. Joyce.
Oh, Bob, I'm so glad to see you.
No more than I am to see you.
Where's your luggage?
Oh, it's on its way to the hotel.
Hotel? You're coming home with us. Come on, the car's over here.
You'll never know how proud we are of you, Bob.
Oh, Nancy, you're a flatterer.
We've all been basking in your reflected glory. You see, we like to think that you sort of belong to us.
I do, Joyce. Nancy, you're my real friends. Oh, if you hadn't met me at the boat, I swear it wouldn't have seemed like a homecoming at all.
It almost seems like old times.
Yes. No, it isn't. Nothing will ever be like old times until I know where Helen is.
You've never heard anything, Bob?
No. And you?
Nothing. We would have let you know.
Yes, of course.
Welcome home, Dr. Merrick.
Thank you, Keller.
Is Dr. Merrick's room ready, Keller?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, there's a gentleman to see you, sir.
Already?
The price of fame.
He's in the living room, sir.
Excuse me, Joyce. Nancy.
Of course.
Dr. Merrick.
Yes?
I'm glad to see you back again. It's almost as though you've been sent, as you were sent to me before.
Well, I'm afraid I'm sorry.
You don't remember me? My cottage. You came there, and we...
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, I knew you're the...
The stone cutter.
Of
Randolph.
course. How do you do? It was rather a long time ago, and so much has happened.
Yes. You've come a long way. I never dreamed that the path I pointed out to you would lead so far.
What?
Oh, please don't think I want to share your glory. I was only a medium.
Oh, yes, I remember. You were working on, you had some sort of theory.
Theory?
Yes, expanding your personality. Getting power to get whatever you want by giving away your money and something about a page in the Bible, as I remember it.
As you remember? You mean you haven't practiced it?
No.
But I've heard how much you've done for people, how you've helped them. In the slums, for instance.
That. Well, you see, I'd lost someone who meant a great deal to me. I was always afraid she might be alone, friendless. So whenever I put out my hand to anyone, it was with the hope that maybe someone would do the same for her.
You did it for a woman. Christ did it for humanity. That's the only difference. I feel more than ever now the real purpose of my visit.
What is it?
2 weeks ago, I was called to Virginia to select the marbles for the state capitol. While there, I learned that the widow of an old friend of mine was in a dangerous condition, in a state of coma. The doctors say it's caused by a growth pressing upon her brain. This same growth, they felt, was the cause of her having been blind for many years.
Blind? Who is she? Who is this woman?
Helen Hudson.
Helen?
Are you sure? Nancy! Nancy! Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Oh, thank God.
Bob.
Nancy, we found her. We found Helen. We found her, Nancy.
We'll be ready in a moment, Dr. Merrick.
Let me know, nurse.
Well, Bob?
No, don't come near me, Nancy. We're almost ready to operate.
Oh, who's going to do it?
I am.
Oh, Bob.
Would you like to see her? She's still in a semi-coma. Come in.
Helen. Helen, dear.
I must. She's speaking. It's raining. It's raining awfully hard. But I must get away before the others wake up. I must hurry. Hurry.
Helen, you can hear me. It's Bob. Bob Merrick.
There's my pen. I want to write a letter. Joyce, Nancy, you've been so good to me. I'd only be a burden. Don't try to find me. Helen, dear, we're here. Robert. My darling Robert. I'm leaving you. Oh, it's so hard to write when you're blind. Won't the rain ever stop? Robert, darling, it's so wonderful that you're going to be a doctor. Oh, I mustn't be in your way, a burden on you. I'm going away. My life is over now. I'm going away alone in the darkness.
We're ready, Dr. Merrick. Dr. Merrick?
Oh, take her into the operating room. I'll be there in just a moment.
Dr. Merrick.
Oh, Randolph.
I've been waiting for him. Is it over?
Yes. She's all right. She'll live.
And her eyes?
I don't know. We haven't taken the bandage off yet. I'm going to do that now.
God bless you, my son.
Thank you. Oh, and Randolph.
Yes?
I found that page in the Bible.
Who's there? Is someone there?
Don't move, Helen.
Who is it? Is it?
Yes, dear.
Oh, Robert.
Now, I'm going to take the bandage off your eyes.
Oh.
Please don't open them for a moment. Then open them slowly. Now. Helen, can you see?
Yes. A ray of light.
A ray of light. Oh, darling, soon that ray will grow stronger. And as each day passes, we'll see more and more until one day...
Until one day, I shall see you, my darling.
We close the covers of our play, but our microphone will bring back Irene Dunn and Robert Taylor before this hour's over. Most people picture the ace Hollywood cameraman as a rough and ready sort of fellow who wears leather puttees and his cap on backward while he rushes about the studio breathing fire and carrying his camera over one shoulder. Actually, a head cameraman never operates a camera. His entire job and its artistic importance cannot be overestimated is to chart with a director the photographing of scenes and supervising lighting effects. Our guest, John Arnold, cranked his first camera for Thomas A. Edison back in 1903. Since then, he's figured in the shooting of more than 1 billion feet of film. And today is head of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's camera department, president of the American Society of Cinematographers, and one of the most valuable photographers the industry has ever known. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Arnold.
Thank you, C.B.
The biggest job a cameraman has today is to photograph the stars' personalities, so to speak, as well as their faces.
Will you explain why each star is a different photographic problem?
Gladly. Take the matter of lighting, for instance. A star is presented at her best only through a carefully studied blend of lights, colors, and shadows. A blonde appears best against soft, diffused lights. A brunette against strong, bright lights. Dark clothes do not photograph effectively against dark backgrounds, nor light clothes against light backgrounds. Contrast, remember, is what enhances beauty. Psychology also plays a big part. The cameraman studies each star and also learns what color tone blends with her personality. For example, Jean Harlow, in Making Personal Property with Robert Taylor, was filmed under white lights, which go best with her fair complexion, and Myrna Loy under violet-tinted lamps in her latest picture, Parnell, co-starring Clark Gable. Lights also have great effect in creating mood. To emphasize the somber atmosphere of Robert Montgomery's new film, Night Must Fall, we use dim lights throughout the entire picture.
Well, you've heard us make the statement many times on this program, John, that 9 out of 10 stars use Lux toilet soap.
Yes, and I know it to be a fact.
Then perhaps you can answer a question asked by several listeners. If the stars have perfect complexions, why is it necessary for them to use makeup in pictures?
Because a star, when playing a scene, becomes so intent on what she's doing that nature plays a little trick on her. The blood either rushes to her face or rushes away from her face. She becomes flushed or pale. With makeup, this reaction is hidden. The only ones who don't actually need makeup are a few male stars like Robert Taylor, Clark Gable, and Spencer Tracy, whose natural tan takes its place. In fact, Mr. Tracy used no makeup at all in filming Captains Courageous. I assure you, no one appreciates a fine, clear complexion more than a cameraman, for then he's able to make full use of close-up shots that would reveal the slightest flaws in skin texture if they existed, makeup or no makeup. I've recommended Lux toilet soap to stars and extra girls alike for years. I know of nothing better or simpler to use for keeping a smooth, healthy complexion that's always ready for even the most candid camera. Many thanks, CB, and goodbye.
Thank you for your candid opinion. Each week in the Lux Radio Theater, I look forward to this moment when I can introduce our stars as their real selves. And I know you share the particular pleasure I have in inviting two such personalities as Irene Dunn and Robert Taylor back to the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. And as for you, Bob, I want to say what a great thrill it's been to have played Obsession against you again.
The story means a lot to me, Irene. As a picture, it gave me my first big break, thanks to your help, which meant just as much to me tonight as it did then.
I've just learned, Bob, you're going to become a singer in your new picture, a Broadway melody of 1937.
Well, I'd hope to keep that a secret, Mr. DeMille. Sophie Tucker's been wearing herself out coaching me, so I guess I'll have to go through with it, after all.
Well, there's no time like the present.
Oh, no. There's only one singer on this program, and that's you, Irene. Now, what's it going to be?
Oh, well, I don't know. Do you think it's a good idea, Mr. DeMille?
A great idea. Why not a song from your new Paramount picture, High, Wide, and Handsome?
Well, all right. I'll sing The Folks Who Live on the Hill by Mr. Kern and Oscar Hammerstein.
Someday we'll build a home on a hilltop high, you and I, shiny and new, a cottage that two can fill, and we'll be pleased to be called the folks who live on the hill. Someday we may be adding a thing or two, a wing or two. We will make changes as any family will, but we will always be called the folks who
That was great, Irene.
Thanks, Bob. And now just a word about the people who are behind this program. I think we owe them a great deal, not only for the entertainment they provide, but for a beauty care so thoroughly reliable as Lux Toilet Soap. Water and Lux Soap are all anyone needs to keep a clear, healthy complexion. I'm glad to say that. And sorry, I must say good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Come back soon, both of you. You've heard her on the screen, starring in such hits as Private Worlds, It Happened One Night, Cleopatra, The Bride Comes Home, and Maid of Salem. You've heard her 3 times from our stage. And next Monday night, your countless requests bring her back once again when the Lux Radio Theater presents Paramount's lovely star, Miss Claudette Colbert, in Hands Across the Table by Vinya Del Mar. With Miss Colbert in this delightful comedy is one of Hollywood's favorite sons, Mr. Joel McCrea. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Claudette Colbert and Joel McCrea with Walter Pidgeon in Hands Across the Table. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KNX, the Columbia Station, Los Angeles.
The Book of the Month Club welcomes you to another in its series of opera programs sung in English. This evening, our music is taken from the works of Puccini, Bizet, Ponchielli, Smetana, and Mozart. For our soloists, it is with great pleasure that we welcome back to the stage of the Mutual Guild Theater Miss Clara May Turner, contralto, and Mr. Eugene Conley, tenor. The orchestra is conducted by the young American musician, Mr. Thomas Sherman. Mr. Sherman begins our concert with the overture to Mozart's one-act opera, The Impresario. Was the overture to Mozart's The Impresario. For our first solo this evening, we hear Miss Clara May Turner in a song from Ponchielli's La Gioconda. In the first act of the opera, La Gioconda's blind mother is accused of witchcraft and attacked by a mob. She is saved by the wife of a state inquisitor. In gratitude, the old woman presents her with a rosary and sings this expressive aria. Clara May Turner sings Angel of Mercy, Voice of Grace from Ponchielli's La Gioconda. The applause is for Clara May Turner, who sang Angel of Mercy, Voice of Grace from La Gioconda. Now Mr. Eugene Conley sings an aria from Puccini's Turandot. In the first act, the unknown prince is about to try to answer the three riddles of the beautiful Princess Turandot. If he succeeds, he marries the princess. If he fails, he dies. Liu, slave girl of his father, tearfully begs the unknown prince not to risk his life. But he tells her not to cry and asks that she care for his father should he fail in the approaching test. Eugene Conley singing Weep No More, Liu, from Puccini's Turandot.
No more, Liu. You said that long ago. I smiled upon you, then for that smile, a brave-hearted maid, you must heed me. Your noble master, perhaps tomorrow we'll have no one to guide him. You must not leave him. Take him far away. Stay beside him and smooth the path of his exile. Hear me, hear me. Oh, my poor little you, your kind and gentle heart will not refuse me. Will not refuse me. Who will never smile again?
That was Eugene Conley singing Weep No More, Leo, from Turandot. Before we continue, I want to give you some interesting information about a new book. Some books cast their shadow before them. It is as if the excitement of advanced readers were contagious, building up the fame of such books by word of mouth long before they reach the bookstores. Thunder Out of China by Theodore H. White and Annalee Jacoby is that kind of book. It is the Book of the Month Club selection for November and will not be published before October 24th. But already, a month before publication, it is expected among critics and others in the book world that Thunder Out of China will be one of the most important books of the year. There is one good reason for this. The smoldering civil war going on in China may blaze into conflagration at any time. If it does, it may profoundly affect the future of every citizen in this country. For it is in China that Soviet Russia and the United States face each other most directly. What is the key to the great Chinese puzzle? What are the rights of the situation? As the brilliant chief of time and life service in China for 6 crucial years, Theodore H. White learned how to unravel the tangled skein of Chinese life and politics. His assistant was Annalee Jacoby, who worked in the capital while Mr. White made frequent trips to the battlefronts. Together, they made as good a team as ever covered China. And what they have to report in Thunder Out of China is almost certain to stir up some editorial thunder in the United States. In addition to Thunder Out of China, you may remember the recent Book of the Month Club announcement that members will receive in November a free copy of Hiroshima, John Hersey's masterful report of what happened to people when the first atom bomb was dropped on Japan. Now, back to our music. As Thomas Sherman and the orchestra play The Dance of the Comedians. Smetana's The Bartered Bride. Thomas Sherman has just conducted the Let's Go to the Opera Orchestra in The Dance of the Comedians from The Bartered Bride. Clara May Turner and Eugene Conley return to the stage to sing the famous duet from the second act of Bizet's Carmen. This is the scene at the tavern in which Carmen dances for Don Jose and then tries to persuade him to desert from the army and flee with her into the mountains. Miss Turner and Mr. Conley.
You shall see, my lord, how I can sing and play, doing them all together. You just sit there, Don Jose. Let me show you.
Stop one moment.
Tell me why, if you please.
Don't you hear her band? Yes, the sound of the bugle sounding the retreat. Do you not hear it now?
Bravo, my charming soldier. I'm sorry that I can't compete with trumpet and bugle. I should have had an orchestra to play for my lord.
Understand, Carmen, it's the retreat, and I must go. It means I must leave right away. Listen to me. Listen to me. Yes, I will. Look at me, Carmen. Hear what I say. You gave so lightly, the flower you wore that bloomed so brightly, though in my cell its beauty waned, its haunting fragrance still remained. To the I stand there without you, it would set me dreaming about you. Its sweet perfume would fill the air, and I would see you beside me there. I cursed the day when first I met you. I tried to despise, to forget you. I asked myself why this should be, why fate's decree led you to me. I broke the spell that oppressed me, and there came a dream that possessed me. my only hope, my only goal, the only prayer that filled my soul. Oh, where you are, Carmen, let me be there. Oh, let me linger here before you, held in the spell that your eyes impart. Oh, let me worship and adore you. Oh, my Carmen, here at your feet I lay my heart. Carmen, I love you. But I do. No, you don't really love me. Ah, if it were true, why then you'd come with me. Down where the mountains meet the sea. Down where the river meets the tide. Give me your heart and follow me. Offer your horse and you and I will ride to a place where we two should be. Down where the mountains meet the sea. Oh, what a place for us to be. I shall love you if you love me. There won't be a soul to discover. There's not a single officer you need obey. The prophet to summon my lover, and to discover, never to call you away. Skies will be blue and life is bright. All the world to call our own, knowing no love but love you delight. This is the greatest joy I know. We shall be free. We give me your heart and follow me. Offer your horse and we shall ride. Give me your heart and follow me. We'll find a place where life is unconfined and free. That's where we two shall be. If you love me. Give me your heart and follow me. We shall be free.
This has been the 23rd in the series of Let's Go to the Opera, presented every Sunday evening at 7 o'clock by your host, the Book of the Month Club. Our soloists this evening were Clara May Turner and Eugene Conley. Next week, Let's Go to the Opera will present Todd Duncan and Anne McKnight in songs by Verdi, Mozart, and Massenet. Thomas Sherman will conduct. Let's Go to the Opera is a weekly presentation of the Book of the Month Club. It comes to you from the Mutual Guild Theater in New York City, where it is produced by Roger Bauer. This is Frank Waldecker inviting you to be our guests next week at this same time. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Trial by Fire. I heard the cry, "We are lost. We have burned a saint." And I knew more than any other person that this girl had indeed been chosen by God to save France at a crucial moment in its history. I was Joan's father confessor. I shared her thoughts and the suffering of her soul. I was with her before her final journey to God. Joan? Joan, don't be afraid. It's Father Martin.
Father, how good of you to come.
I wouldn't have left the Bishop of Beauvais in peace unless he gave me permission for this visit. I thought you were asleep. Oh, my child, you've been crying.
Father.
Tell me, my child, how can I give you courage? I feel so helpless. God alone can console you.
I know. God will be with me when I face the executioner tomorrow.
God has always been with you, Joan. He's here in this very cell at this very moment.
My mother. I'm so terribly lonely for home. Father, I've had no message from them.
You're constantly in their thoughts and prayers. They've tried to see you many times, but they were always turned away.
Oh.
Look, I brought some writing material. Would you like to write them a message?
Father, I can't read or write. When you see them again, tell them how much I miss them, how much I love them, and will always love them.
Of course, my child.
Oh, how can I thank you enough for spending this last night with me? How good God is to give me this consolation.
To give us both this consolation.
Being alone in prison has made me think about so many things. Some memories are bitter ones. But there are others that make me so happy when I recall them.
Which are the happy ones?
I remember how happy I was when I used to work in the fields with my father and my brothers. I like to think about the evenings I sat with my mother and she taught me to sew and spin. She used to say, "Joan, when it comes to sewing and spinning, you should fear no woman."
You're smiling. It's good to see you smile.
It's good to talk things out, isn't it, Father?
Always, and especially with a trusted friend.
Father, once I turned away from God through doubt and fear of pain. Although I know God has forgiven me, the remembrance of it is still with me.
Joan, some of the greatest saints denied our Lord one time in their life. St. Peter, Mary Magdalene, Augustine. Do you remember what King David said years after he'd been forgiven for his sin of murder and adultery?
No, I don't, Father.
He said, "My sin is always before me." Now, surely God had forgiven him. He tells us this himself. But the remembrance of his weakness kept him humble and more dependent on God than on his own strength.
Perhaps I wasn't humble enough. And that's why I denied God.
There is no person so humble that he can say that I've never denied God in anything. Who can say I have no need of forgiveness? We all need forgiveness and humility.
Father, do you believe in my innocence?
Before I became your confessor, I too had doubts about you.
But now...
It's different now, Joan. I feel that you are especially blessed by God and one of his chosen.
Oh, Father. Hearing you say that will help me face tomorrow.
You spoke of bitter memories. Would it help if you told me about them?
Yes. After I led my soldiers to final victory at Orléans and en Touraine, where Charles VII was crowned, I felt I had accomplished the mission God had given me. I had given France back her dignity, and my heart almost burst with joy.
Oh, your hour of triumph is not over, Joan. You must believe that.
But I was captured by the Burgundians during the battle to save the town of Compiègne. I became a prisoner of the Duke of Burgundy. I thought King Charles would come to my aid, but he didn't. The cruelest moment was when I was betrayed to the English and abandoned by those whom I revered and loved.
And your voices, the messengers from God who guided you in your mission, what did they tell you about your fate?
They were silent about my fate. I believe God did not want me to know what the future held for me. He wanted me to trust in Him completely.
Tell me, Joan, of your first experience with these voices.
Oh, it seems so long ago when I first heard them speak to me. I was 13 years old. I was walking in my father's garden at noon. I remember I was thinking about God, how much He means to me.
Joan.
I can't see. The light is so bright.
Joan, do not be afraid. I come to you from God.
Who is it? Who is speaking to me?
I am He who stands before the throne of God. I am Michael, the Archangel. I bring you this message from God to raise the siege of Orléans and bring glory to France. Joan, you have found favor with God.
I am a poor peasant girl. I know nothing of fighting and riding. How can I do what God asks?
Do not be afraid. God has commanded it. He will provide you with all that is necessary to accomplish this mission. You will go to King Charles after the siege of Orléans is lifted, and he will receive you. You will lead him to Rheims, where he shall be crowned. All this shall be accomplished in God's own time.
May God's will be done. I shall do whatever my Lord commands.
And all was accomplished, wasn't it, Joan? All that God had promised would be accomplished.
But after I was sold to the English, I was turned over to the church authorities. I was accused not of defeating France's enemy, but of holding heretical views contrary to the teaching of the church. They said I was diabolically possessed.
I, Pierre Cochon, by divine mercy, Bishop of Beauvais, and Father Jean Lemaitre, the Inquisitor of the Order of Preaching Friars, call this trial to order. The maid Joan is accused of heresy and witchcraft, of calling up evil spirits to accomplish her will, a crime against God and His holy faith. Whatever glory she has brought to France is temporary. She is directed by Satan, and if not stopped, will bring this country into his bondage. Joan of Arc, step forward. I now deliver you in the hands of Jean Lemaitre, Vicar of the Lord, Inquisitor of the Kingdom of France.
We admonish you to speak the simple and absolute truth on all questions put to you, without reservations to your oath.
I will not answer you truly in many things that you may ask me. I have sworn before God not to utter certain things concerning the revelations. Surely you would not have me perjure myself.
Do you dare to call into question the authority of this court?
I neither call into question its authority nor its competency. But, the authority of this tribunal is under God, as also is my allegiance to a previous oath I have sworn to him.
You will lay yourself open to suspicion if you do not swear to speak the truth, if you do not answer all questions put to you.
I will swear to tell you what I know, but not all. I came from God and have every reason to believe he will send me back to him shortly.
When was the last time you heard this voice you say of St. Michael?
I was awakened from my sleep by it this morning.
And what did this voice tell you to do?
St. Michael told me not to be afraid, but to speak out boldly.
Were you forbidden by the voice to tell of all the revelations?
I have revelations concerning the king, which I shall tell you. Believe me, it was not the voice of a man who forbade me to tell all.
No, it was not the voice of a man, or God, or St. Michael who forbade you to tell all. It was the voice of Satan, and you are the instrument through whom he speaks.
I firmly believe in all that the Christian faith teaches, and firmly believe that the Lord redeemed us from the pains of hell and bondage to Satan. I believe that these voices come from God, and at his command.
Joan, you are a witch and a tool of Satan.
I am a servant of God, and all that I've accomplished I've done at his bidding. Take heed of what you do to me, for I say in truth that I am sent by God, and you put yourself in great peril. I answered my interrogator boldly as my voices had directed me, and I felt a marvelous serenity in my heart as I stood before the tribunal, my hands and feet bound in chains.
Tell me, Joan, there is more than one voice which speaks to you, is there not?
Yes.
What proof can you give that these voices come from God? Can you be sure you have not been deceived?
I have accomplished all that they told me I would. These accomplishments speak for themselves.
Did you see St. Michael and the others who spoke to you in your visions?
Yes, I did.
Describe them to me. What color hair did St. Michael have? Did he have wings? Do your saints wear crowns?
They were clothed in a very bright light and were exceedingly beautiful.
That's not the answer I want.
All that I've said about their appearance may be summed up in the words light and beauty. If you wish another answer to your question, I suggest you pray for a vision.
You foolish girl, you insolent girl. Don't you know that Satan can appear as an angel of light and clothe himself with beauty?
If one is truly devoted to doing God's will, then he shall be able to see through the evil proposed by Satan. Nor would his appearance bring peace or strength to the heart. My apparitions do. By their fruits you shall know false prophets.
You've a good memory for scriptures. Satan can quote scripture also.
Yes, I've heard of your ability to quote long passages from scripture in your sermons.
What other voices do you claim to hear beside St. Michael?
St. Margaret and St. Catherine. I have permission from God to tell you this.
Oh? How do you know you have permission from God to tell us some things and not others?
I've asked permission from God to tell you the names of the voices I've heard, and it was granted.
You are deluded, Joan, with ideas of grandeur and self-importance. There are no heavenly voices or visions sent to you by God. In your pride, you will be lost and damned forever.
I would rather be torn asunder by horses than do anything without God's leave, or not in accordance with his will.
Did God order you to wear a man's dress? Did you think it lawful to assume male attire?
I did this at God's command. Had he ordered me to assume a different habit, I should have done it.
You like men's dress, don't you? And think you have done well in wearing it.
I like what God commands and think I have done well in fulfilling his wishes.
When you received your sword, what blessing did you say over it or ask for?
I neither blessed it myself nor had it blessed. I wouldn't know how to do it. I treasured it because it was found in the Church of St. Catherine. I have great devotion to St. Catherine.
Which did you prefer? Your banner with the names Jesus and Mary written on it, which you carried into battle? Or your sword?
I preferred my banner to the sword, and I have never killed anyone.
You may never have killed anyone in battle, but you are well on the road to destroying many with your witchcraft.
If I am a witch, as you say, then I am confident that God will do me in before you lay your hands upon me.
Tell me, Joan, do the voices speak in English to you?
Why should they? They are not on the side of the English.
Are you in a state of grace, Joan? Answer me. Are you in a state of grace?
If I am, I ask God to keep me there. If I am not, I ask him to put me there. Day after day, the Inquisitor hurled questions at me, trying to twist my answers and to confuse me. And day after day, I withstood his verbal attacks with the same boldness with which I'd begun, because I knew God was with me. Although I felt like an orphan child fighting desperately to hold on to the strong hand of God who guided me in all that I said.
Did you think it right to leave your father and mother without permission? To go on this mission from God, as you called it?
In all things, I have been obedient to them, except this one thing. Since God commanded me to go on this mission, it was right to do so.
If it were right, then why are there tears in your eyes at this moment? Isn't it because you've sinned against your parents by this act of disobedience? Answer me.
I am weeping because my heart is not stone. I love my parents. I love my family dearly. Yet if I had 100 parents, I would have left them for the mission God commanded me to accomplish.
Don't you realize that at this moment you're a source of anguish to them?
I pray that they have forgiven me for the past. I pray that God will sustain them, as he will sustain me in the days that lie ahead.
There won't be many days that lie ahead for you if you persist in your sorcery. Now, will you submit all your acts and sayings to the decision of our mother, the Church?
I love the Church with all my heart, and will support with all my might the Christian faith. As for the works which I have done, I must commit them to the kingdom of heaven.
Have your voices told you you'd be freed from prison?
Yes.
When?
In God's time. It's not for me to remember the day and the hour.
There are ways to help prisoners remember answers to our questions. Do you know what these instruments are, Joan?
Yes.
We shall not hesitate to put you to the torture in order to restore you to the way and knowledge of the truth. We seek your salvation.
If you were to tear me limb from limb and separate my soul from my body, I wouldn't tell you anything more. And if I did say anything, I should afterward declare that I was compelled to say it by force.
And who will come to your aid under torture?
Our Lord has always been the master of my doings, and he shall come to my aid.
Since you remain stubborn and obstinate in your manner and answers, and since you are not afraid of torture, perhaps the nearness of certain death will change your mind. Take the prisoner to the cemetery of the Abbey of Saint Juan. Here the final sentence will be passed and executed.
I, Pierre Cochon, by the grace of God, Bishop of Beauvais, declare in the name of this tribunal, having conscientiously considered and discussed and weighed the quality of the person in question, that her apparitions and revelations are fictions of the human imagination and proceed from the spirit of evil. She is a sorcerer and heretic, guilty of misleading the innocent and trying to destroy the unity, authority, and power of the Church, and subsequently that of France. We declare you excommunicated and abandoned to secular justice as a limb of Satan, cut off from the Church.
Joan, I was at the cemetery when you recanted and announced all that you upheld as true during the trial. I was shaken when, after the sentence had been pronounced, you cried out,
I uphold all that the Church ordains true. Since my judges in the name of the church have pronounced my revelations and visions are false, I too shall bow to their decision and confess that I have most grievously sinned in falsely pretending to have had apparitions and revelations from God, in wearing immodest dress against the decency of nature, and have erred from the path of truth in many ways. May God have mercy on me and never permit me to return to these errors.
Why, Joan? Why did you recant so suddenly? Was it fear, doubt, or both? What was it?
It was both. My mind was troubled with thoughts that I was deluded, as the judge had said. I began to think that it was my great pride that kept me from admitting my errors. When I saw the stake and the executioner, I became paralyzed with fear. The thought of dying by fire was too much for me to bear. Before the sentence was pronounced, I had to cry out for mercy.
And so your death sentence was mitigated, and you were sentenced to life imprisonment in chains.
Yes, but this was of little consolation to me. Now a quick death would be more welcome to me than being imprisoned for the rest of my life alone. Confused. Chained like an animal.
But tell me, Joan, after you denied your mission, you once again affirmed it. What happened to make you speak out so boldly again about the truthfulness of your mission and your voices?
When I was brought back to my cell and left alone, I was overwhelmed with the realization I had betrayed God. I knew I had denied our Lord as Peter once had. I threw myself on the floor on my knees and wept. Father in heaven, I have sinned against you. Forgive me. Oh, forgive me. If it be possible, let this chalice pass from me.
Joan, you have done great evil in declaring all that you had done was wrong. Would you damn your soul to save your life?
I was afraid of the fire. I began to doubt that my voices were from God, especially since they no longer spoke to me.
God was purifying your heart, Joan. He wanted you to trust more in his promises than in the assurance of your visions. He would have you love him for himself and not for the gifts he gave you.
Tell me, he has not rejected me. I ask his forgiveness.
God knows and forgives you for your weakness. Tomorrow, you will speak out boldly before your judges. You will affirm all that in your fears and weakness you denied. Joan, do not be afraid. Tomorrow you will be with us in paradise.
What's the meaning of this? Why have you assumed male clothes instead of woman's dress? How dare you appear before the tribunal in this fashion?
It is more convenient for me to wear it since I am forced to live in a prison among men. I presumed it also because you haven't kept the promises made to me. To go to Mass, receive Holy Communion, and to remove my chains.
And your voices? Did they tell you to speak so boldly?
Yes, and they are from God. I denied my apparitions and many other things from fear of fire. I would rather die than endure the suffering of imprisonment in chains for the rest of my life. I affirm that my voices are from God, and I have been chosen by him to bring glory to France. I have fulfilled all that God commanded.
Why should God have chosen you to lead the French army to victory? And answer me! What makes you think you're a chosen instrument of God?
God has chosen the weak and foolish things of this world to confuse the wise and strong. Once again,
I declare my mission from God to be true, and my visions and revelations authentic.
Are you still afraid, Joan?
Yes, of pain. But my voices have promised me that God will be with me at the hour of my death. I'm sure, with His grace, I shall die in His grace.
Is there anything I can do for you before tomorrow?
Yes, Father. Please hear my confession. And, Father, one more favor.
Yes, Joan, what is it?
Tell my parents and family I love them very much and shall always be with them.
Joan marched from the prison in chains to her place of execution. How fragile this young girl looked as she was bound to the stake. Her mother stood beside me and cried out to Joan when the wood beneath the scaffold was set afire. Joan's face held a great look of serenity as her tearful eyes looked down upon her mother. I held up a crucifix in front of her, and she cried out in a clear voice,
Jesus. Jesus. Jesus.
Campbell Soup presents The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles. Our story for tonight is Noel Coward's Private Life. When first produced several seasons ago, it startled London and delighted New York, prodding the critics to rustle among their dictionaries and bring out such adjectives as scintillating, gossamer, gleaming, and hilarious. It must delight Noel Coward to look backward a few seasons and find his play has become acclaimed as one of the most famous and lasting of modern comedies. It's been played all over the world and extensively, although so far not successfully, imitated. Well, Mr. Coward is an astute theatrical observer, and underneath its surface brilliance, he has managed to catch the essential pattern of the modern love story. In writing about Private Lives, Mr. Coward has said, "It was more difficult and full of pitfalls than anything I've ever attempted. But fortunately for me, I had the inestimable advantage of playing it with Gertrude Lawrence. And so 3/4 of the battle was won before the curtain went up. Tonight we're sharing Mr. Coward's advantage. It is with great pleasure that we welcome as our guest star to the Campbell Playhouse, Miss Gertrude Lawrence, in one of her acting triumphs, Noel Coward's Private Life. The story of Elliot and Amanda, two young people who loved each other so intensely and so uproariously that they found it hard to live together and impossible to live apart. But first, on behalf of our sponsors, a message.
At this very moment, if you could peek into thousands of ice boxes all over America, you would see cans bearing the familiar red and white label of Campbell's. But these cans would be Campbell's tomato juice. Yes, Campbell's tomato juice, made by the makers of Campbell's tomato soup, and made with the same care and pride. In spite of the fact that Campbell's has become the largest selling tomato juice of all within a few short years, there must be many of you who have not yet tried it. If you are one of these, may I suggest that you get acquainted at the first opportunity. What a perk-up drink it is, especially at breakfast. It has a tang and liveliness all its own to open your day with a smile. Your first sip of Campbell's tomato juice confirms the bright promise of its glorious red color, the red of vine-ripened tomatoes picked at their very peak of flavor. Have you tried Campbell's tomato juice? If you haven't, won't you order a few cans tomorrow? Fill them thoroughly and give the family a treat with their Sunday breakfast. Once you know its keen, lively taste, I feel sure you'll want it regularly. And now Gertrude Lawrence and Orson Welles in Private Lives.
My name is Dupont, Jean-Paul Casimir Dupont. I am a hotel manager. 26 years in the hotel business. Cannes, Menton, Saint-Maurice, and now the Hotel Normandie Deauville. Ladies and gentlemen, in this time I have made a most sensational discovery. It is very confidential. I wouldn't not have one person except you hear it. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Lawrence, Mr. Wells, the English people are crazy. How do I know this? I give you just one little example. Last year, it is June. Wait a minute, please. I have it here in my little book. June 14th at 2:25. I am sitting in my office. Allô? Qui est à l'appareil? C'est Paris? Allô?
Hello? Is this the Hotel Normandie, Deauville?
Oui.
This is Elliot Chase speaking.
Oui, Monsieur Chase.
I want a suite of rooms for tonight. Something overlooking the sea.
One moment, please. I see what I can do. Mais oui, just this morning you freed the best room in the hotel. Number 21. Habitually lives there the ex-Maharaja of Rook.
All right, we'll be there around 8. Name's Chase. Mr. and Mrs. Elliot Chase.
Yes, oui, monsieur.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, monsieur. Thank you, monsieur. Allô? Qui est à la porte? C'est Paris, quoi encore?
Hello.
Hotel Normandie, Deauville.
I say, this is Victor Prince.
Pardon, monsieur.
This is Victor Prince speaking. Victor Prince. I want a suite for tonight. What have you got?
1 minute, monsieur. I look. Oh, la, you are a lucky man, monsieur. Just this morning you freed the best room in the hotel. Number 22. Habitually lives there the ex-Maharaja of Rook.
Rook? Oh, all right. Well, we'll be in around about 8. The name's Prince. Mr. and Mrs. Victor Prince.
Prince? Oui, monsieur. Merci, monsieur.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, monsieur. That evening, at 8:10, arrives the first couple of English, Mr. and Mrs. Chase. Mrs. Chase is very gentille, small, blonde, with blue eyes. Mr. Elliot Chase is tall, is thin, is dark.
Visit here.
Oui, monsieur Chase, number 21. This is our best suite. This is the suite of the ex-Maharaja Rook. Voila. We put your bags here in the corner, no?
Thank you. That'll be very nice.
And here, madame, is your balcony overlooking the sea.
Oh, isn't that lovely?
Yes, Sophie, very fine. Now, if you send us 2 champagne cocktails, everything will be perfect.
Parfaitement, monsieur. 2 champagne cocktails, 2 sweet.
Elliot, dear, do come out. Out here on the balcony. It's so lovely.
Just a minute. Not so bad, this place.
Oh, it's heavenly in the moonlight. And so private. With its own little rail and that band playing downstairs at the casino. Oh, Elliot, I'm so happy.
Are you, Sybil?
Aren't you?
Of course I am. Tremendously happy.
Just to think, here we are. You and I, married on our honeymoon.
Yes, things have come to a pretty pass.
Well, don't laugh at me, Elliot. You mustn't be blasé about honeymoons just because this is your second.
Oh, that's silly.
Have I annoyed you by saying that?
Just a little.
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry. Kiss me.
There.
Not very enthusiastic.
That better?
3 times, please. I'm superstitious.
You really are very sweet, Sybil.
You glad you married me?
Of course I am.
How glad?
Incredibly, magnificently glad.
How lovely.
Said we ought to go and dress for dinner.
Gladder than the last time.
Why do you keep harping on that?
She was pretty, wasn't she, Amanda?
Very pretty.
Prettier than I am.
Much.
Oh.
She was pretty and sleek, and her hands were long and slim, and her legs were long and slim, and she danced like an angel. You dance very poorly, by the way.
Could you play the piano as well as I can?
She couldn't play the piano at all.
I love you far more than Amanda loves you. I never make you miserable like she did.
We made each other miserable.
It was all her fault, Elliot. You know it was.
Yes, it was entirely her fault.
She was a fool to lose you.
We lost each other.
She lost you with her violent tempers and carrying on.
Oh, will you stop talking about Amanda?
You do hate her, don't you?
She had some very good qualities.
Do you think you could ever love her again?
Of course not, Sybil. I love you.
Oh, kiss me, darling.
Sybil, once and for all, will you stop talking about Amanda?
Yes, Elliot, dear.
I don't wish to see her again or hear her name mentioned ever again.
Very well, darling.
Is that understood?
Yes, darling. Where did you spend your honeymoon with Amanda?
No, be quiet.
I hate St. Mary's.
So do I, bitterly.
We're so good on skis.
Do you want to dine downstairs here or at the casino?
I love you, I love you, I love you.
Good. Let's go in.
Kiss me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Elliot, darling.
Come on, Sybil. Getting late.
So, this couple, Monsieur and Mrs. Chase, they have been in a sweet 10 minutes. Alors, bon. At 8:21, the other English, the second couple, Mr. and Mrs. Victor Prince. Mr. Victor Prince is big and strong, Anglo-Saxon, what you call athlete, the football, huh? Mrs. Victor Prince, my friend, Mrs. Victor Prince. Mrs. Victor Prince, she is...
Is this here? Is this here?
Oui, madame. Number 22. This is our guest suite. This is the suite of the ex-Maharaja Brook. Voilà. We put your beds in the corner, no?
Oh, thanks. They'll be fine.
Here, monsieur, is your balcony overlooking the sea.
Oh, I say, that's wonderful.
Yes, it all seems very nice. Oh, do you do?
Oui, madame.
Will you send us up 2 dry martinis, 2 sweet, very dry?
Parfaitement, madame. 2 martinis, very dry. 2 sweet, madame.
Amanda!
What?
Down outside. The view's wonderful. And
Wait.
so private with a little rail between us and the next balcony. Come on out.
Wait a minute. Where's I got a wrap off? I shall catch pneumonia. That's what I shall catch.
Joe!
I beg your pardon?
You look wonderful, Amanda.
Thank you, darling.
Yeah, like a beautiful advertisement for something.
Nothing peculiar, I hope.
Well, I can hardly believe it's true. You and I here to learn together. Married. You love me?
Of course, Victor. That's why I'm here.
More than...
None of that.
No, but you love me more than you loved Elliot.
I don't remember. It's such a long time ago.
Well, I like to break his blasted neck.
Oh, why?
For making you unhappy.
It was mutual.
Rubbish. It was all his fault. You know it was.
Yes, it was. Now I come to think about it.
Wine.
Something so vehement, darling.
I'll never treat you like that.
That's right.
I love you too much, Amanda.
So did he.
A fine fellow love that is. He struck you once, didn't he?
More than once.
Where?
Several places.
What a cad.
I struck him, too. Once I broke 4 gramophone records over his head. It was very satisfying.
You must have been driven to distraction.
Yes, I was, but don't let's talk about it, please. Look at the lights of that yacht reflected in the water. I wonder whose it is.
Oh, you're so beautiful, Amanda. I couldn't love you more than I do now.
Oh, dear. I did so hope our honeymoon was going to be progressive.
Where did you spend the last one?
Victor?
I want to know.
St. Moritz. It was very attractive.
I hate St. Moritz.
So do I.
Did Elliot start quarreling with you right away?
Within the first few days. I put it down to the high altitude.
And you loved him?
Yes, Victor.
Oh, you poor child. You know, Amanda, I think you love me quite differently from the way you loved Elliot.
I do wish you'd stop harping on Elliot.
True enough, though, isn't it?
I love you much more calmly, if that's what you mean.
More lastingly?
I expect so.
Well, where did you first meet Elliot?
Oh, blast Elliot.
Mandy.
I forbid you to mention his name again. I'm sick of the sound of it. You must be raving mad. Here we are on our honeymoon with the moon coming up and the music playing, and all you can do is to talk about my first husband. It's downright sacrilegious.
Oh, don't be angry.
Well, it's very annoying.
Will you forgive me?
Yes, Victor, but don't do it again.
I promise.
You better go and shave, my dear. You look very awful.
Oh, where should we dine? Downstairs here or at the casino?
The casino is more fun, I think.
Kiss me.
There, dear. Now hurry. I'm dreadfully hungry.
Oh, give me 5 minutes.
And when the cocktails come, have them stand out here on the balcony.
All right.
Go along. Now hurry. I'll wait for you here.
Now then, ladies and gentlemen, it is 8:41. I am standing in the garden. It is moonlight, and the music is playing. Above me is the balcony. The Suite 21, the Suite 22. Suite 21 is this Englishman, Mr. Elliot Chase. Suite 22 is this other Englishman, Mr. Victor Prince. Each has his wife. Now listen carefully, please. While I watch, commences on the balconies a movement. Him on balcony 21, little by little, he is moving toward her on balcony 22. She on balcony 22, she is moving little by little toward him on balcony 21. Between them now is only the little railing. And now in the moonlight, my friend, above my head, I hear...
Amanda.
Careful of him to say that tune, wasn't it?
Amanda. What are you doing here?
I'm on my honeymoon.
Oh, interesting. So am I. Are you happy, Amanda?
Perfectly.
Good. That's all right then, isn't it?
Are you?
Ecstatically.
I'm delighted to hear it. We shall probably meet you again sometime. Au revoir, Elliot.
Goodbye, Amanda.
You sit out there on the balcony.
Hello, Sybil.
Oh, the cocktails, dear. Really, what's the matter? Wasn't I quick?
Sybil, I feel very odd suddenly.
Odd, what you mean, ill?
Yes, ill.
What sort of ill?
You must leave at once.
Leave?
Yes, Sybil. Leave this place immediately.
He's only just come.
I know that, but it can't be helped.
What's happened? What has happened?
Nothing has happened.
Elliot, you've gone out of your mind.
I haven't gone out of my mind, but I tell you, if we stay here another hour, I will.
But, darling, everything's on
Now,
track.
please, Sybil, I know it sounds crazy to you, but I've got a second sight over certain things. I'm almost psychic. If we stay here, something appalling will happen. I know it.
You mean there's going to be an earthquake or something?
Very possibly indeed.
They don't have earthquakes in France.
Don't quibble, Sybil. I'm asking you, imploring you to come away from this place. Now, tonight.
But I love it here.
There are thousands of other places far nicer.
Well, it's a pity we didn't go to one of them.
Sybil, if there's one thing in the world that infuriates me, it's sheer wanton stubbornness. I should like to cut off your head with a meat axe.
How dare you touch me like that on our honeymoon? Mother was perfectly right. She said you had shifty eyes. Well, you don't love me one little bit. I wish I were dead.
Will you or will you not come to Paris?
No, I won't.
Well, I will. I'm going now, this minute.
Elliot, wait for me. Elliot!
Goodbye.
Amanda, you're behaving like a lunatic.
Not at all, Victor. All I've done is to ask you a little favor.
Little favor indeed.
If we left now, we could be in Paris in a few
If
hours.
we cross Siberia by train, we could be in China in a fortnight. But I don't see any reason to do it.
Oh, Victor, darling, please be sensible, just for my sake.
Why on earth didn't you think of this tragedy before?
I forgot.
You couldn't forget a thing like that.
Well, I got the places muddled. Then when I saw the casino there in the moonlight, it all came back to me.
When did all this happen?
Years ago. But it might just as well have been yesterday. I can see her now lying dead, all white and cold, with that dreadful expression on her face.
Whose face?
My sister's face.
Amanda. I never knew you had a sister.
I haven't anymore.
There's something behind all
But
this.
don't be silly, Victor. What could there be behind it?
Well, for one thing, Amanda, I know you're lying.
Victor!
Be honest, aren't you?
I can't think how you can be so mean and suspicious.
You're lying, Amanda, aren't you?
Yes, Victor.
Why do you want to leave so badly?
You'll be angry if I tell you the truth.
What is it?
I warn you.
Tell me. Please tell me.
All right. Elliot, here.
What?
I saw him.
When?
Just now while you were shaving.
Now, what is?
Down there in the garden in a white suit.
White suit?
Well, why not? It's summer, isn't it?
See you?
No, he was running.
What was he running for?
How on earth do I know? Don't be so annoying.
Well, as long as he didn't see you, it's all right, isn't it?
It isn't all right at all. We must leave immediately.
I absolutely refuse to change all our plans at the last moment just because you think you've seen your former husband. If he annoys you in any way, I'll knock him down.
That would be fun.
Now, don't let's talk about it anymore.
I see. I see quite clearly now that I've been foolish enough to marry a fat old gentleman in a club armchair. You're a pompous ass.
Amanda, control yourself.
Get away from me. I can't bear to think I'm married to such rugged grandson.
Amanda!
Go away.
Very well, Amanda. If that's how you feel, I should be in the bar. When you're ready to come down and dine, let me know.
Go away. Go away.
Going.
Hello, Elliot.
Hello, Amanda.
I'm in such a rage.
So am I.
What are we going to do?
I don't know.
Whose yacht is that down there in the harbor?
Duke of Westminster's, I expect. It always is.
I wish I were on it.
I wish you were, too.
There's no need to be nasty.
Yes, there is every need. I've never in my life felt a greater urge to be nasty.
You've had some urges in your time, haven't you, dear?
If you start bickering with me, Amanda, I swear I'll throw you over the edge of this balcony.
Try it. That's all. Just try it.
You've upset everything as usual.
I've upset everything. What about you?
Ever since the first moment I was unlucky enough to set eyes on you, my life has been insupportable.
Oh, do shut up. There's no use in going on like that.
Nothing's any use. There's no escape. Ever.
Don't be melodramatic.
Do you want a cocktail? There's two here.
There's two over here. Well?
We'll have my two first. Come on over. Over the rail. Here. Let me help you. Right.
Thanks.
Well, here's to you, Amanda.
I tried to get him away the moment after I'd seen you, but he wouldn't budge.
What's his name?
Victor. Victor Prince.
Mr. and Mrs. Victor Prince.
Mine wouldn't budge either.
What's her name?
Sybil.
Mr. and Mrs. Elliot Chase. Poor girl.
Are you in love with him, Amanda?
Of course.
How funny.
I don't see anything particularly funny about it. You're in love with yours, aren't you?
Certainly.
There you are, then.
Well, there we both are, then.
What's she like?
Fair, very pretty, plays the piano beautifully.
Very competent.
How's yours?
I don't wish to discuss it.
Well, it doesn't matter. Probably come popping out in a minute, and I shall see for myself. Does he know I'm here?
Yes, I told him.
That's going to make things a whole lot easier.
No, you need to sit back, Elliot. He won't hurt you.
If he comes near me, I'll scream the place down.
Does Sybil know I'm here?
No, I pretended I had a presentiment. I tried terribly hard to persuade her to leave for Paris.
I tried too. What's happened to yours?
Didn't you hear her screaming? She's downstairs in the dining room, I think.
Mine's being grand in the bar.
Really is awfully difficult.
Awfully difficult.
I say that orchestra's a remarkably small repertoire.
Yes, they don't seem to know anything but this, do they?
You always had a sweet voice, Amanda.
Thank you.
Amanda, I'm awfully sorry about all this. Really, I am. I wouldn't have had it happen for the world.
I know. I'm sorry, too. It's just rotten luck.
I'll go away tomorrow, whatever happens, so don't you worry.
That's nice of you.
I hope everything turns out splendid for you. I hope you'll be very happy, Amanda.
I hope the same for you, too.
Nasty, insistent little June.
Extraordinary how potent sheet music is.
What exactly were you remembering at that moment?
St. Maurice. The Paris Hotel skating rink in the morning. Bright, strong sunlight. Everybody whirling round in vivid colors. And you kneeling down to put my skates on for me.
You'd fallen on your face a few minutes before.
It was beastly of you to laugh at me like that. I felt so humiliated.
Poor darling.
Do you remember waking up in the morning, standing out on the balcony looking across the valley?
Blue shadows on white snow. Clean relief. High above everything in the world. How beautiful it was.
It's nice to think we had a few marvelous moments.
A few? We had heaps, really. Only they slip away into the background, and one only remembers the bad ones.
Yes. What fools we were to ruin it all. What utter fools.
You feel like that, too, do you?
Of course.
Why did we?
The whole business was too much for us.
We were so ridiculously over in love.
Funny, wasn't it?
Horribly funny.
Selfishness, cruelty, hatred, possessiveness, and petty jealousy. All those qualities came out in us just because we loved each other.
Perhaps they were there anyhow.
No. It's love that does it. Love's no good.
Down with love.
And yet, here we are starting afresh with two quite different people. In love all over again, aren't we? Aren't we?
No.
Elliot.
We're not in love all over again. And you know it. Good night, Amanda.
Elliot, don't be silly. Come back.
I must go and find Sybil.
I must go and find Victor.
Well, why don't you?
I don't want to.
Shameful. Shameful of us.
Oh, don't. I feel terrible. Don't leave me for a minute. I'll go mad if you do. Now, listen. We won't talk about ourselves anymore. We'll just talk about outside things. Anything you like, only just don't leave me until I pull myself together.
Very well.
What have you been doing lately during these last years?
Traveling about. Went round the world, you know. After...
Yes, I know. How was it?
The world?
Yes.
Highly enjoyable.
China must be very interesting.
Very big, China.
And Japan?
Very small.
Did you eat shark fins and take your shoes off and use chopsticks and everything?
Practically everything.
And India? The burning Gars or Ghats or whatever they are. The Taj Mahal. How was the Taj Mahal?
Unbelievable. A sort of dream.
That was the moonlight.
Yes, moonlight is cruelly deceptive. Darling, I love you so.
I do hope you met a sacred elephant there, lynx white, I believe, and very, very sweet.
Never loved anyone else for an instant.
Oh, no, you must.
Darling.
Elliot, stop.
You love me too, don't you? There's no doubt about it anywhere, is there?
No. No doubt anywhere.
You're looking very lovely, Amanda, in this moonlight. Your skin is clear and cool, and your eyes are shining, and you're growing lovelier and lovelier every second as I look on you. You don't hold any mystery for me, darling. Do you mind?
I'm glad, miss.
more than any desire anywhere, deep down in my deepest heart, I want you back again. Please.
Don't say any more. You're making me cry so that...
Amanda.
What now? Oh, darling, what now?
I don't know. I'm lost, utterly.
We must think quickly, quick.
Yes. Yes, you've got to decide instantly, one way or another. Go away together now and stay with him. And never see one another again,
Don't be
ever.
silly, what choice is there?
No choice at all. Come on.
No, wait. This is sheer raving madness. Something's happened to us. We're not safe.
We never were.
Where can we go?
Paris first. My car's at the garage already.
They'll follow us.
That doesn't matter once the thing's done.
Oh, Elliot, we're being so bad, so terribly bad. We'll suffer for this. I know we
Can't be helped.
Starting all those awful rows all over
Oh,
again.
no. We're old and wiser now.
What difference does that make? The first moment either of us gets a bit nervy off, we'll go
Now,
again.
stop shilly-shallying,
I'm
Amanda.
trying to be sensible.
You're only succeeding in being completely idiotic.
Idiotic indeed. What about
Now,
you?
look here, Amanda.
Elliot.
Stop. I didn't mean it.
I won't move from here until we have a pact. A sacred, sacred pact never to quarrel again.
Easy to make, but difficult to keep.
No. It's the bickering that does it. The moment we notice we're bickering, either of us, we must promise on our honor to stop dead. We'll invent some phrase or catchword which, when either of us says it, automatically cuts off all conversation for at least 5 minutes.
2 minutes still, with an option of renewal.
Oh, very well. What shall it be?
Solomon Isaacs.
Solomon Isaacs. All right, that'll be.
Come on.
What do we do if we meet either of them on the way downstairs?
Run like stag.
Oh, darling, I daren't. It's too wicked of us. I simply dare.
Solomon Isaacs.
But Elliot, darling.
Solomon Isaacs. Come on, Amanda. Quick, someone's coming. This way, the rail. Hurry. Hurry up.
Oh, but darling.
Evening.
Oh, good evening. I was looking for my husband.
Yes, that's funny. I was looking for my wife.
Quite a coincidence.
Yes. My name's Prince. Victor Prince.
My name's Sybil Chase.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Very nice here, isn't it?
Lovely.
Been here long?
No, we only arrived this evening.
No coincidence. So did we.
How awfully funny.
You care for cocktail?
Oh, no, thank you, really.
There's 2 here on the table, on my side.
Oh, thanks very much. I'd love one.
Good. Here you are.
Thank you. It's awfully pretty here, isn't it? The moonlight and the lights of that rock reflected in the water.
Yes. I wonder who it belongs to. Oh. To absent friends.
To absent friends.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the life of the hotel manager, it is a storm and a living inferno. And always, nearly always, this is so, ladies and gentlemen, the hotel manager dies young. It is the fault, almost entirely the fault, of the English people. I give you now an example. On June 14th of last year, I lose for my hotel suddenly in the night 4 customers. At 6 minutes after 9 departs Mr. Elliot Chase. At 31 minutes after 11 departs Mr. Victor Prince. But this is the strange thing. Mr. Victor Prince does not depart with Mrs. Victor Prince. Why does he not depart with his wife, Mrs. Victor Prince? Because Mrs. Victor Prince is not here anymore. And why is Mrs. Victor Prince not here anymore? Because Mrs. Victor Prince is on the way to Paris. And with whom is she on the way to Paris? With Mr. Elliot Chase. It is as I have said. You see what I tell you. These people are crazy.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Private Lives, starring Gertrude Lawrence and Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment or two, we will resume our presentation of Noah Coward's Private Lives, but first a message. I imagine that Campbell's soups are used in your home just as they are in millions of homes across the country. But tonight I want to ask you about something else which Campbell's makes. Campbell's tomato juice. Have you tried it? A great many people have, because Campbell's is the largest selling tomato juice in America. Shortly after Campbell started making it, just a few years ago, women saw it in their grocery stores. Being acquainted with the goodness of Campbell's soup, many of them decided to try Campbell's tomato juice. At first taste, they must have liked it and then told their friends and neighbors about it, for its popularity has spread from coast to coast. There are those who have orange juice every morning for breakfast. Still others have tomato juice every morning. Perhaps the largest group of all have orange juice one morning and tomato juice the next. On your tomato juice mornings, I'd like to urge you to drink Campbell's tomato juice. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Noel Coward's Private Lives, starring Gertrude Lawrence and Orson Welles.
Elliot? Elliot?
Yes, Amanda.
I'm so glad we didn't go out this evening.
Oh, so am I. Our first evening in Paris.
It's nice here.
Strangely peaceful.
And the drive up was lovely.
How do you know? You slept most of the way.
I know I did, darling, but it was lovely anyway.
We've hardly used Solomon Isaacs all day.
Solomon Isaacs is so long. Let's shorten it to Solid.
Solid. All right.
Happy, darling?
Of course. Even happier, we've had dinner. How long do you think it'll be?
Oh, I don't know. The French are a very conscientious people. We may get it by 9 or 10.
That's good. You know, Amanda, it's an awful bad reflection on our characters. We ought to be absolutely tortured with conscience.
Yeah, every now and then.
Not nearly enough.
Well, we sent Victor and Sybil a nice wire from wherever it was. What more can they want?
You're even more ruthless than I am.
I don't believe in crying over my bridges before I've eaten them.
Very sensible.
Personally, I feel grateful for a miraculous escape. I know now that I should never have been happy with Victor. I was a fool ever to consider it.
You did a little more than consider it.
Well, you can't talk.
I wonder whether Victor and Sybil met each other, whether they've been suffering alone.
Oh, dear, don't let's go on about it. It really does make one feel rather awful.
I know, but I suppose one or the other, both of them will turn up eventually.
Bound to. Won't be very nice, will it?
Perfectly horrible.
Darling, you do look awfully sweet in your little smoking jacket.
Yes, it is pretty ravishing, isn't it?
Do you mind if I come round and kiss you?
A pleasure, Lady Agatha.
What fools we were to subject ourselves to 5 years unnecessary suffering.
But perhaps it wasn't unnecessary. Perhaps it mellowed and perfected us like beautiful, ripe fruit.
Elliot, when we were together, did you really think I ever looked at anyone else?
Yes, practically all the time.
I thought you did, too. I used to torture myself with visions of you dancing apart with awful widows.
Well, why widows?
Well, I was thinking of Claire Lavenham, really.
Oh, Claire.
What do you say, oh, Claire, like that for? Sounded far too careless to me.
What a lovely creature she was.
Oh, lovely, lovely.
Lovely, darling.
Trifle over-vivacious, I always thought. But that was probably because she was fundamentally.
Oh, now, darling.
Your taste always is.
Frolics.
Sorry, darling. What are you thinking about?
Nothing in particular.
Come on, I know that face.
Poor Sybil.
Sybil?
Yes,
I suppose she loves you terribly.
Well, not as much as all that. She didn't have a chance to get really underway.
I expect she's dreadfully unhappy.
Oh, do shut up, Amanda. We've had all that out before.
Well, what if we'd never happened to meet again? Would you have been quite happy with Sybil?
I expect so.
Oh, well,
You needn't look so stricken. If it was the same with you and Victor, life would have been smooth and amicable and quite charming, wouldn't it?
Poor dear Victor. He certainly did love me.
Splendid.
When I first met him, I was so lonely and depressed. I thought that I was growing old and crumbling away, unwanted.
It certainly is horrid when one begins to crumble.
He used to look at me hopelessly like a lovely spaniel, and I sort of melted like snow in the sunlight.
That must have been an edifying spectacle.
Victor really had great charm.
You must tell me all about it.
He had a positive mania for looking after me and protecting me.
That would have died down in time, dear.
You mustn't be rude. There's no necessity to be rude.
I wasn't in the least rude. I merely made a perfectly rational statement.
Your voice was decidedly bitter.
Victor had glorious legs, hadn't he? And fascinating ears.
Elliot.
I'm sick of listening to you yapping about Victor.
Now listen, Elliot. Once you
Oh, my dear, Solix. Solix, 30 seconds. Solix.
Give it.
Solix. We're in love, all right.
Oh, don't say it so bitterly. Let's try to get the best out of this time instead of the worst. It was my fault. And I'm terribly sorry, darling.
I was very irritating. I know I was. I'm sure Victor was awfully nice. You're perfectly right, sweetheart.
That's downright handsome of you.
Yes, I think I love you more than ever before. Isn't it ridiculous? Come on, sit down on the sofa here beside me. Comfortable?
Mm-hmm. Almost. Wait a minute. You know, this is far too perfect to last.
You have no face. That's what's wrong with you.
Absolutely none.
I do love you so.
Don't breathe so hard, dear heart. It gives me the shivers.
Swivel your face round a bit more.
That better?
Very nice. Thank you kindly.
Oh, darling, you're so terribly, terribly dear and sweet in this after.
We were raving mad ever at the party, didn't we?
Not an imbecile.
I realized it almost immediately.
Long before we got our degrees.
And my heart broke on that trip around the world. I saw such beautiful things, darling. Moonlight shining on old temples. Strange barbaric dances in jungle villages. Scarlet flamingos flying over deep, deep blue water. Breathlessly lovely. And completely unexciting because you weren't there to see them with me.
Oh, take me there, please. Take me at once. Let's make up for lost time.
Next week.
Tomorrow.
Done.
I must see those dear flamingos.
Angel.
No, Elliot, that's enough. Please don't kiss me anymore.
Why not?
Not before dinner.
You really just... You say the most awful things.
I don't say anything particularly awful about that.
No sense of glamour. No sense of glamour at all.
Well, it's very difficult to feel really glamorous with a crick in the neck.
Why didn't you say you had a crick in your neck?
Well, it's gone now.
How convenient.
Cigarette, please.
Here.
Nat.
Wait a minute, can't you?
Chivalrous little love.
Here.
Thank you very much indeed. You don't have to throw them at me.
You really can be more irritating than anyone in this world.
I fail to see what I've done is so terribly irritating.
You have no tact.
Tact, you have no consideration.
For dinner, indeed. That sort of remark shows a rather common sort of mind, I'm afraid.
Oh, it does it?
Very unpleasant. Makes me shudder.
It makes all this fuss just because his silly vanity is a little upset.
Vanity? What do you mean, vanity? Amanda, has it ever occurred to
you? You know perfectly well what I mean, and don't try to pass it.
Now, look here, Amanda.
Darling, Solix, for heaven's sake, Solix.
Now, listen.
Solix, oh dear, triple Solix.
Solix.
Big romantic stuff, this, darling?
Yes, big romantic stuff. You're the most thrilling, exciting woman that was ever born.
Dearest heart.
Oh, good heavens.
Do you think it's them?
I wonder. Does Victor know this number?
Of course he does. Nobody else knows I'm back in Paris.
Must be them, then.
What are we to do?
We're all right, darling, aren't we? Whatever happens.
Now and always, my sweet.
I don't care, then.
It was bound to come sooner or later.
Hello. What? Como? Madame qui? Hello. What's that? Oh, Madame Duvalon. Oui. Sorry, somebody wanting to talk to the dear Madame Duvalon, dear.
Who's this?
I haven't the faintest idea. Je regrette beaucoup, monsieur. Madame Duvalon vient de partir cet après-midi pour Madagascar. Oh, I gave me a fright.
What did you say?
I said Madame Duvalon sailed today for Madagascar. Amanda, what should we do if they suddenly walk in on us?
Behave exquisitely.
With the most perfect poise.
Certainly. I should probably do a court courtesy.
You know, things that ought to matter dreadfully don't matter at all when one's happy, do they?
What's so terrible is that one can't stay happy.
Darling, don't say that.
It's true. The whole business is a very poor joke.
Meaning that sacred and beautiful thing, love?
Yes, meaning just... Don't laugh at me, I'm serious.
You mustn't be serious, my dear, when it's just what they want.
Who's they?
They, all the dull and stupid people who try to make life unbearable. Laugh at them, laugh at everything.
If I laugh at everything, I must laugh at us, too.
Certainly you must. We're figures of fun, all right.
How long will it last? This ludicrous, overbearing love of ours. Elliot, do we always want to bicker and fight?
Who knows? It all depends on how well we played.
What happens if one of us dies? Does the one that's left still last?
Oh, yes. With all his might.
I believe you're talking nonsense.
So is everyone else in the long run. Darling, do you remember that awful scene we had in Venice?
Which particular one?
When your curling irons burned a hole in my new dressing gown. That was a rouser, wasn't it?
That was the first time you ever hit me.
I didn't hit you very hard. We were very much younger then.
And very much sillier.
Matter of fact, the real cause of that row was Peter Burden.
Oh, you knew there was nothing in there?
I didn't know anything of the sort. You took presents from him.
Presents? A trivial little brooch.
I remember it well, bristling with diamonds. In the worst possible taste.
Not at all. It was very pretty. I still have it and I wear it often.
You went out of your way to torture me over Peter Burden?
I didn't. You worked the whole thing up in your own stupid imagination.
You must admit that he was in love with you, wasn't he?
Just a little, perhaps. Nothing serious.
You let him kiss you. You said you did.
Well, what of it?
What of it?
Well, it gave him a lot of pleasure and didn't hurt me.
What about me?
Well, if you hadn't been so suspicious and knows you'd never have known a thing about it.
Now, that's a nice point of view, I must say.
Oh, dear, I'm bored with the whole conversation.
So am I. Bored stiff. Want a cocktail?
No, thanks.
I'll have a small one, I think.
I don't see why you want it. You've already had two.
No particular reason, anyhow. They were very small ones.
Seems so silly to go on and on and on and on and on about a thing.
But hardly call 3 dry martinis the whole evening going on and on and on and on.
Become a habit with you.
You needn't be so grand just because you don't happen to want any yourself at the moment. Oh, really, Amanda?
What?
Nothing. It's a pity you didn't have another martini. It might have made you a little less disagreeable.
It doesn't seem to work such wonders with you.
Snap, 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 just like a little adder.
Adders don't snap. They sting.
Nonsense. They have a little bag of venom behind their fangs and they snap.
They sting.
They snap?
They sting.
I don't care, do you understand? I don't care. I don't mind if they bark and roll about like hoops.
Not very funny, dear. You better have another cocktail.
Very good idea, I will.
Ridiculous ass.
I beg your pardon?
I said ridiculous ass.
Thank you. You'd better turn that radio off, I think.
Why?
Quite late. It'll annoy the people upstairs.
There aren't any people upstairs. It's the photographer's studio.
There are people downstairs, I suppose.
They're away in Tunis.
This is no time of the year for Tunis.
Turn it on again, please.
I'll do no such thing.
Very well, if you insist on being boorish and idiotic.
Turn it off. It's driving me mad.
You're far too sentimental. Try to control yourself.
Turn it off.
I won't. There. Now you've turned it out of the wall.
Good job, too.
Disagreeable pig.
Amanda, put that radio down. Amanda, darling. Solace. Solace.
Oh, solace yourself.
You spiteful little beast.
Oh. Oh, you struck me. This is the end, you understand? The end. Finally and forever, I'm leaving.
You're not going away like that.
Oh, yes, I am.
Oh, no, you're not.
Oh, yes, I am.
Oh, no,
you me.
Shut up.
You cruel.
Shut up. I wouldn't have you again.
Low you.
Falling on your face in time was your very life. Mean, evil little vampire. I hope I never set eyes on you again so long as I live.
You beast. You beast. You sad. You sad. You beast. I'll break everything in your body. Is the right place?
Of course I am. This is the man's apartment. Oh, well, that settles it. There's nobody here.
Why, the door's open.
Oh, that's strange.
Good heavens.
I say, what's been going on here?
I never thought such a
Looks like they've killed each other. Amanda!
Elliot!
Not a sound. I say, Sybil, this bedroom door's locked.
Well, take this one.
No, I don't like this at all. Amanda! Amanda!
Elliot!
Amanda! Amanda! It's me, Victor!
I know it is. Go away! This is awful.
Oh, I say, don't cry, Sybil, old girl.
I can't help it, Victor.
Oh, please don't. I say, please, Sybil.
Well, why don't they come out? It's all so squalid. I wish now we hadn't come. Oh, what's the use?
Well, we've got to see him before we go back to England. We must get things straightened out, Sybil.
Oh, dear, I wish I were dead. I'll try to control myself. I'm so tired. That was such a long drive, and I haven't slept properly for ages.
Well, neither have I.
If we hadn't arrived, we did. They'd have killed one another.
They must have been drunk.
Amanda hit him.
He probably hit her, too, earlier on.
I had no idea anyone ever behaved like that. It's so disgusting, so degrading. Elliot, of all people. Oh, dear.
What an escape you've had.
What an escape we've both had.
Good evening, everybody.
Elliot, how could you?
Look here, old man. Does it occur to you that some sort of explanation...
How do you do? I don't think we've met before. Hello, Sybil.
Oh, Elliot, how could you?
Sybil, I'm awfully sorry.
Well, it's easy enough to be sorry.
On the contrary, I find it extremely difficult. I seldom regret anything. This is a very rare and notable exception. Sort of red letter day. We must all make the most of it.
I'll never forgive you. Never. I wouldn't have believed anyone could be so careless and so cruel.
Sybil, I absolutely see your point. I am sorry, but I simply cannot discuss this any further before dinner.
I don't want any dinner.
Oh, yes, you do. You must be famished after that long drive from Deauville. Now then, where's Amanda? I'm sure she's simply dying to see you both. Where'd she go to?
She's in there.
In here? Amanda! Amanda!
Good evening, everybody.
Amanda, we have guests.
Please don't address me. I don't wish to speak to you.
Splendid.
And what's more, I never shall again as long as I live.
He should endeavor to rise above it.
I've been brought up to believe that it's beyond the pale for a man to strike a woman.
A very poor tradition. Certain women should be struck regularly, like gongs.
How could...
I tell you what he was.
He's an unmitigated cad and a bully.
And you're an ill-mannered, bad-tempered slattern.
Slattern?
Yes, slattern, and fishwife.
Keep your mouth shut, you swine.
And you mind your own business.
What do you want? Please, stop me, Amanda. I'm not going to interfere. Let them fight if they want to. It'll probably clear the air anyhow.
Yes, but Amanda...
Come on into my room. Perhaps you'd like to tidy up before dinner.
No, but Amanda...
Come along.
Very well.
Now then, what?
Are you going to take back those things you said to Amanda?
Certainly, I'll take back anything if only you stop bellowing at me.
You're a coward, too.
They want us to fight, don't you see?
No, I don't. Why should they?
Primitive feminine instincts, warring males, very enjoyable.
You think you're very clever, don't you?
I think I'm a bit cleverer than you, but apparently that's not saying much.
What?
Oh, do sit down.
I will not.
Well, if you'll excuse me, Victor, I will. I'm extremely tired.
Oh, for heaven's sake, behave like a man.
Just a minute. All this belligerency is very right and proper and highly traditional, but if only you'll think for a moment, you'll see that it won't get us very far.
Get over with all that.
I should like to explain that if you hit me, I shall certainly hit you, probably equally hard, if not harder. I'm just as strong as you. And you'd hit me again, and I'd hit you again. We'd go on until one of the others knocked out. Now, if you'll explain to me satisfactorily how all that can possibly improve the situation, I'll tear off my coat and we'll go at it hammer and tongs immediately.
But ease my mind.
Only if you won.
I should win all right.
Want to try?
Yes.
Oh, do it then.
Just a moment.
Well?
What did you mean about them wanting us to fight?
It would be a bomb to their vanity.
Do you love Amanda?
Is this a battle or a discussion? If it's the latter, I shall put on my coat again. I don't want to catch a chill.
Answer my question, please.
Have a cigarette?
Answer my question.
If you analyze it, it's rather a silly question.
Do you love Amanda?
Not very much at the moment, to be perfectly frank. I'd like to wring her neck.
You're apparently even more of a cad than I thought you were.
You are completely in the right over the whole business. Don't imagine I'm not perfectly conscious of that.
I'm glad.
Oh, very unfortunate.
Unfortunate?
Might have been worse.
I'm glad you think so.
I do wish you'd stop being so glad about everything.
What do you intend to do? That's what I want to know. What do you intend to do?
I don't know. I don't care.
I suppose you realize you've broken that poor little woman's heart.
Which poor little woman?
Sybil, of course.
Oh, come on. Honest, that's bad, Sam. She get over it. Forget all about me.
I intend to divorce Amanda.
Very well.
And Sybil will divorce you.
Quiet.
And the sooner you marry Amanda again, the better.
Who said I was going to marry Amanda?
What?
She's a vile-tempered, wicked woman.
I used to thought of that before.
I did think of it before.
Good heavens, man, you've got to marry her.
I'd rather marry a ravening leopard.
Now, look here, old man, I'm sick of all this shilly-shallying. You're getting off a good deal more lightly than you deserve. You can consider yourself lucky I didn't shoot you.
Well, if you had a spark of manliness in you, you would have shot me. You're all fuss and fume. You're one of those cotton-wool Englishmen. I despise you.
You despise me?
Yes, utterly, utterly. You're nothing but a rampaging gas bag. Goodbye.
Hey there! Come back here! Come back, you hear me? You open the door!
Oh, hello.
Amanda.
What's happening, Victor?
Nothing's happening.
You ought to be ashamed to admit it. Where's Elliot?
He locked himself in.
How did you and Elliot get on?
I told him what I thought of him.
That's good. What did you say?
I told him he was beneath contempt.
Good. That's just what he is.
Amanda, I think you must have been mad to go up with him.
I've often thought that myself.
Well, I feel completely lost, completely bewildered.
I don't blame you. I don't feel any too cozy myself.
Amanda, all this tonight. Have you been drinking?
Certainly not.
Elliot been drinking?
Yes. Gallons.
You seen him drink before when you were married to
Yes,
him?
terribly. Night after night he'd come home roaring and hiccuping.
Disgusting.
Yes, wasn't it?
Amanda.
Yes, Victor?
Did he really strike you this evening?
Repeatedly. And bruised beyond recognition.
Amanda!
Oh, Victor. I'm most awfully sorry to have given you so much trouble. Really, I am.
You know, I can't understand it at all. I've tried to, but I can't. It all seems so unlike you.
Oh, no. It isn't really unlike me. That's the trouble. I ought never to have married you, Victor. I'm a bad lot.
Amanda!
Don't contradict me. I know I'm a bad lot.
I wasn't going to contradict you.
Victor! Why did you come here?
Find out what you want me to do.
Divorce me, I suppose, as soon as possible. I shan't make any difficulty. I shall go away. Far, far away. Morocco or Tunis or somewhere. I'll probably catch some dreadful fever and die out there all alone. Oh, dear.
It's no use pitying yourself.
I seem to be the only one who does. I might just as well enjoy.
Amanda, do you love this man?
I hate him.
You want to marry him?
I'd rather marry a boa constrictor.
Amanda, I can't go away and leave you with a man who drinks and knocks you about.
Oh, you needn't worry about leaving me as though I'm a sort of parcel. I can take care of myself.
You said just now you were going away to Tunis to die.
Well, I've changed my mind. It's the wrong time of the year for Tunis. I should go somewhere quite different. I believe Alaska is very nice in the summer. Oh, Victor, I'm thoroughly unprincipled. Sybil was right.
Sybil's an ass.
Yes, she is rather, isn't she? I can't think why Elliot ever married her.
Oh, you can't, Constance, when I'm not there.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, Sybil, you haven't met, have you? This is Sybil Chase, and this is Amanda. Amanda.
How do you do?
How do you do? I heard every word you said.
It's all right, my dear. You're young and inexperienced, so I forgive you freely.
Seeing the depths of degradation to which age and experience have brought you, I'm glad I am as I am.
That was exceedingly rude. I think you'd better go away somewhere.
I will not.
Very well, then I will.
Sybil, how dare you speak to Amanda like that?
Oh, that's right. Take her side. That's what I might have expected.
That's right. Stand up for him. Poor Elliot, that unprincipled roue.
Nothing of the sort.
Shut up.
I won't shut up when I think of all the things you've said about her. It makes me laugh. It does, really. To see how completely she's got to us.
You can obviously speak with great authority, having had the intelligence to marry a drunkard.
No, that's what she's been telling you.
Yes, she did, and I'm quite sure it's perfectly true.
I expect she admitted to tell you that she drank 14 martinis tonight straight off. And that the reason her first marriage was broken up was that she used to come home at all hours of the night screaming and hiccuping. Victor.
Yes?
You hear that?
What?
The door.
Yes, that was the door.
Victor, I've a strange feeling.
So do I.
You don't suppose...
Sure it is.
You mean...
I do. They've gone.
Gone! Elliot! Elliot, come back!
Amanda! 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 Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Lawrence and Mr. Wells, do you remember me? I am Jean-Paul Casimir Dupont, the manager of the Hotel Normandie Deauville. And I have said the Englishmen are crazy. You still do not believe this? You think I exaggerate? Eh bien, a year has gone by. 1 year. And I am sitting in my office at the Hotel Normandie Deauville.
Allô? Qui est dans l'appareil? C'est Paris? Allô?
Hello, this is Hotel Normandie Deauville.
Oui.
This is Elliot Chase speaking.
Pardon?
Elliot Chase.
Yes, Monsieur Chase.
I want to reserve a suite of rooms, something overlooking the sea.
1 moment, please, I will see. Oui, monsieur, you are very lucky, monsieur. Just this morning, is falling through the best room in the hotel. It was living there with ex-Maharaja Brook, number 21.
I'll tell you what, that's fine.
22.
What?
Hello?
22? One moment, please. What's that, Amanda?
22.
What are you talking about?
Oh, Elliot, darling, I tell you, it's 22 that the Raja Brook...
Oh, shut up, Amanda.
Elliot,
Shut
I
up.
will not stand for this.
Please, shut up.
Give me that telephone.
I will not
You
give
can't
you the
even
telephone.
speak
There's
to
no
someone
earthly
who's
reason
on
why I
the
should.
telephone.
There's no reason.
Hello? Hello?
Elliot, now listen to this. Amanda, I will not argue any further. Give me
No.
Give me back the back the telephone. Amanda.
What do I tell you?
Amanda.
People are afraid.
This concludes the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Private Lives by Noel Coward, starring Gertrude Lawrence and Orson Welles. In just a moment, Miss Lawrence will return to the microphone with Mr. Welles. But in the meantime, a word on behalf of our sponsors.
Earlier this evening, I suggested that you serve Campbell's tomato juice this coming Sunday for breakfast. For a great many Americans, Sunday breakfast is a bright spot in the week. Leisure adds to the joy of eating. And Campbell's tomato juice brightens any breakfast, weekday or Sunday. It is the deep red of a very special type of tomato, grown especially for Campbell's. A drink to cheer you by its bright appearance, as well as by its true fresh tomato taste. A drink, too, that by its keen, lively flavor makes a pleasant change from other breakfast drinks. Campbell's own method of canning retains the August fresh flavor of Campbell's tomato juice and brings you the needed vitamins of the fresh tomatoes. Here's a drink that's worth tumbling out of bed for Sunday or any other day. The flavor is always the same, delightfully refreshing. And yet, with all these important advantages, Campbell's tomato juice costs you only a trifle more than the ordinary kind. Is it a date for Sunday breakfast? Ah, that's fine. Let's all have Campbell's tomato juice.
And now, here is Orson Welles. Somebody once said that every man in New York is or has been in love with Gertrude Lawrence. Which, under pressure, I might admit was somewhat exaggerated, but it would serve to indicate how audiences react to her. Miss Lawrence is that rare phenomenon, rare in life and just as rare in the theater. A person with the ability to inject the rich glamour of her own person into whatever situation she happens to be in. Not the least part of this wonderful gift of hers is the grace and effortless ease with which she does it. I'm sure some of that quality of personal magic has come over to you tonight. Certain it is that we are all deeply susceptible to it here in the studio.
Thank you for those kind words, Mr. Wells, but I must rush to my own defense. Too often the life of an actress is reported in rainbow colors, a sort of dream world of continual admiration and excitement. Actually, there is more to it than this. An actress has to be a businesswoman, and it is probably the hardest working business in the world.
That's particularly true in your case, Miss Lawrence, since you could hardly be described, certainly be described, as the most hard-working star on the stage in America. Of course, if you've only yourself to blame in this matter, since you insist on appearing only in smash hits. I mean specifically tonight at 8:30, Susan and God, and now this new comedy of yours, the Skylark. That takes care of about 3 years of packed houses, doesn't it? And now, Miss Lawrence, dark rumors have reached us here of your doings as a young child. Oh, just what is this wild tale of you and Noel Coward making your debuts together at the advanced age of 11 in London? Is there any particle of truth in this allegation?
Yes, you're quite correct. Absolutely correct.
Good.
Mr. Coward and I were in dramatic school together, and we did, on one occasion, appear in the same play. It was a Christmas story in London.
And what did you play?
We played Little Angels.
In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of Private Lives, Miss Gertrude Lawrence was heard in the role of Amanda. Orson Welles played the part of Elliot Chase. Sybil was played by Naomi Campbell, the part of Victor by Robert Spate. The hotel manager was Edgar Barrier. Music for the Campbell Playhouse is arranged and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And now, Mr. Wells, will you tell us, please, about next week's story?
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, we go back 100 years to the early days of the American Union, when the first paddle steamers puffed their sooty way up the Hudson River, and ox teams were busy pulling senators' carriages out of the deep mud of the Washington streets. Next week, we bring you Black Daniel from the book by that distinguished novelist, Honore Wilson Morrow. The story of the great Daniel Webster and of his love for the beautiful Carolyn Leroy, which brought him from his New England farm to the service of his country and to the defense of the Union. Our guest this evening will be that lovely motion picture star, Miss Joan Bennett. And now, until next Friday, until Black Daniel, our sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse, remain obediently yours.
Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse again next Friday evening when that beautiful and talented screen star, Joan Bennett, joins him in Honore Morrow's Black Daniel, a love story of the days when the United States was very young. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's tomato juice? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
My Secret Horse was from Conversation Piece. I'll See You Again and Zigeuner from Bittersweet. And Never Again was from Set to Music. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I'm sure you will agree that almost every religion holds that the soul is immortal and recognizes a life after death. However, we're going to be telling you about people who believe in reincarnation, and they have a somewhat different approach to immortality. Those who believe in reincarnation are convinced that your soul lives on in another person's body in a later life. Some men and women even claim they remember bits and pieces of their former lives.
I see a gallows. It's a hanging. I can hear the creak of the gibbet and the rattle of chains. I hear them plainly. There are people watching. People dressed strangely. Dressed in clothing of a different century. Some of them are eating and drinking. They're enjoying watching a man hang. A man like me. Me. David Matson, who lives today. I see them. And they're hanging. And I know I was there. I was there.
Our mystery drama, Terror on the Heath, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Shepard Strudwick.
The KCBS Mystery Theater, the theater of the mind. There's always news and more on 74 KCBS.
Are you a browser? I mean a browser in a bookstore? If you are, you'll readily acknowledge that bookstores are sectioned off with books in various classifications. One of the largest sections has become the how-to books. On those shelves, the reader can find a book that will tell him how to do almost anything, from painting or sewing to making a harpsichord. Everything, that is, except a book telling a man how to explain to his wife that he's leaving her.
David, darling, I didn't know this was serious.
Very serious.
But whatever it is, we'll weather it. We've had quite a few ups and downs in 10 years of marriage. We'll handle it together.
That's just it. This is something that you'll have to handle alone.
I don't understand.
Look, Jan, I don't know any other way of saying this. I'm going to leave you.
You mean that, don't you?
Yes, I'm sorry.
All right, David. Why?
I can't tell you.
You can't tell me. David, look at me. I'm the woman you loved. At least I think you loved me for 10 years. You're not going to...
I still love you, Jan, I swear.
Then why are you leaving?
Because I have to.
Have to?
You won't have a thing to worry about. I'll take care of you and the children just as if I were living here.
I just don't believe this whole scene. It's like something out of Alice in Wonderland.
Or Edgar Allan Poe.
What?
I think $2,500 a month should cover everything. But if you need more...
What did you mean about Edgar Allan Poe?
Nothing. Is $2,500 going to be...
You're using words as a smokescreen to hide the truth. We've never done that.
I guess there's no way a man can ever tell a woman he's leaving.
All I want is the reason why you're leaving.
That's just what I can't tell you. What are you going to tell the children?
Isn't that your job? You're the one who's leaving. Oh, David. This isn't like you. What's happened?
I wish it was something simple and less cruel, like being able to say, Jan, I've fallen in love and I want a divorce, but it isn't like that at all.
Then what is it like?
A horror story.
No secretary's going to tell me that Dave Matson's not into me. He'll see me and he's going to...
It's all right, Miss Manners. I'll see Mr. Hampstead. Come in, Lon.
Oh, thanks. Now, what's this business about your leaving Jan all about?
I suppose this couldn't be avoided.
Why would you want to avoid me, your best friend? What is all this stuff about horror stories and Edgar Allan Poe?
Oh, it's just a figure of speech.
Oh, sure. Just enough to make you walk away from what I know was a good marriage.
Thanks, Lon.
And you're going to tell me why you're doing it.
But only if you give me your solemn promise that you won't tell Jan or Cecily.
But that's exactly...
I know. That's exactly why you came. To find out and try to help. To tell Jan. But that's the one thing you can't do.
Okay. You have my word.
I'd like you to look at these photostatic copies of English newspapers of the 1850s.
Are you kidding?
Read them.
Hampstead Heath. Terror strikes again. Vicious killer claims 8th victim. 9-year-old girl stabbed to death. Look, David, I don't see what these...
Go on.
Well, but these are just more of the same. Police baffled by Heath knifings. Inspector Gregory of Scotland Yard brands slasher as sadist.
That's enough to give you the general idea.
Yes, it's also enough to confuse me thoroughly. What the devil?
The devil. That's a good word. Ever hear of reincarnation, Lon?
Oh, no. Now, wait a minute. You're not going to try to make me believe that you...
are the 20th century reincarnation of this madman. And that should make it obvious why I must leave Jan and cannot tell her why.
And you believe this on the basis of these newspaper clippings?
Not quite, Lon. There's more, much more. It was incredible to me at first.
When was first?
About 6 months ago. I read a book by Robert Ripple, a book that was a factual account of the lives of 3 notorious criminals of the 19th century. I was impressed by the writing and by the author, an assistant curator of the 19th century wing of the Museum of English History. There was one criminal in particular that fascinated me. I somehow felt I knew him.
This Hampstead Heath knifer?
Right. And that was when I had the first dream.
Dream?
Yes. I had a few drinks with Bob Ripple before coming home, and we talked about some changes. And I dreamed I saw Hampstead Heath quite clearly. It's really a forest, you know. And then along a walk outside the forest, I saw a woman's figure. I ran after her, and she turned to face me with her hands outstretched. Not to welcome me, Lon, to ward me off. And when I saw her face, it was streaming blood. Blood from knife slashes. And then I woke up.
All right. So you had a nightmare. That doesn't prove...
That was only the first. They began to come more and more frequently, and in greater and more monstrous detail, with women and young girls, and blood, and... I don't want to open it up.
Well, all right. I'll grant you it's pretty rough, David, but still...
Okay, come on around behind my desk. What do you see in the drawer?
A knife.
Not just any knife, Lon. That's a switchblade with a spring, lethal and illegal.
Okay, when did you get it, and why?
I don't remember buying it, and I have no idea of how it got there. But I distinctly remember the first time I saw it there. It was the day after I had my face slapped by a girl I'd never seen in my life and been called a murderer.
What?
I was coming back from a lunch with Bob Ripple, the author of the book that opened the floodgates. A rather attractive girl in her early 20s approached us. I don't know exactly how it happened. But suddenly we found ourselves face to face and started to indulge in that ridiculous waltz of both stepping the same way to get out of each other's way.
Oh, I know.
Suddenly she looked full at me and hissed, "Murderer," and fainted right there on the sidewalk.
Well, she was sick.
That was what Bob Ripple kept telling me as he hustled me away. But why would she call me a murderer?
Well, I don't know. She's the one with problems. There's nothing wrong with you.
Lon, do you think it's possible that maybe this girl was was the reincarnation of one of this killer's victims, and she recognized me as this killer?
Oh, no, I don't think it's possible, but obviously you do.
It was the next day that I saw the knife in my desk.
Look, Dave, look, you're in a state.
How would you like to see a face, Lon? My face. My face on the picture of a 19th century killer.
What?
Come with me and I'll show it to you. Lon, this is Robert Ripple, assistant curator of the 19th century wing of this museum.
Ah, nice meeting you.
Pleasure. Bob, on our way to the room with the photographic exhibits, would you fill Lon in?
Glad to. This particular exhibit started because of my interest in the three notorious criminals of the era. Naturally, I collected all the newspaper clippings, stories, drawings, and photographs I could find and placed them in the room along with other items that are germane to the collection. Now here are exhibited the daguerreotypes of some of the fabulous characters of the period, along with the criminals.
And here, Lon, take a look at this daguerreotype and tell me what you think.
Let me see. Well, good-looking guy, nice face. And if you want me to say he looks like you, I'll say it. There's a great resemblance. All right, who is he?
You tell him, Bob.
That man is Charles Mason, otherwise known as the Terror of Hampstead Heath, the killer who was hanged at Tyburn.
December 9th, 1841. I can remember. I can almost hear.
David. Let him go back. Let him remember. You can hurt him if you try to bring him back now.
I can hear the wind and the creak of the gibbet and the chains and the people shading their eyes against the cold sun, looking up to see what kind of monster was suspended in air, paying with his life for the slashed and bleeding bodies of the women he had mutilated.
Good Lord. Have you seen him like this before, Ripple? Only once. So what do we do?
Nothing. If it follows the pattern of the other time, he'll come out of it soon.
He's coming around.
I'm sorry. I guess I made a fool of myself.
You couldn't help it, Dave.
Well, Lon, what do you think?
Well, self-hypnosis.
What?
Self-hypnosis. You read Ripple's book. It impressed you. You became involved in the several hours you were here. You saw that daguerreotype that resembles you. And now you've hypnotized yourself into believing that you're a reincarnation of a murderous madman.
I don't blame you for not wanting to believe I'm the reincarnation of a killer like Charles Mason.
Look, what just happened was frightening, but not necessarily any proof that you're right. Mr. Ripple, did you write about the hanging of Charles Mason?
Oh, certainly.
And there was nothing Dave said that he couldn't have gotten from reading your book, huh?
Yes, that's right. Or some of the other books I showed him. There have been many graphic descriptions of the hangings at Tyburn.
Well, there you are, Dave.
I wish you were right.
Dave.
Yes?
I've thought of something that might just solve your friend's problem.
All right, let's hear it.
One of the most horrible of Mason's crimes was the murder of a young lady named Letty LeGros in 1837. Her nude corpse was found on Hampstead Heath, horribly butchered. Her clothes were never recovered.
Well, what are you trying to say?
If Dave could remember what clothes Letty LeGros was wearing when
But how can we check out whether I'm telling the truth? I can give some kind of a description, but you just said nobody ever...
You'll have to trust me, Dave. I believe there might be a clue if you're willing to give it a try.
Of course. Shall we go back to the gallery?
No, you stay here. I'll go fetch the daguerreotype of Mason.
Hard to see because there's a storm brewing. I see the leaves blowing and the trees bending. There's something else. A figure. A woman.
Oh, please. I mustn't slip or fall. He's following me. I know he's following. Oh, dear God. Help me. Help me.
I see something glowing. A dress. Yes. It's a dress. A long dress. The girl is holding it up as She's running. I have to catch her.
He's gaining. He's closer. I can see the gleam of the knife.
The dress. What color is the dress, David? Can you see?
She's gone now. Gone.
The color of the dress. Was it white?
No, not white. It was yellow. A yellow dress with a pale matching scarf and a lace handkerchief. The handkerchief is white, but the dress is yellow.
There have been some fairly convincing arguments on the side of reincarnations. There are a number of reputable people who insist they can recall bits and portions of a life lived in another time. I know one young lady who vividly recalls a life as a waitress in Jamestown during colonial days. But I don't know of anyone who can recall being a murderer. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
Now back to Mystery Theater on News 74, KCBS.
Most people go to museums to view the works of art. David Matson took his best friend, Lon Henderson, to a museum to prove to Henderson that he, Matson, was really the reincarnation of a monstrous killer of the 19th century named Charles Mason. He showed Lon a daguerreotype of Mason, and Lon was impressed by the resemblance, but he demanded more positive proof.
Bob, you said there might be some clue. You could learn something if I identified some clothes that a girl was wearing.
I did.
Did you find the clue?
I'm afraid we did, Dave.
Afraid? That means you believe that Dave is the reincarnation of Charles Mason?
I told you the clothes that Letty LeGros wore when she was slashed to death have never been found. What I didn't tell you was that some 6 or 7 years after her murder, a fine piece of white cambric that had obviously been a lady's handkerchief was found on the heath together with some yellow material. Some historians were convinced that the handkerchief had been Letty LeGros and that the yellow material was part of a dress she'd been wearing. But no one could prove it.
Until now.
Until now. Until you just described a yellow dress and a white handkerchief. Hello?
Mr. Robert Ripple?
Speaking.
Oh, this is Mrs. David Matson. You don't know me, but...
The wife of the publisher?
Yes, that's right. I'd like to come and see you.
What about?
My husband. And the reason he left me.
My dear Mrs. Matson, I find this conversation most strange. You, a perfect stranger, calling me to discuss your marital problems? Why in the world would you believe that I would be...
I was told to call you.
By whom?
Lon Henderson.
Well, I can't understand why Mr. Henderson referred you to me.
Well, because he's our best friend. And I badgered him into distraction. He finally gave me your name as the one...
He also has the information I have.
That's all I want.
Tell Mr. Henderson I find his putting you on to me cowardly.
Oh, Mr. Ripple, please.
I have no intention, Mrs. Matson, of seeing you or discussing your husband and his actions at any time, now or in the future.
I must thank you, Mr. Ripple, for your courtesy in showing me so much of your part of the museum.
Oh, not at all, Mrs. Larson. When the curator called and told me you were interested in becoming a patron of the museum, it was only natural we should try to show you the sort of things in which we spend your money.
Well, and you've impressed me, very much so.
If you don't think me impertinent, Mrs. Larson, how much so? Did you have any specific sum for a contribution in mind?
Not precisely. I really need more information. Now, I must return to Boston later today, so... Well, I just want to thank you for making time for me in your busy schedule.
Pleasure.
Oh, wait. This picture...
daguerreotype, Mrs. Larson.
Well, whatever. Now, this man, he looks so familiar. Who is he?
A notorious killer. A man named Charles Mason who was hanged in 1841. Now, if we could move on.
Just a moment. Now, this may seem a somewhat strange request, but I would like this daguerreotype.
I beg your pardon.
I'd like to purchase, or let me say, I would make a substantial bequest to the museum if I could have this picture.
And why would you want that particular picture, Mrs. Larson? I take it no other will do?
Well, surely I don't have to explain.
Oh, but you do. Guard. Guard.
What are you doing? What?
Calling a guard to escort you out of the building, Mrs. Matson.
Why are you...
And I'd advise you not to make a fuss. Because if you so much as utter another syllable, I'll call the police and have you arrested for impersonating a donor when you had no such intention. Now get out of here.
I honestly wish I could help you, Mrs. Matson, but as I told you before, Mr. Henderson has been on the golf course all afternoon.
But I told you to get a message to him that it was a matter of life and death.
Well, we have tried, Mrs. Matson. I don't know why he hasn't called or even if he received the message.
Now, listen, tell him I'm coming out to see him, and he should wait there for me no matter what happens. That picture. It was exactly the face of David. I've got to find Lon. He's trying to avoid me. It's too dark now for him to be out on the golf course. Oh, ouch. Well, there's gravel. I should have remembered to change my shoes. I think I'll walk on the grass. Who's that? Is there anyone there? I know you're behind that bush, and I'm not in the mood to play any stupid games. Let go of me! I forgot a knife! Oh, stop! Help!
Oh, Jan, do you realize that guy could have killed you?
I don't know. I don't know why he came at me. But I'm very glad you got there when you did.
Well, I didn't. I missed catching him. Didn't you see his face?
No. He came up from behind me. He circled around the bushes.
Oh, I see. Do you think you should stay in this house alone?
Well, why not? It's my own home.
But, Jan, you're not completely recovered.
I appreciate your concern. They'd never have let me out of the emergency room at the hospital if they didn't think I was okay. The arm is bandaged. It doesn't bother me at all, but you do.
Me?
Why did you send me to Ripple?
Oh. Jan, how much do you know about reincarnation?
You mean the belief that your soul lives on in someone else's body after you die?
Yes.
Well, what's all that got to do?
No, wait. David's involvement with Ripple's book has somehow convinced him that the soul of this 19th century killer, Charles Mason, was in his body.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yes. That's what I thought, too.
Thought? Then you believe
Jen,
now that...
please. After reading Ripple's book, Dave told me he felt strangely familiar with all the events that related to Charles Mason. He said he felt as if he'd almost lived them. He went to the museum to talk with Ripple about this strange phenomenon, and then he saw the picture.
And?
Well, you saw it. Can you deny that...
You allowed a resemblance to convince you that David was the reincarnation of a 19th century criminal? I refuse to believe it.
There's more, Jan.
Nothing that you can say will convince me. Reincarnation of... Listen, people have been arguing about whether there really is such a thing as a soul for centuries.
Now listen to me. David looked at that picture and went into some sort of a trance. He recalled actual scenes and incidents from more than 100 years ago.
David is a bright man with a vast store of knowledge. His subconscious must retain his readings from hundreds of books and manuscripts. And then because of some quirk and his vivid imagination, he's able to recall it.
I know. I felt the way you did, and I brought up the subject of self-hypnosis. It was then that David described the clothing of one of Mason's victims. And that's one thing he couldn't have read or heard anywhere.
Then you must believe that David was right to leave me.
Well, he loves you. What else could he have done?
Trusted that love, trusted our years together, trusted the strength that's made our marriage work, and and told me the truth and tried to work it out together.
Well, how do you go about working something like this out? If David really is
I'm not going to consider that possibility.
You have to.
Why?
Because of that bandage you're wearing on your arm.
Bandage? What's that?
Somebody went after you with a knife.
I know.
And why would anyone want to slash you?
I don't know. We live in a violent world.
No, Jan. No, this happened at the club. This was no ordinary mugging.
What are you trying to say?
Look, are you sure there wasn't anything familiar about the man who attacked you? Something that might remind you of
You are trying to make me think it was David, aren't you? You are trying to make me say it was David. You think it was David, don't you?
Jan, look, please, we have
to...
Get
out of my house.
Well, please, be reasonable and...
I said get out, Lon, and I meant it. Oh, Lon. Oh, I'm so glad you came. Now, I apologize for my behavior the other night. There was no excuse.
No. I forgive you, Jan. I understand. But what do you want from me now?
To go with me to see Jason Beckwith and tell him everything you know about this strange delusion of David's.
Jason Beckwith?
He's a professor of Romance languages at the university. And he's also a highly regarded student of the occult. I shouldn't say student. He's an acknowledged authority.
Jan, have you seen today's paper?
No.
Then you haven't read the story about the woman who was killed in the park last night?
Lon, I promised I wouldn't lose my temper, no matter how many ridiculous things
Now, hold
you
it.
said.
It's not ridiculous. A woman was slashed to death in Hudson Park early this morning by a man with a knife. Now, that's a newspaper story.
I suppose that you don't have a sneaking suspicion that man with a knife might have been David.
You bet I have.
David is not a killer.
All right. Why don't you call him and ask him where he was last night?
He couldn't kill anyone.
Are you afraid to call him?
Hello?
Oh, David, darling, how are you?
Jan. Look, Jan, if you didn't get the check, I'm sorry, but I really been bombed out for the past few days. I don't remember whether...
What kind of talk is that?
Look, Jan, I'm not the guy you knew.
Don't you try to tell me who you are, David. You're talking to the girl who married you.
You just don't know what you're up against.
But I do. I do know.
You know?
I know exactly what you believe, and I also know it's a lot of nonsense. Oh, darling, I want you to come home.
Lon should never have told you. He betrayed me and did you no good. I can't face you now, ever.
David, listen.
Well?
He hung up on me.
Mm-hmm. And what about last night?
He couldn't remember. Well, I guess he must have been drinking. Bombed out was the phrase he used.
Which amounts to admitting that he doesn't have an alibi for last night.
He doesn't need an alibi. David is not a criminal.
He thinks he is?
Well, he's getting a lot of support from some of his best friends.
Jan, please believe I fought it. You weren't at the museum. You didn't see and hear what I said.
And you haven't lived with David for 10 years. You think you can ever know David as I do?
Oh, well, how can I answer that?
Oh, don't try. Just come along with me and keep the appointment with Professor Beckwith.
It's not unusual for a wife to believe in her husband. It's also not too startling to find that a husband doesn't believe in himself. However, it's both strange and frightening to find a wife that seems to be willing to reach back into the past to prove her husband's innocence. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
The radio station that lets you use your mind. You're listening to Mystery Theater on News 74 KCBS.
The power of love against the power of death. The power of good against evil. Most of us like to believe that good will triumph, but very few of us are ever asked to put our belief to the acid test. Janice is doing just that. She refuses to believe the evidence that her husband David is the reincarnation of a 19th century killer. And she and her husband's best friend have come to an appointment with an expert on reincarnation and the occult.
Remarkable. Most interesting. In fact, one of the most remarkable stories I've ever heard.
Professor, you can take my word for it. I saw just what I told you. Nothing came from my imagination.
My dear Henderson, do stop calling me professor, and do stop being so defensive. I know you told me the truth.
You don't mean you believe David is a reincarnation of that killer?
My dear Mrs. Matson.
Jan.
My dear Jan, before I can answer that question and before you panic, you have to understand more about the whole theory of reincarnation.
That's why we're here.
Now, reincarnation is part of some, but not all, Oriental religions. The belief that the soul needs to be reborn. And final liberation and release from this need is the highest possible achievement.
But why is there a need to be reborn?
Because of impurities in the soul.
Oh, or sin, Professor? I'm sorry, Mr. Beckwith.
The final liberation of the soul, Henderson, is possible only for a human being who has attained purity of thought.
And if one doesn't have this purity of thought?
Then a new life is generated from an old, just as a new candle is lighted from an old one.
A new life, you said?
That's right.
Completely new and completely different? Trying, perhaps, to rid yourself of impurities?
Possibly.
Well, then, how do you account for the almost total recall that Dave had for the events and crimes connected with Charles Mason?
One explanation would be that he remembers them.
But if David was striving for a new life...
I didn't say there wouldn't be traces and memories of another life. And I believe David has surfaced these memories. But that doesn't necessarily prove David Matson is the reincarnation of Charles Mason.
Well, how else could Dave have known about it?
He could have experienced the things he recalled as a spectator.
Oh, no way, Beckwith. I was in the museum and you weren't. I saw and heard a deep emotional involvement on Dave's part. He was no spectator.
Henderson, you've just put your finger on the single most significant bits of evidence in this whole strange history. In fact, it's the cornerstone of a theory I'm beginning to form.
Come on, Lon.
Now, look, I feel like a criminal.
Now, don't be silly.
But I'm setting David up. He thinks he's going to see me, and wait till you see the look he gives me when you walk into his office.
Come on.
Where are you going?
We're going in the back way.
Oh.
If I pass the desk, the receptionist will phone David.
Oh. You know, Jan, you're really something else. I just hope that
just
David...
let me worry about David, Lon.
All right, Dave, I'm sorry we used the back door, but...
It was
Jan...
my idea.
Jan. Why didn't you call to tell?
David, you look awful. You look so tired. You know, you could use a vacation up at the lodge. We could...
Jan, how I wish I could... That it was as simple as that. I'd love to go away with you for a while, just the two of us.
Well, we can't.
What? I thought...
I mean, we've got some work to do first.
Work?
Yes, on your head. Now, listen.
Lon, what is this?
She's your wife, and she's great. And she has met with Professor Jason Beckwith, and he's agreed to work out an experiment.
What kind of an experiment?
Well, I think Jan had better explain it, since she's also going to be part of it.
Sorry, Jan. It sounds too risky.
Darling, I've told you. It's a controlled experiment.
Who's controlling it? Beckwith?
Yes, and Lon will be there, too.
The plain truth, Jan, is that I'm afraid.
Well, of course. And you're afraid to come home, and you're afraid to see me alone, and you're afraid to face the night. Is that the way you want to live for the rest of your life?
I may have to.
But don't you see? The experiment offers us a way out. I know you're not Charles Mason in any way.
The way you say it, you almost make me believe it.
Well, it's true. So trust me.
Oh, I trust you. It's me I'm worried about. How's your arm?
Oh, it's much better. You can see it's out of the sling.
The police haven't found who attacked you yet.
They're working on it. Now, when do you want me to arrange for this?
You're badly hurt.
No, it's just a surface cut. Now, listen, David, darling.
Excuse me. I'll be back in a moment. I'm not feeling...
David?
I'll be with you in a minute, Jan.
Lon, go after him.
What?
Go on, hurry. David. Oh, darling, don't.
Put that gun down, Dave.
Don't.
David. Why did you grab my hand, Lon? Why didn't you let me kill myself?
Because that's no answer.
You asked about the alternative, and this is the one that takes care of everything.
Are you sure about that?
What? Who are you?
This is Jason Beckwith, darling. We sent for him after
your stupidity.
I knew exactly what I was doing, and I knew why.
Then explain it to us.
I don't have to explain anything.
You don't find it difficult to believe that the soul of a man dead more than 100 years has been reborn in your body?
It's been pretty well proven to me.
And because you're afraid of the soul of this murderer will force you into killing your wife or some other women, you decided to kill yourself.
That's about it.
And what happens to the immortal soul?
What?
I asked, what do you think will happen to that soul that didn't die on the gallows at Tyburn in 1841? What happens when David Matson blows his brains out? What happens to that soul?
I don't know.
Think about it. Does it go on to inhabit another body and continue killing?
I wouldn't know that. Do you?
No, but I'd like to try and find out if you'll help me and go along with the experiment I have in mind.
You want to go ahead with this, Dave?
Yes.
Okay. But I'm under orders to inform you that this will be the last experiment into the past conducted on these premises.
And the professor's briefed you on what we hope to accomplish here tonight?
No, not completely. I assume it's a continuation of your trips into the past.
With some additions, Mr. Ripple.
Those marbles you have in that bag?
Right.
Interesting. I assume they're going to play some part in the proposed experiment.
Oh, they are. As will the clothing I have in this box.
Is that a knife?
It is.
With a sharp blade?
As sharp as I could get it.
Don't you think that...
I believe that on the top floor of this museum there's a long, narrow corridor which runs the length of the building?
Correct. Connects two rarely used storerooms. I must warn you, it's probably very stuffy up there.
Is there a window we can open?
Well, yes, but...
Good. With the exception of Jan, I suggest we all get up there quickly. Excellent, Mr. Ripple. A corridor just as you described it. And now the window's been opened, and we're all gathered here ready to start.
I thought Jan was... She told me she had to be part of the experiment.
Oh, she'll be along later, David. There were some things we had to keep from you.
Ripple, is there any way you could light this corridor better?
It's fine the way it is. I'll move down the corridor. Can you see this?
Something shining.
The knife is quite visible to anyone with normal eyesight, Professor.
Good. Now, Henderson, if you'll station yourself about halfway down the corridor and wait there. And don't touch the marbles.
Oh, don't worry. Never was any good at shooting marbles, Beckwith.
Where do you want me, Professor?
As we agreed, wherever you think you'd serve the museum's interest best.
I think I'll stay near you.
Fine. Now, what we have is the corridor, perfect view, and along the corridor, gleaming knife. David, you stand on my right. Mr. Ripple, that puts you on my left.
Mm-hmm.
And we all agree the corridor is quite empty. Now, Mr. Ripple, may I have the daguerreotype?
Here you are.
Thanks. Now, David, look closely at this face. The face of a man named Charles Mason. and David. As I drop the marbles one by one on the stone floor, they'll start to bounce. And bounce, bounce, bounce back through the years. Listen to them bouncing. Bouncing down the long corridor of time. And the years slide by, alive with the echoes of the past. Do you see them, David?
I see them and hear them.
Ripple.
I'm walking along near the top of the hill on the heath, and I see a single horseman. He's silhouetted for a moment against the moon. He comes riding, and he stops.
He dismounts, and he hides so carefully in the bushes.
Beckwith, for heaven's sake, what's happening? That's Ripple. He's under two. He thinks he's there.
They stand stone still, the man and the horse. The bushes hide them. A lady. She's walking. She has a cape with a hood. I can't see her face.
Jan, be careful.
Pretty lace and pretty face are no help against sharp steel.
No, it's Ripple. He's got the knife. He's down the corridor. Jan, look out!
I got him. You're not going to touch the
window, Dave. Watch the window.
Dave, the knife!
Help! Hold me!
Robert Ripple was pure evil.
He was also Charles Mason, wasn't he?
Perhaps. Perhaps he just saw an opportunity to destroy a good man when he discovered that daguerreotype and realized the man in it looked exactly like you. He simply took a nameless photo and gave it a name.
And gave me the horrors. But, Professor, isn't there any chance of finding out who the man in that picture really was? I'd like to know his real name.
Oh, David, my darling. Let's just live in the 20th century. I admit it's difficult enough, but it's our very own.
Here we are in the 20th century. And I have a little parlor game for you to play. Imagine yourself as some famous character in history whom you know and admire. Okay? Now, close your eyes and think hard and imagine yourself alive back in those days. And as you think, you may see some pictures in your mind that you've never seen before. Try it. I'll be back shortly. I find this whole question of reincarnation fascinating. But there's an area that's not very well covered in the books and essays that have been written. And that is the question of animals and their souls. Do they possess souls? And indeed, do they return in some form as some other animal? Or, which I don't like to believe, are those of us who sin greatly reduced to becoming animals before we can stop trying to be reborn? Our cast included Shepard Strudwick, Marion Seldes, William Redfield, Alon Clark, and Chris Gampel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Listen, you phone down to the drugstore and tell them to send up 3 gallons of black coffee.
Who is this? Are you sure you have the right number?
I'm sure I've got the right number, but I'm not so sure who I am.
Oh, Sam, it's you. You must have had a frog in your throat. Did you oversleep?
Effie, don't say things like that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. Oh, you poor dear. You've been working. You're tired, that's it.
Tired? I've only just brought Lazarus back from the dead.
Well, then you better get some rest, Sam. You can dictate your report tomorrow.
That's what you think. Now, stay where you are. If I'm asleep when I get there, wake me up. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the Lazarus caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Next time you buy hair tonic, be sure you buy Wild Root Cream Oil. For you see, Wild Root Cream Oil gives you these advantages. It grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, removes loose, ugly dandruff. Wild Root Cream Oil is non-alcoholic and contains soothing lanolin, so much like the natural oil of your skin. Yes, friends, next time you buy hair tonic, look for that famous name, Wild Root. Get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade. Effie!
In here, Sam, in your private office.
Private, she says. I'd like to know what's private about it.
I have everything ready for you, Sam.
What's this?
Ovaltine, to relax.
I don't want to relax. I don't dare.
Oh, there you go again, Sam. Going on nerves. How long do you think you can keep it off?
With your help, I'll be in a coma inside 3 minutes.
Thank you, Sam. Now, you just lie down here on the couch, and I'll take your shoes off.
Now, look,
And I can take dictation while you relax.
Nuts! Where's that black coffee?
Sam, you're angry with me. Your eyes. Please don't glare at me like that, Sam. I can't bear it when you...
I am not glaring. I'm trying to keep them open. Now, sit down. I got to keep moving around.
Oh,
moving around.
Drive yourself like this, Sam.
Please, Effie, please. Date, fill it in.
It's your life. Go on. Burn yourself at both ends.
Let's see. To A.J. Tatspaw, claims manager, All Risk Insurance Company, Tide Building, San Francisco. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Dear Sir, the following is an accounting of my services to your company in connection with a claim of Emma R. Lazarus on the life of the assured Timothy R. Lazarus. The latter called at my office yesterday at approximately 11:30 a.m. He was tall, bald, gray-faced, and dusty. He looked as if he'd been buried and dug up several times.
This may sound like a poor sort of jest, Mr. Spade, but my name is Lazarus, and I want you to bring me back from the dead.
Well, sounds interesting. Why did you die? When did you die? And how did you die?
I was declared dead by the appellate court of the state of California August 28th last year by reason of 7 years' absence.
Who took it to court?
My wife, Emma.
Insurance?
Yes. My wife and I agreed between ourselves to insure my life in the amount of $100,000 that she would collect on legal presumption of death after my disappearance and continued absence for 7 years. That's the law, Mr. Spade.
Yeah, it's been tried a lot of times. What went wrong in your case? Wife double-cross you?
If that's your attitude, I'm afraid I've come to the wrong man.
Uh-huh. You're still in love with her. Well, that makes it tough. You know they'll nail her for perjury if you prove you're still alive?
That's why I didn't go to the police. Even though we'd planned the deception together, she had reason to believe that I was actually dead.
Suppose you cover the whole thing from the beginning, Mr. Lazarus.
Yes. I married her back in 1940. And for a while we were happy. And then she became restless.
You mean you were not able to support her in the manner to which she was accustomed? She was young, lovely, you wanted her to have nice things, but on your meager salary, it was impossible.
Oh, I know, it's an old story, but life is like that.
Well, you said it.
Yeah, well, there you are. I was assistant cashier at the Golden Gate Bank.
Oh, no, not that.
I started taking small sums at first, meaning to repay them later on.
Let's not go through the whole script. How much did you embezzle?
$20,000.
Yeah, so you decided to take it on the lam before the auditors came in, and...
I was going to give myself up, but Emma wouldn't let me. We made our plans that night, and I left for Mexico the following day. In Mexico City, I had plastic surgery done on my face, and then I settled down to wait the 7 long years until I would be declared legally dead. I suppose you might call it poetic justice, but just before the end of the 7th year, I contracted malaria. I was confined to a hospital for more than 11 months.
You have had it.
Oh, the doctors gave me up for dead and asked me to notify my next of kin. I gave them Emma's address. I never notified her to the contrary because it seemed to fit in so well with our plan.
Too well, huh?
Yes. I'd been to see her, and she refuses to believe that I am her husband. Oh, of course, my appearance is very much altered, but there must be some way to prove my identity.
You worked in a bank. They must have taken your fingerprints.
I removed them from the files and destroyed them.
How are your teeth?
My teeth?
Teeth. Who was your dentist here in town?
Dr. Smith, the great professional building.
He'll still have your dental x-rays on file. They're as good as fingerprints. You go there this afternoon. Don't give your name. Tell them you're Mark Humboldt. Have a new set of x-rays taken, and I'll do the rest. What's your wife doing these days?
Emma's married again.
Who's the sucker?
Pardon me?
The man.
Oh, he's a doctor. Dr. Ernst Wilhelm.
Wilhelm?
He's quite well known, I believe.
Yeah, and the cops would like to know more. Now, about my fee.
Mr. Spade, I have no money.
Oh, that's great. You have no money, and all you want is to hire a man to bring you back from the dead. And the more I succeed, the less chance I'll have of collecting.
If I might make a suggestion, Mr. Spade, I don't know the ethics, but perhaps the insurance company? You would be doing them a great service.
I think you're going to live, Mr. Lazarus. They can't keep a good man down. I'll collect from them. I knew there wasn't a chance in 100,000 of shaking a fee out of your company. After all, you have your own investigators in the payroll, and contract work isn't deductible under the new tax law, but something about Lazarus had gotten to me. Something else about him got to me at the Blue Bottle Bar and Grill, where I stopped for lunch.
Mr. Spade?
Yes, indeedy.
I'm Emma Wilhelm, Mr. Spade.
Emma Lazarus Wilhelm?
I see you do know who I am. May I sit down?
Slide in, Mrs. Wilhelm.
Thank you. I'm glad to know you have a sense of humor, Mr. Spade. It's about that man, of course. Surely you didn't believe a word of his story.
Which word?
Oh, I'll admit there are slight traces of the truth in his raving. My first husband, Timothy Lazarus, was an embezzler. He did disappear, and it's quite true that I have collected the insurance on his life. I might even believe that Tim is still alive. But that man is not he.
Then what are you so upset about?
Oh, it's perfectly obvious what he wants. He's an extortionist.
You're wrong. He doesn't want money, Mrs. Wilhelm. He wants you.
Oh, Mr. Spade, how much do you know about my husband?
Which one?
Don't be flippant.
Dr. Ernest Wilhelm. He made his first million panning lead nuggets out of gang war casualties and lost it on the stock market. He cut his second million out of Nob Hill and called it surgery. He lost that on horses, blondes, and malpractice suits. The last time he was mentioned in the paper, there was a big picture of him pumping sleeping pills out of the stomach of an aging burlesque queen. It may or may not have been coincidence that she did not recover and that she was the ex-girlfriend of one of our better-known racetrack haberdashers, and if he got $100 for the job, he was paid off in booze.
Please don't say any more. That poor girl. And she'll do the same thing to me.
Well...
If you persist in helping that imposter, you'll be responsible for whatever happens to me or anyone else you involve.
Anything else I should know?
Yes. Both you and your client are being watched and followed. You can't escape him. He's not quite the has-been you'd like to think he is.
After she had gone, I scraped the tears off my butter, finished my lunch, washed my hands with a nationally advertised soap, and mushed over to the Drake Professional Building. I found my client's dentist in his lab polishing up a set of gold inlays.
Humboldt? Oh, yes. His x-rays have come through. Only set today. They're on the clamp there. Don't touch them. They're not dry yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What's your interest? Police identification?
You guessed it.
Always happy to cooperate.
Thanks. How about digging in your files for the x-rays on a patient named Lazarus?
Oh, yes, be glad to, of course. Well, let's see now. Larrabee, Lavelle, Lawrence, Lawson, Gruskin. That's a G. What's that doing here? Ah, Lazarus. Timothy R. Is that your man?
That's the name.
Oh, dear me, April 1940. Should have been in for dental hygiene. Have to remind Miss Baker. That's my nurse.
These pictures, how do they compare with this new set?
Well, let's have a look. Switch on the light there, will you please? Let's see. Malocclusion, that's impacted third molar. Ah, erosion inlay. Yes, it's very interesting.
You mean they're the same in both sets of pictures?
Oh, dear, no.
A man's mouth could change a lot in 7 years, couldn't it?
Well, especially with dental neglect, but that would never cause a man to grow new teeth.
Oh, well.
You see here, Humboldt has one more lower incisor and 2 more molars than Lazarus. And the whole character of the mouth is different. Well, these 2 men would not look even faintly alike.
Well, could there have been some mistake in filing?
Oh, dear, no. Miss Baker's been with me for 10 years. Never made a mistake yet.
Mm-hmm. Could I talk to her?
Not in today. Been out since Tuesday. It's cold. Oh, say, by the way, you're a detective. How's this for a mystery? She phoned me this morning and thanked me for sending a doctor around to examine her. Now, this is the peculiar part. I have no recollection of having done so, and I'm not acquainted with the doctor she said I sent her.
That wouldn't be a Dr. Ernst Wilhelm.
Why, yes. Wilhelm. That was the name.
Do her another favor, will you? Call a doctor you do know and tell him to get over there as fast as he can. Come on, open up.
Keep your shirt on. I will come in as fast as I can. What you want, kiddo?
Which is Miss Baker's room?
She's sick. Ain't having no college.
I'm her doctor.
Oh, you can't fool me. Where's your little black bag?
If I had one, it would be around your neck. Now, March, show me the way.
You can't force me. I know my rights.
Oh, you do you? Well, it might interest you more that your vents are faulty, your wiring is illegal, your drains are unsanitary, and your apron is dirty.
Them's rust stains. I'm needing repairs.
You're as neat as a mud pie. Now, get going before I have the Board of Health down on you.
All right, but you can't make me climb them stairs.
Come on.
Sciatica I have. Here's the key.
Okay.
First orbital right. Whatever the key's got, I hope you catch it.
Thank you, Elsa Maxwell. She was stretched out on a bed, her left arm twisted under her and her right dangling over the edge. On the floor beneath it was an empty pill bottle. A few red capsules were scattered near it, and some more were spilled out among the bedclothes. It was a standard sleeping pill suicide scene, but I didn't believe it. The body was still warm, but no pulse. I didn't waste time giving her the mirror test. Instead, I looked around for a phone. It was on a table near a window. I meant to dial the police number, Sutter 12020, but SU was as far as I got. Felt like a bee sting or a quick jab with a needle. I spun around and swung out blindly. The face that I missed was suntanned under a shock of iron gray hair. He was wearing the same white-toothed grin that Dr. Ernst Wilhelm always wore at the newspaper photographers. I started towards him, and he backed away, still grinning.
Come ahead, Spade. Come and get me, but hurry. You have only 20 seconds more. Shall I count them off? So far, you have 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9.
The floor kept dropping a foot at a time as I walked toward him. But every time I got to the bottom of the incline, it tilted up the other way, and I slipped back. He kept dropping out of sight, and every time I got him back into my line of vision, he was farther away. The walls of the room opened out and disappeared into some clouds. The ceiling spun around faster and faster until it whirled away like one of those flying discs. Then the floor turned into gelatin, and I sank into it.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Lazarus Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
The dream lasted about 300 years. Around Christmas time in the year 2247, another bee stung me. I opened my eyes, but the lights on the tree were too bright, and Santa Claus was bending over me with a brandy breath.
Come on, man. Come on. A little willpower. You're conscious. That's it. Sensation returning. Here, try and sit up.
There's a girl. How about her?
Too late. Did everything I could. Suicide pact?
Well, one of your brothers in Apollo was a little too handy with a needle. Here's the mark on my arm, and you'll find one on that stiff. Those sleeping capsules were a plant to make it look like suicide.
You'll be feeling better soon. Now, come along. Up on your feet. Must keep moving. Restore circulation.
Yeah.
Hip.
Thanks. You the man Dr. Smith called?
Yes. So you're a private detective. How do you feel now?
I'm still dopey. You give me something to pick me up?
I've given you as much stimulant as it's safe to administer. For the rest, you'll have to sleep it off. And you will. I advise you to hurry home. Get into bed before this wears off.
How long have I got?
A couple of hours if you keep moving, maybe 3.
Yeah.
But if I were you, I wouldn't stay out. Don't want to fall asleep in the middle of Market Street, get run over by a bus.
Worst things can happen to you in your own bed. Look at her.
Murder? Think you can prove it?
I don't know.
I couldn't. Not on her. And I've been an autopsy surgeon for 20 years.
Well, cheer up, Doctor. If you miss on her, you may get a second chance.
Huh?
Yeah, me.
Mm-hmm. Those eyes are looking better. I think you'll live.
I wasn't so sure. Unless I could nail Wilhelm before my 3 hours is up, it's a safe bet he'd nail me again with that needle. He had done me one favor. He'd convinced me that my client was really the man he claimed to be and that Wilhelm and Emma knew it. My best hope of smoking him out was to dig out some solid proof. I spent 10 minutes of my 3 hours getting the Hall of Records and 10 more finding out there was nothing there on Lazarus but his death certificate. I had a gander at the wanted file at police headquarters. They'd checked him out in August of 47 when the court had pronounced him dead. I looked at my watch. With 2 hours and 17 minutes of wakefulness left, I just didn't have time. I stopped by Lazarus' hotel, got a set of his fingerprints and several samples of his signature, took them to a penman I know down on the Mission, and between us we forged the most amazing set of documents ever assembled on one man. All dated, notarized, certified, witnessed, registered. One even bore the great seal of the state of California and the signature of the governor. I squeezed them all into a large briefcase, propped my eyes open with toothpicks while I drank half a gallon of black coffee, then phoned Dr. Wilhelm's night number. I told him I was one of Russian Leo's boys, and a cop had just winged me on the lam from a jewelry store job. He agreed to meet me at his office. Hello, Wilhelm.
Yes?
Is that all you got to say to the guy you knocked off an hour ago?
I'm afraid I don't quite follow. Who are you?
Look, I know that you know, and you know that I know. We even wrote a song about it, so let's get off the dime and don't reach for a needle. This gun is bigger and it shoots farther.
Well, I can see you mean business. What do you want?
First, I want to show you a few things. Here, take a look.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is very impressive.
Yeah, I thought you'd be impressed. You, need any more proof that Lazarus is Lazarus?
What's the matter, Spade? Getting sleepy?
Don't get your hopes up. I can squeeze this trigger in my sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Are these papers for sale?
Why do you think I brought them to you?
What's the price?
Half the take on Lazarus's insurance.
That's very high.
I haven't finished. This time, Lazarus has got to be really dead, and you're going to do the job. Come on, stop stalling.
I can't do that.
Why not?
Why, Emma, she'll make trouble. She said she would.
She's still in love with him?
Why do you say that?
I just wondered. What reason did she give you for not wanting him knocked off?
Well, the cops work harder at identifying a dead man than they do a live derelict that looks and talks like a crank. I had the same idea myself.
Then you're stupid. With him dead, she can tell any story she wants to. With him alive and all this proof of identity, he's in a position to nail both of you for fraud, conspiracy, perjury. Shall I go on?
One thing. Does Emma know about these papers?
Sure.
You're lying.
Sure, I'm lying. And those documents are forgeries if that's the way you want it. I haven't got time to argue. I can't stay awake much longer, and you can't bring it off without me. I'll have Lazarus at my apartment in 30 minutes. Bring your needle and the $50,000.
All right, Spade. I'll be there.
I made 2 phone calls on my way to pick up Lazarus, one to Emma and one to Lieutenant Erlinger of homicide. Dundee was asleep. The lieutenant and Sergeant Fullhouse were perched on the fire escape outside my window, and Emma was waiting in the living room when we got there.
Jim. Oh, my poor darling.
Emma, you recognize me.
Of course, darling, from the beginning. But I didn't dare speak out in front of Ernst.
I know. Mr. Spades told me.
Now, listen to me, you two. You're sure you can go through with this?
Oh, are you sure there's no danger?
That's him now. Come on, Lazarus. Get in the bedroom there. Now, do what I told you.
Don't worry, Emma.
Oh, I'm so frightened.
Quiet.
Hello, Spade. I got here just at... Emma, what are you doing here?
Mr. Spade phoned me. I agreed. It's the only thing to do. I wanted you to know that.
Well, I'm glad to see that you've come to your senses for a while there. You see, you were wrong, Spade.
Did you bring the stuff?
Here's your money. I have a hypodermic in the case here. It's already loaded. We won't need a sterile needle. Where is he?
In there on the bed. He was asleep a minute ago. The grogginess that had kept coming back over me in waves for the last 2 hours swirled over me again as Wilhelm leaned over the bed where Lazarus lay, stretched out with his eyes closed. For a split second, I blanked out, and I was afraid it had already happened. But then I saw Wilhelm's hand coming down in an oblique angle toward Lazarus's forearm. Then my vision blurred again, and my arms felt too heavy to lift. It was Emma's scream that jolted me back. I clawed out blindly. You let go of it. You get it in your own arm. Let go.
Why, you double-crossing...
Now, here's a little sleeping medicine for you. Okay, boys. Come and get him.
Good boy, Sam. Good boy. We won't forget this.
Yeah, a likely story.
Get that broken glass, Bullhouse. Put it in the Dixie cup. Now, handle it careful. Want to analyze that medicine.
You okay?
Who are these people, Sam? Accomplices?
Yeah, but not the homicide.
What about Ernst? They won't let him go free, will they?
Don't worry. He's out of circulation for good.
Mr. Spade.
Yeah, Lazarus.
I don't know how to thank you.
Yes. You don't know what this means to us.
Yes, I do. It probably means another long separation. The state prisons aren't co-ed. But if you insist on being alive, you have to take life as it comes. Period. End the bedtime story.
Oh, Sam, it's so sad. That poor couple, so much in love. But you had to do your duty, didn't you, Sam? They had to pay their debt to society, of course. That's why you had to be so hard and unrelenting and not give in to your better nature.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Never give in to the ship. Don't tread on me. There was Hobson's... what was it that Hobson... you may fire when ready?
You know best, Sam. Oh, just go tight this up.
And now, listen to this. A good friend of the family. That's Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, folks. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. Now, get Wild Root Cream Oil at your drug or toilet goods counter in a new 25-cent Get Acquainted bottle. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam, wake up.
Well, hey, go away. Your apron's dirty.
Sam, I'm not wearing an apron.
Then why don't you let me sleep?
Sam, you've got to wake up. Your coffee's here.
And tell them I'm in conference.
No, Sam, no. The black coffee. You said to order 3 gallons.
What?
I couldn't carry it all. I'll make another trip. 24 cardboard containers. You'll have to drink it up fast now. They're leaking already.
Abandon ship, all ye who enter here.
Oh, Sam, what am I going to do with it?
Open the restaurant. Good night.
Oh, good night, Sam.
Number 3 turrets, open fire.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Renee Garrigang. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keep on all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade, Detective Agency.
Here's I, sweetheart.
Sam! Oh, I was worried to death. Just awful. Glass all over the floor, holes in the wall.
That was just business going on as usual during altercations, Eph.
Well, what was it all about, Sam?
They tried, Effie, just tried to pluck my feathers and cook my goose.
On Thanksgiving, too. How could they?
Oh, they were a mean lot.
Are you all right?
Hale and hearty, every giblet in place and not a feather ruffled. Did you have a nice Thanksgiving?
Oh, it was heavenly. Mama had a turkey dinner, sage dressing, cranberry sauce, candy jam.
Hard cider?
A little.
Come clean, Effie?
Well, I had 2 glasses. Everyone was there. Cousin Gertie, Dwight, Mrs. Floss. I was disappointed when you didn't show up, Sam. Did you have Thanksgiving dinner?
Sure.
Sam?
At the Helping Hand Rescue Mission, where there's plenty of free parking and never a cover charge. For further details, consult the report which I will presently be down to dictate on a pasty chronicle of foul play.
The Terrified Turkey Caper.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Sam Spade!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
Having Thanksgiving dinner at a rescue mission, and Mama cooked a perfectly wonderful...
Thank your mother for me, Aunt. Tell her I'll be over to break wishbones with her tonight. And to atone for my social indifferences, here's a little something I brought for you.
Oh, Sam! You shouldn't have. It's beautiful. What is it?
A blunderbuss.
A blunder what?
Bus, as in step to the rear of.
Oh. Well, what does it do?
Shoot, Seth. It's a gun. Our founding fathers used it in foraging for feathered food when they settled this abundant continent.
And it's mine.
To do with what you will.
Where did you get it?
Pencil boy?
Yes, Sam. Who gave it to
Pad
me?
open?
Oh, yes, but I don't know.
Knees crossed?
Did you mean the founding fathers?
Don't peek. Date, November 24th, 1950. To Detective Lieutenant I.C. Kelsey, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, Turkey. Dear Kelsey, this was a big week for the cranberry pickers, the butchers, the sage makers, and the stomach pill people. But for private detectives, it was strictly from hunger. My office door opened only twice a day, once to let me in and once to let me out. And when on Wednesday I heard a knock on the door, I went into a paroxysm of delight. Come in! Come in! Come in! Entrez-vous! Entrez-vous! Airline! When I ran out of languages, I got up from behind the desk, walked to the door, and opened it. Standing there was a small, middle-aged man with a pink, bald head. His blue serge suit needed pressing, and he was nervously fingering a strawberry birthmark under his left ear.
Mr. Samuel Spade?
I am.
May I have a moment?
You may have several, but not in the corridor. It's not in my lease.
Oh, I'll come in.
Good. Well?
Well, you'll have to excuse me, Mr. Spade. I've had so few dealings with private detectives. I find it hard to begin.
Well.
Oh, perhaps I shouldn't have come at all. Goodbye.
No, wait a minute. Maybe I can help you.
Well, you see, Oh, what's the use? You won't believe me. Nobody does. I'd really better...
Oh, now, wait. I'll believe you. All I ask is a chance. Now, let's start with your name.
Oh, what, my name?
Yes.
Yes, my name. To begin with, you won't believe that. Oh, but I can verify it. Yes, I can. It's on the registration book of the old Colony Hotel, in the 1943 phone book, and on my old driver's license.
Well, I'll have to know it before I can verify it.
Yes, of course you will. It's Tom.
Well, now that's not so hard to believe.
Oh, you haven't heard the rest of it. It's Tom Turkey. You see, I told you wouldn't believe it. I'd better go.
No, let me be the first to believe you. Now, Mr. Tom, what's your problem?
Oh, dear, that's even harder to explain.
Well, now that I don't believe. But take a breath and jump into it.
Breath, yes. My name is Tom Turkey, and they're going to kill me for Thanksgiving.
Well, I had asked for it, and I had gotten it. And I sat back wondering who had gone to all the trouble to play this funny joke on me. I was looking at my hand to see if there was any itching powder on it where he'd shaken it when my phone rang. I lifted the receiver, swung around on my swivel, and gazed out onto the street. It was Al Cuccio calling, a private eye whose reputation was shadier than a mushroom cellar.
Hiya, Spady.
Al.
Haven't seen much of you lately, Spady. You have to get together.
Yeah, well, so long.
Wait, I'll tell you why I called. I've had a pest in my office, keeps coming back. Thinks he's a turkey somebody wants to dress. I brushed him, but your name came up, and I just wanted to warn you. He might be in to see you.
I'm confused, Al. I never knew you to turn your back on a buck.
Oh, I don't want any of this one. His buttons are loose. My advice to you is to bounce him.
Well, we've never traded advice before, Cuccio. Why now?
Well, after all, we're in the same racket. If we can't help each other...
Oh, sure, Al, sure. I appreciate it.
Give me a ring. We've got to get together sometime.
Yeah, when I get a free night, we'll Jimmy parking meter.
Yeah, we... Huh? Oh, yeah. Parking meters. I'll see you later, Spady.
I turned back to the desk, and what I saw in front of me was an empty chair. Tom Turkey had taken wing. I got up and walked to the window, and a minute later, I saw him come out of the building downstairs and start to cross the street. And then I saw something else. A large 4-ton truck was tearing down the street, picking up speed. Instinctively, I shouted a warning. And at the last second, Tom Turkey scrambled from in front of the truck and disappeared into the alleyway. The truck roared up the street, and on its side was printed in gold letters, Haynes, you drive it. There was nothing to say it wasn't coincidence, this near mishap. But somehow I found myself intrigued and wanting to hear more of the little guy's story. He said the Old Colony Hotel. On the way, I stopped at the library, found an old 1943 phone book, and looked. He was listed. Thomas Turkey, it said. Out of curiosity, I rang the number.
Hello?
I wonder if you can help me. I'm inquiring about a Mr. Turkey.
Turkey? This ain't his number no more.
I know.
Haven't had any calls for him for years. Calling name.
Yeah, I know.
I knew a woman named Rabbit once. Mrs. Rabbit.
About Turkey, could you remember what he looked like?
I don't. Hey, Manny, what Turkey look like? Yeah. Small man, around 50. Nice fellow, Manny says.
Strawberry under his left ear?
Strawberry under his left ear, Manny? Yeah, strawberry under his left ear.
Well, thank you, madam, for your information, and thanks to Manny.
Well, you're welcome, but I don't know what you're going to do with it. Old man Turkey's dead. Been dead for years.
Curiouser and curiouser, I thought. They had described the man who came to my office 20 minutes ago, and now he'd been dead for years. I continued on to the Old Colony Hotel. Room, 75 cents, it said. Tom's room is 114.
Who is it?
Sam Spade.
Oh, come in, Mr. Spade. I'm sorry I ran away. I didn't think you really believed me.
Well, I'm not sure I do yet. Tell me, was that truck an accident?
Oh, I don't think so, no. They made 3 attempts before to kill me. Somebody tried to push me in front of a train, and then a wheelchair full of cement dropped off a building and just missed me, and then I was shot at.
Well, who were they, and why would they want to kill you?
I don't know. I just don't know.
Look, let's tack.
Tack?
Tack. I dialed your old phone number, and the people who answered said you're dead.
Oh, a lot of people think I'm dead.
Yeah. Look, do you still want me to work for you?
Oh, yes, please.
Well, you'll have to tell me more, then. I can't...
I guess I'd better tell you everything. Oh, it's hard to talk about, Mr. Spade. It's not easy to admit to someone you've been a foolish man. You see, I just turned 50. I was quite tired of the life I'd led. Proper, dull, and unfruitful, except in money. My business was wearing, and so was my wife, Henrietta.
This has a traditional ring.
Anyway, to make it short, I decided to run away. One day I drove to work. I parked my car in the middle of the Bay Bridge where the suicide note left it and disappeared.
Where did you go?
Oh, all over the world. I took a job on a boat. I did. On a boat. And then I settled in Sao Paulo, Brazil, under another name.
Now you're back. Why?
Well, maybe I got lonely. Maybe I got wiser. Maybe I felt I paid enough for my mistakes. Let's just say I'm back. I want to be with Henrietta.
Have you seen her?
I checked into this hotel and wrote her a letter saying I wasn't dead. I was back in San Francisco, and I wanted to come back to her if she still would have me. But I told her I wouldn't bother her unless she wanted to see me, that she could contact me here. That was a week ago.
And you haven't heard from her?
No, and almost right away these attempts on my life began.
I see. All right, what's her address?
3118 Monroe. Oh, she's taken her maiden name again. Black. Henrietta Black.
Well, come on, let's go.
No, I'm not going to see her until she asks me.
Well, look, you're going to my apartment. Nobody will bother you there.
And you're going to see Henrietta?
That's right.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spade. You do believe me. I think I'm really ready to face the world again now.
I deposited Tom in my apartment with instructions to open the door for no one but me, and then I proceeded to 3118 Monroe in the high-rent district. I was ushered through a comely portico by a Japanese maid who told me to wait in a study heavy with mahogany. In a moment, 2 people came in. The woman wore a black dress, silver pendant, flat shoes, and a complexion the color of apple meat. She was Miss Henrietta Black and/or Mrs. Tom Turkey. The man turned out to be Leander Luce, the lady's attorney, business manager, and canasta partner.
You say you have something important to discuss with me, Mr. Spade?
I do.
I hope you don't mind my asking Mr. Luce to be here.
Not at all.
Well,
Mrs. Turkey, I just talked to your husband, Tom.
Mr. Spade, if you please.
I say something?
A rather feeble attempt at comedy, Mr. Spade.
Well, I wasn't trying for a laugh. You are Mrs. Turkey, aren't you?
I was.
You undoubtedly still are.
I'd expected to hear another one of these cruel jokes about my name.
At Thanksgiving time, Mr. Spade, someone was always going to stuff Tom, baste him, dress him, slice him.
This season, they're going to kill him.
They are not going to kill him. He is already dead.
He's not dead, Mrs. Turkey, and you should not.
I should.
Yes, he sent you a letter saying he was back in San Francisco and wanted to see you.
Mr. Spade, this has gone absolutely far enough.
Not quite. What about the letter?
I know of no such letter.
I see. Well, thank you for your time. I'm sorry I bothered you.
Oh, you used bad judgment in coming in the first place.
Yes, maybe you're right. There was falsehood in this someplace, Lieutenant, and it stuck out like a fat girl in slack. The only thing to do was to go back to my apartment, get Tom Turkey, and confront Mrs. T with her husband in the flesh. But when I got back to my apartment building, I spotted in rapid succession, 1, an ambulance, 2, a police car, and upstairs, outside my half-opened apartment door, I spotted 3, you.
I've been expecting you.
What's going on, Chelsea?
Yeah, serious, Sam, serious.
Who's that bald-headed man moving around the apartment?
That's McCracken, the new medical examiner. Checking a stiff on your rug.
I stepped around you, Lieutenant, and pushed the door all the way open. I saw McCracken kneeling over the body and a couple of men from homicide taking photos. I moved into the room feeling nothing good. A little guy had given me a job, and while I was yakking with his wife, somebody got to him. And in my apartment, where I'd stashed him. McCracken stood up, and I looked down at the body. Then I looked again. Who I saw wasn't Tom Turkey at all. It was the late private eye, Al Kuchel. You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. You Friday fans of Sam Spade, there's mystery on Saturday evening, too, on NBC. Tomorrow, the man called X sets out on another mission of danger and intrigue in some far-off corner of the earth. Herbert Marshall stars as the man called X, a man without a name who travels the world over protecting his country's interests. He lives by his wits, and his business is danger. He's the man called X, tomorrow over most NBC stations. For top Sunday listening, it's another broadcast of The Big Show on NBC. This Sunday, your stars include Fred Allen, Jack Carson, Mindy Carson, Ed Archie Gardner, Ed Wynn, and many, many more. And Tallulah is your MC as usual. This Sunday, it's The Big Show on NBC. And now back to the terrified turkey caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade. While the men from homicide were taking pictures, etc., you and I, Lieutenant, were going round and round on the question, if I didn't kill the man found in my room, who did? And you were sufficiently impressed with my insult, Chelsea, not to hold me for the murder. We bowed to each other, and I left. Thinking back to the truck that had almost run Turkey down, I went to the Haynes U Drive truck rental garage.
What do you want?
I'm a detective. Could you give me a list of names for everybody who rented a truck from you during the past few days?
Sure.
He handed me a big registration book, and I read every name for the past week. For the first 5 days, they all seemed to be nice, normal, abnormal names. And then, under the rentals for the day before, was the name of John Smith. John had given his address as 7200 Kearney. And I happen to know that Kearney only goes up to 2000. The dispatcher said that Smith had returned the truck about 3 hours before, and he remembered him as an ugly, heavy-set, and rough-voiced character who looked like an ex-longshoreman. They had already washed the truck, so the fingerprints were all out up.
Well, it's Mr. Spade again.
Look, I'd like to speak with Miss Black, if you don't mind.
Come in. Come in.
Thank you.
This way, into the den.
Right.
Well, I was sure you'd look into this affair a little more and realize that it was just a blind alley, a hoax of some kind.
Where's Miss Black?
Oh, she's upstairs, lying down. The whole affair has upset her, and she asked not to be disturbed. I think the wisest course of action for you, Mr. Spade, is just to let the matter drop.
You can't let a murder just drop, Mr. Lewis. The police wouldn't hear of it.
Huh? Murder?
Who? An untracked private detective named Al Cuccio. Well, what does this have to do with Henrietta Black? Al Cuccio called me earlier today and said that Tom Turkey was a crackpot, a little man with delusions. He tried to talk me off taking his case. He sounds like a perceiving man. Well, he didn't perceive ending up in my apartment with a bullet in his head. Oh, that's too bad, but I left Tom Turkey in my apartment for safekeeping, and when I returned, he was gone and Cuccio was dead. Well, that explains itself, obviously. This detective knew that Tom Turkey was a phony, and Turkey killed him. It can figure that way, and a number of other ways. Mr. Spade, I have no desire to sit here trading subtleties with you. As yet, no one has demonstrated that the real Tom Turkey actually exists. Alive. Now, until you do have something more concrete and less mythological, Miss Black requests that you do not come around opening up old wounds. You've made an eloquent point. Just tell me one thing. If I can. When did Tom Turkey disappear? I mean, what month, what day? It was, 1943, November. But I'm not sure of the exact day. I think it was in the third week. Could it have been on Thanksgiving? Very possibly, very possibly. I returned thoughtfully to my office and did a little rapid mental arithmetic and came up with the number 7. From November 23rd, 1943 to November 23rd, 1950 was 7 years to the day. And I pondered this. What did the number 7 mean to the life or death of Tom Turkey? I had just hit upon the answer and was crying Eureka when my office door opened, unlocked, and a visitor came in unannounced. He was ugly, heavy-set, and looked like an ex-longshoreman. I waited to see if the voice checked. You, Spade? Who shall I say is calling?
Yeah, Captain John Smith. And here's my calling card.
The first bullet grazed my shoulder and tore the padding out of my coat. The second bullet hit the water cooler and it crashed over, water and all on top of me. Where the third bullet hit, I wasn't sure at the time because darkness came rushing through my head like a freight train. When I opened my eyes again, I expected to see St. Peter checking my ID card. But all I saw were the dust balls under my desk and a fly bathing himself in a pool of water spreading slowly over the floor. There was blood on my hand, but it came from a glass cut. I was in shambles, but alive. Captain John Smith had shoved off, obviously thinking his bullets had done their work.
Homicide, Lieutenant Kelsey.
Sam, Kelsey, have you found anything more about Tom Turkey?
Nothing, Sam. Frankly, I'm beginning to wonder if there is such a guy.
Well, clever, Kelsey. A few minutes ago, a gorilla by the name, believe it or not, of Captain John Smith just tried to kill me in my office.
Oh, go on, Sam. I find it hard to think.
You find it hard to think, period.
Really, Sam? Did you get him?
No, but my office is a wreck, and there's a hole blasted in my wall big enough to put a basketball in.
Well, what did he use, a bazooka?
I figured dum-dum bullets.
Dum-dum? Well, that's illegal, ain't it?
Kelsey, doesn't it strike you as significant that every attempt on Turkey's life has been vicious, as if someone not only wanted to kill him, but also mutilate him?
Yeah, now that you mention it. Somebody probably wanted to make identification difficult.
Even dead, they didn't want anybody to know who he was. Now, listen carefully, Kelsey. This is real deep. Tom Turkey disappeared on Thanksgiving of 1943. A person has to be missing 7 years before he can be legally dead and his insurance collected. Now, if someone had Turkey insured, they could collect the day after this Thanksgiving, if Turkey didn't show up before.
You mean somebody's trying to kill him for the insurance?
I would say so, Kelsey. I would say so. Now, hurry up and find them. When I put down the phone, I heard a heavy pounding. For a minute, I thought it was in my head, until I turned to face the door, and standing there was a small pilgrim with bandy legs in black stockings, pantaloons, white-collared coat, and stovepipe hat.
Hallelujah!
He wore silver buckles, and what he was pounding on the floor was an 18th century blunderbuss.
Hallelujah! Have I got the right place?
Oh, offhand, I'd say so. If you're looking for Captain John Smith, he just left. Pocahontas is expected any minute.
Now, don't you go trying to confuse me. I'm too thirsty.
What's on your mind?
Well, I'm looking for a fellow named Dan, I'm so thirsty I forgot.
Sam Spade?
Yeah, that's it. There.
Oh, you broke your water bottle, huh? Yeah.
Good. That stuff's poison anyway. Hallelujah. Hey, say, do you happen to have any hard cider around?
Fresh out.
Oh. I'm kind of thirsty, you know. Any type of corn squeezing?
Here. Try this, Dad.
Yeah.
Good, huh?
Oh.
You like that, huh? Oh.
Follow me. But before we go, do you suppose we could have a little something for the road? It's bitter cold.
I gave him a little, but not too much, because I didn't want him to lose his way. He walked me right down Market Street so he could look in the liquor store windows. He said it gave him a comfortable feeling to know there was so much good in the world. And then we turned right a few blocks until we came to the Helping Hand Mission. Across its gray front, a banner promised special holiday food and comfort to the unfortunate. And on the street in front of it, there was a brass band sending out signals to the fraternity that any minute the great feast of Thanksgiving would begin. The band members and other volunteer workers were all dressed as pilgrims, a quaint conceit. My pilgrim led me to a dark corner of the clubroom, and sitting there unhappily was none other than Tom Turkey.
Hello, Mr. Spade.
Oh, well, Tom, what happened to my apartment? Why did you run away?
Well, I was afraid. You told me not to answer the door until you came back. Well, somebody knocked on the door and said it was you, so I opened it, and two men came in.
Tell me, was one of them Al Kuchel?
Yes, the detective. The other man was a big, ugly-looking fellow, and when they saw I was alone, they started arguing.
About what?
Well, the detective said that now that he'd brought the ugly man there, he wanted his money.
Yeah?
The ugly man pulled a gun, and they started to fight. Oh, dear, I slipped out the door, and when I was halfway downstairs, I heard a shot and kept on running.
Well, Al Kuchel is dead.
Oh, my. I thought so. This was the only place I could think of to hide. Oh, when Henrietta finds out I've been mixed up in a murder, she'll never take me back.
Henrietta. Hey, tell me, did your wife ever have any insurance on you?
Oh, before I ran away, she did. A $50,000 policy, but, that would have lapsed by now.
Maybe. Did it have a suicide clause in it?
A suicide?
Yes.
Well, no. No, it didn't. I remember.
Yeah, you'd like to talk to Henrietta, wouldn't you? All right, here's her phone number. Call her up and tell her where you are.
Oh, dear, I don't think I could. I'm too frightened.
You've got to do something to help yourself. If you don't, by midnight, you might be a cold turkey.
Oh.
I'm sorry, it just slipped out.
All right, I'll do it.
Well, he went and made the call. When he returned, he said that a man had answered who said Henrietta would come down and pick Tom up. He didn't want to wait, but I sat on him. The pilgrim brought us a dish of turkey dinner, saying he couldn't stand food himself, and we munched a spell. In a little while, a limousine pulled up in front of the mission with someone in back whom I couldn't see. The chauffeur stepped out and came in inquiring for Tom Turkey. It was Captain John Smith himself. When he saw me, a look of shocked surprise came over his unhandsome face. Hoping to catch him off balance, I drove at him. It was the liveliest thing that has happened at the Helping Hand Mission in years, and we had a good house, too. Money was even changing hands. When I heard the odds starting to go against me, I realized I'd better come up with something.
Here, use this, partner.
And I did. The bandy-legged pilgrim shoved his blunderbuss right in my hand. And I swung. This dropped like pheasant on the wing. I looked up. The passenger from the limousine was just coming in.
What's the meaning of this?
It means, Leander Luce, that you're not going to carve Tom Turkey up for your Thanksgiving insurance policy.
Hallelujah. Drumstick, anyone?
Period. End of report.
Sam, I don't understand.
Well, it's as plain as the cranberry stain on your dress, sir. Luce, as Henrietta's business manager, had her power of attorney. And secretly, he kept making the payments on Tom Turkey's insurance policy.
Oh, and then he'd collect for Henrietta and keep the money himself.
Effie, sometimes your lightning mind frightens me. Now, go type that up. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's fun and laughs with the chimes later tonight when Ed Gardner stars in Duffy's Tavern. As usual, Duffy won't be there, but Archie the manager will definitely be on hand to serve his blue plate special of grilled English language. This Sunday, the big show comes your way again. Tallulah will be your hostess, and the stars include Fred Allen, Jack Carson, Ed Wynn, Meredith Wilson, and many, many more. It's the big show, Sunday on NBC.
Sam, the man who killed Al Kuchel and tried to kill you. Was his name really Captain John Smith?
No, Effie. Could we have a Thanksgiving caper without a Captain John Smith? It wouldn't be right.
It was a coincidence, wasn't it?
Well, if you promise not to tell anyone.
I won't.
His real name was Michael Giuseppe Yablonsky Smith. I called him John for short.
You're so kind.
Mm-hmm. Are we going over to your mother's for cold turkey snacks?
Well, all right, but I don't think there'll be much left.
Oh?
You see, my cousin Judy couldn't find a little boy. And Mother phoned and said they just found him. He was inside the turkey, eating his way out.
Effie, is there no way to curb that tongue of yours?
There's one way.
Well, come here.
Oh, good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart. The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by Larry Roman and John Michael Hayes. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Hear the magnificent Montague, then visit Duffy's Tavern on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Oh, Sam.
Now, take it easy.
The papers are on the street. I saw them.
So did I. There'll be some red-faced editors ducking behind their green eye shades tomorrow.
What do you mean, Sam?
You don't print up the score until the returns are all in, F. This applies to presidential elections, boxing matches, and executions at San Quentin Prison.
Sam, you mean Willie?
I mean Willie. Batten down the hatches and turn over your foam rubber cushion, Wonder Girl, for even now I'm homeward bound with a stride-by-stride account of a 12-hour marathon, which I shall call, for obvious reasons, the Hail and Farewell Caper.
Transcribed for NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all, starring Stephen Dunn in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
I've been robbed. Effie?
Sam?
Brought in here this minute.
Oh, yes, sir. Have I done something?
That's what I was about to ask. Have you been sticking your delightful, freckle-covered, upturned little nose into my schnapps bottle? Well, answer me, girl.
Sam, you know I don't do...
All right, then who?
Well, the nervous little man who was here did open the drawer to find a pencil and paper and leave a note.
Okay, you're clear.
Oh, Sam, what about the little man?
A good and leading question, F. Shall we attempt an answer?
Oh, I'm at the ready, Sam. Shoot.
Date, fill it in. To Justice Edward Benjamin, State Supreme Court, from Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Hail and Farewell Caper. Dear Justice Benjamin, my relationship with the spindly little man goes clear back to a week ago, Thursday, possibly even before that. But that was the day I first noticed him. I remember it was Thursday because I was having corned beef and cabbage at Schroeder's. With him, it was a glass of water at the next table. He was paying little mind to the menu, having decided to spend the lunch hour staring at me. A couple of times, he put down his glass of water and pushed back his chair as if he were going to come over and talk. But he changed his mind. I put away the corned beef and cabbage and was halfway past the pie when he finally did it.
Excuse me, sir.
Hello?
You, sir, are Mr. Spade?
I am.
The detective, Sam Spade, detective agent?
At your service, sir. Now, what can I...
You see, do you have a match?
I gave him a match, and he thanked me and went out. On Friday, I saw him in Ben's grotto over a plate of wrecked sole. We got just about as far, then he returned the match he owed me. The following week, I saw him 4 times, once as I was going into a show, once at the post office, and twice as I was going into my office building. Each was the same. We'd get up to the point where he was about to tell me something, then he'd back down and ask me what time it was, or did I have a horse in the fifth at Golden Gate, or would I lend him a cigarette. Then he'd bustle off as fast as his spindly little legs could carry. And thus matters stood yesterday. Place, my office, time, 1:37 p.m. Sam Spade.
Mr. Spade, this is a gentleman who...
Yeah, don't tell me I know the voice. Now, what is it this time?
I'd like to see you, Mr. Spade. I must see you.
I know. I'll save us both a trip. The date is April 26th. The time is 1:38 p.m. All trains, planes, and streetcars are leaving on schedule. And for the favorite at Golden Gate tomorrow, consult your nearest bookie.
Please, sir, please, Mr. Spade, please, do not jest. This is a matter of life and death.
I see. Fine, then I'll see you tomorrow for lunch, huh?
I won't be here, Mr. Spade.
Oh, where'll you be?
Dead.
Look, I'm tired of this, Mr. Spindley. Give it to me straight or sign off. Now, what is it?
Gotta listen to me, Mr. Spade. It's most important. It's a life or death. It's a life...
Hello? Mr. Spindley? Hello? It almost seemed as if he were in earnest this time, so I didn't hang up. I hustled down the hall to the next office, found another phone, and sweet-talked the supervisor into tracing down Mr. Spindley. It was a pay booth in a drugstore opposite the Park Emergency Hospital. The clerk in the drugstore was just getting over it when I punched in. Spindley had collapsed in the booth and had been hauled across the street to the hospital. On the bed there. Oh, thanks, Doctor.
Life and death, Mr. Spade. Terrible. You've got to stop it. It's murder.
He's been
Legal
muttering
murder.
like that ever since we brought him in.
Yeah, hop, huh?
The legal kind. You see before you an overdose of sleeping tablets.
You mean he tried to kill himself?
I can't think of an easy way anyone could feed him 2 full bottles, can you?
Pull through?
Probably. We gave him a good pumping.
Don't let them do it. Don't.
All right.
It's murder.
Now, Mr. Doe, don't carry on so.
But I know who did it, sir. You must stop him.
All right.
I know who is
Take it easy. Boy, he's got a lot of strength for a little guy.
Mr. Doe, huh? No name.
Yeah, nothing to identify him. Funny thing, that.
What do you mean?
I'd almost guarantee the man's undernourished, hasn't eaten for days, shabby clothes, and so on. Yet look at the roll I found in his pockets.
Hmm? How much?
Almost $800.
Oh, did you find anything else?
Yeah, this. Huh? What do you make of it?
Well, front page of the Star Times.
It's a galley-proof, isn't it? Kind they run off in the linotype room before they start the presses.
Yeah. Killer dies tonight. Willie Johnson, hitchhike murderer, to enter gas chamber at midnight.
Innocent man.
All
It's murder. It's murder.
Down you go, Mr. Doe.
But I know who did it, sir. I know everything. Everything. I know. A frame. It's a skillful frame.
You mean Willie Johnson?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know who it was. It was hail and farewell, sir. Hail and farewell.
Who was it? Come on, Mr. Doe. Wake up.
Mr. Doe. Yeah. I was waiting for that.
Hit him?
Like a ton of bricks. He'll be incommunicado for the next 24 hours or longer.
Hail and farewell. A broken-down actor.
Huh?
Only an actor would think more of an exit line than an innocent man's neck.
You mean you believe he knows?
I don't know what I believe. The guy's been trailing me for 10 days, driving himself nuts, tries to knock himself off. It's a cinch he believes it.
Well, there's no chance of bringing him around before tomorrow.
Yes, and Willie Johnson dies tonight.
So what happens?
So I'm stuck for taxi fare to San Quentin.
Believe in him? Believe in Willie Johnson?
Yeah, I know you're his lawyer, Mr. Grayson.
I'm his lawyer because I volunteered to serve you, Mr. Spade. I've been in the law a long, long time. I've defended a lot of phonies. Sometimes you've got to if you want to eat. They all sing the same song. I was framed. Oh, I know all 89 verses. But Willie...
Yeah?
Willie's song is different. Because Willie Johnson's an innocent man. Willie was framed. 4 appeals. 4 appeals, 4 stays. And we've had our last one. It's folded up now, Spade. I'm going to take the walk with him at midnight. So do something for me, will you?
Sure.
When you walk into a cell, remember you're talking to a man who's going to die in less than 8 hours. We're trying to build his spirit up so he can go out with the colors flying, you know?
Yeah.
Don't give him a lot of false hope, Spade. Because there isn't any.
I don't quite understand, Mr. Spade, sir. I told my story so many times.
I'd like to write something about you for the papers, Willie.
Oh. Yes, sir. But all the newspaper gentlemen been here and gone.
Yeah, I know. Could you tell it just once more, Willie?
Well, all right, sir. It's more than a year ago, I guess you know that.
Yeah.
I was broke, you know. Things hadn't been going so well, sir. I was down to my last 2 bits that night. I walked into Sherry Dugan's.
That's the bar on the waterfront, huh?
Yes, sir. I got to talking with a fella sitting at the bar there. He bought me beer.
Who was he?
I never did find his name. I ain't seen him since that night. If I could find him, I don't reckon I'd be where I am, sir.
Oh.
He had a paper with him. Was reading the classified ad section. You know the part about autos, transportation, and so on?
Yeah.
Well, there was an ad there. I'd say, we'll pay $500 plus expenses to drive car to Mexico City with a phone number.
Mm-hmm.
And the fella said if he were in my shoes, he'd call up and inquire, so I did. I inquired, and I got the job. Well, sir, about an hour later, I met a man with a car at Southern Mason by the gas station there. And he gave me the $500, and I start out for Mexico City.
Who was he, Willie?
Never found his name either. We tried too, Mr. Grayson, and me. Never could find him.
I see.
Well, it was raining that night, sir. I remember. It was raining. And I hadn't gotten more than 50 miles south of town, somewhere around Morgan Hill it was, when a siren blew off behind me, and the first thing I knew, well, they was asking me questions about a girl. A girl named Georgia Lyon.
Uh-huh.
It was her car, it seems, and the officer claimed I stole it. They made me raise my arms, and they searched me. And there was a knife in my pocket, you see, with blood on it. There, and I don't know how it got there. And the $500, that had blood on it, too. And there was blood on the seat. And when they opened the turtle back, there she was. This Georgia Lyon I told you. All doubled up there and dead. And they said I'd done it for the money in the car. And I guess I just went crazy, Mr. Spade, with this all coming at me at once that way. You see, I tried to make a break for it, and I got away. And I knew it was a terrible wrong thing to do. I know that.
Yeah. What about the trial, Willie?
Well, sir, Mr. Grayson done everything in his power, sir. And so did I. I told the truth as close as I could recollect it, but it didn't make no sense. We never found the man in the bar or the man who drove up in the car.
What about the phone number in the ad?
Oh, that turned out to be a fancy dress. That turned out to be a fancy dress shop on Powell Street called Mason Francine. And the classified ad, sir, that was the queerest thing of all.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, Mr. Grayson went through every newspaper in the country for 2 weeks either side of the night, and there wasn't any such ad in any of them. So they said I was lying. They said I was lying. I made it all up in my head. And now they're going to kill me for it.
Yeah.
I don't know, Mr. Spade. I've heard it so long now. Maybe I did kill her. Maybe they're right. Maybe they're right.
But there was something in the way he said, maybe they're right. I told you they were wrong. I thanked him and told him I had what I wanted for my story and said goodbye. There was no hope in his face, but no despair either. He knew what was coming, and he was ready. And that's all. I hit the homeward-bound commuters on the wrong side of the Golden Gate Bridge, so it was almost 7 when I checked in at Sherry Dugan's bar on the waterfront. A girl was sitting 3 stools down from me, a class-type dame in a black file suit from Magnum's, and a hat that must have set some good-time Charlie back $50. That's the kind of a dame you'd expect to be sitting in Sherry Dugan's, least of all as drunk as she was.
Well, here you are, Jack. 60 cents. Thank you.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
This is a one-man operation, isn't it?
Yes, why?
Well, then you'd be Sherry Dugan,
No, I bought the joint from Sherry a few months back. Why?
Well, I'm doing a story for the papers on Willie Johnson. Tell me, was Sherry here on the big night?
Oh, yes. Only Willie Johnson wasn't. You could look it up. What Sherry testified?
Where is he now?
Oh, South America.
And there he'll stay. You know why?
Why?
Sherry has brains. For a man in his shoes, there's no better place right now than South America.
Oh? Well, tell me more.
He needed a rest the worst way, Sherry did, after all he'd been through. Tending bar can be difficult at times, right, Tim?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Show me a good bartender, and I'll show you a barn diplomat.
And more besides.
Yes.
Well, here's to Sherry, wherever he is. Keep running, Sherry. Keep running. You know, Sherry's like a dog running away from a can tied to his tail. We all are.
Who's we?
All of us, the world. Give me another drink, Tim.
Oh, now, listen, lady. I don't think I'd
Don't
better,
give me any lip. This is a first-class wake, isn't it? A send-off for Willie, isn't it? Poor.
Marilyn, what are you doing here?
Oh, just in time, Georgie. Sit down.
Come on, we're going home.
Take your time, George. 2 of the members present. 1 more. We'll have a quorum. Pour him a drink, Tim.
You want me to carry you out of here?
Might be fun. Where's Daddy?
Pacing the floor. Now, come on.
You know something, George. You've got a can tied to your tail, too. No use running, George.
Oh, you're out of your head. Whatever made you come here?
Kind of appropriate, don't you think? Special night tonight. Black dress. See, all fixings. Gonna have us awake.
Not here we aren't. Are you coming?
Nope.
All right.
Where we go?
Going home.
Bye, Timmy. And you, whoever you are.
How about...
Hold it. How much does she owe you?
That's $3.45.
Here. It's worth it. Now, tell me, who is she?
Oh, it's a model. Some dress shop uptown.
Oh? Like the Maison Francine, for instance?
Yeah. How'd you know?
Just a hunch. What's her name?
Oh, Marilyn Hale. Her old man runs the Star Times, you know, the publisher.
Yeah.
The guy is his partner, George Farewell. You must have heard of the firm Hale and Farewell.
I had, but it was a slightly different reading from the one Mr. Spindley gave me at the hospital. I looked at my watch. Willie was 4.5 hours from the end of the line when I took off for the press room at the Star Times.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's fun and music for you tomorrow evening with the Dennis Day Show. There'll be songs by Dennis and another typical tangled comedy situation, the kind of hilarious mix-up that could happen only to Dennis Day. And now, back to the Hail and Farewell caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Time 8:11. I got out of the elevator in the basement of the Star Times building on Mission Street and started looking for the press room foreman, somebody named Joe Fortescue. I finally found his feet sticking out from under a sick linotype, hauled him out, and tried to make him understand what I wanted.
Yeah, I know who you mean. I know, a little bandy-legged guy.
Can't hear you.
I say, he's a little bandy-legged guy.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Hello, what about him?
Come on. Go ahead, you first. Now, who is he?
Charlie Forrest, he's nuts.
I know, but that's not what I...
Been off his rocker for a year. Look, you see that picture on the wall over your head?
Yeah.
That's Mr. Hale, the Iron Fist.
Oh.
Won't tolerate no inefficiency, you understand? But this screwball, this Charlie Forrest, I personally canned him twice, and both times Iron Fist sends it back to me.
Yeah.
So it don't make no never mind to me, brother. Leave him come to work stewed all the time. Leave him lay off for 2 straight weeks like this time. Don't make no never mind.
Yeah. Now, look, I'm up with you now. How long's Charlie been this way?
A year or so. I know just when it started.
When Willie Johnson was hauled in on the hitchhiking killing, right?
Oh, you've been talking to Charlie, huh?
Yeah.
Funny thing how that hit him. You'd find him sitting in a corner by himself, mumbling all the time about the guy being innocent.
Mm-hmm.
What do you suppose Charlie had to do with that? Oh, I don't know. Got real crazy toward the end, you know. Said he was killing Willie Johnson.
And you'd ask him with what, and he'd say a linotype machine and a hunk of newsprint. One day he even offered to prove it, you know.
How?
I don't know. He said he had proof. He said he had the evidence that would save Willie's neck, hid in his room. Boy, was the office trolley.
Look, I've got to find out where he lives. They don't know upstairs.
I don't know. We don't know downstairs neither. He moved out of his apartment 3 weeks back, and don't nobody know where he went.
Look, he was in this morning. Picked up a galley proof of page 1.
Hey, that's right.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who might know where to find him.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, about 10 o'clock he leave here. Said he was going to look him up. Somebody named Spade.
Thanks.
Sam Spade. He's a detective.
That remains to be seen. A bandy-legged little guy named Charlie Forrest, F. He must have been in around 10:30 this morning.
Dear, I didn't get here till 11. They're still clearing stuff off the tracks from the MacArthur reception.
Yeah, never mind that now. Listen, write this down.
Oh, wait till I find a piece of paper.
Hurry up.
Here, under the ashtray.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sam.
Call Jeremy Grayson. He's a lawyer, and he's with Willie Johnson in the death row at Quentin. Tell him to get hold of a justice on the state Supreme Court and hold the line open till I get him. You got that?
Yes, sir. Is there anything else?
No, I'll get back to you in a little while.
Sam, wait a minute. Don't hang up.
What's the matter?
This paper I'm writing on under the ashtray. It's a note.
Well, go ahead.
Mr. Spade, please contact me at once. Charles W. Forrest, Bellflower Hotel, 338 Stockton Street.
It took 20 more minutes to cross town and 10 on top of that to convince the clerk at the Bellflower I had a right to the key to Charlie's room, which I had not. I tossed the room from the light fixture to the floorboards, covered everything from the window shades to the bathroom plumbing. Result, 1 batch of dirty laundry, 6 soggy cigarettes, and 2 empty bottles of sleeping pills. I was on my way out when I remembered one more thing. It wasn't an accident like in the movies. It was on purpose. I unscrewed the tops of the iron bedposts. Inside number 3, I found it. There was a payphone at the end of the dark hallway.
Sam, I warned you about this. We've had 4 stays. They won't come through with the 5th.
I've got a fair hold card, Grayson. Did you get the judge?
Yeah, Benjamin, State Supreme Court.
What'd he say?
What I knew he'd say. No evidence, no stay.
Tell him I got evidence.
It better be good, Sam.
It is. A phony newspaper, a copy of the Star-Times for the night of the murder with a special page in the classified section carrying the ad that Willie answered. How does that sound?
You've got it now?
Yeah.
Well, for Pete's sake, hang on to it. I'll get back to the judge. Say, wait a minute. Who's behind it?
It's a long story. I'll tell you when I see you.
Hang up.
When you what? Spade. Spade.
Hang up or I'll kill you.
Spade.
That's it. You can turn around now.
Well, Iron Fist.
We've met.
I've seen your picture, Mr. Hale.
It flattered me, no doubt. Give it to me.
What?
The paper, stupid.
I haven't read the funnies.
All right, Mr. Spade, if you'd rather.
Iron Fist knew other games besides publishing. He moved up, I went for the gun, which suddenly wasn't there, and he was giving me a fast demonstration of judo for beginners. First thing you know, I was sprawled on the floor, and he was looking down at me along the barrel of his .38.
I could kill you, I suppose, but why? Why?
He backed off toward the window, spread out the paper, and crumbled it up.
Now.
You know what you're doing with that match, Hale?
Shut up.
You're burning Willie Johnson at the stake.
I said shut up.
He touched the match to the pile of papers, watched them flare suddenly, lighting up the entire hallway. He looked like a medieval devil.
I'm sorry about Willie Spade, but it has to be, that's all. It has to be.
What did you have to do with Georgia Lyon?
Nothing. Nothing at all. And her name wasn't Georgia Lyon, really. It was her stage name.
No?
Her real name was Farewell.
Your partner's wife?
Why, Spade, didn't you read the testimony at the trial? She was leaving George that night. She'd made a noble decision to walk out of his life and leave him free.
For your daughter, huh, Marilyn?
That's right. And it was such a tragedy Georgia had to run into Willie Johnson the very night she left. Wasn't it, Spade? Wasn't it?
He bent over the fire, watched it die down into a pile of ashes. I was looking at something else. A draft from the stairwell behind me had picked up a glowing scrap and set it down at the foot of a sleazy window curtain behind him.
Well, that's it, Spade. The last of Willie Johnson. The last of...
I hit him at the knees as the curtain went up in a blinding flash. No judo this time, just an old-fashioned hammerlock.
Let me go.
Come on, give me that gun.
No, the fire.
I'll break your arm, Hale. I'll break your arm. There. Well, that's better. Now, get up. Get up! Hale, stop! Hale! I caught him in the leg as he hit the top of the stairway. He took off like an eagle, lit on his neck halfway down, and toppled the rest of the way like a loose-packed sack of laundry. He was dead when I got to him. Score, with an hour and 5 minutes to play, no evidence, one dead witness, one unconscious one killer, and accomplice at large. There was only one way left to go, and I took it.
Floor, please.
George Farewell's apartment.
That's the penthouse.
Yeah, is he home?
Oh, I don't know what's the matter up there, sir. I think something's wrong, awfully wrong. He went up there early this evening with a young lady, and the door to the roof is locked at the 8th floor. That's never happened before.
Any other way up?
Well, you might try the fire escape if it's urgent.
It is. So I climbed the fire escape at the 8th floor and went up onto the roof. Or rather, into George Farewell's patio. I worked my way through a maze of potted shrubbery around a fish pond with a fountain in the middle. Piano music was coming through a pair of French doors. But before I saw where the music was coming from, I knew it was the radio and not the piano. Because the piano, a 14-foot grand, had George Farewell sprawled across the keyboard with a bullet through his head. I crossed to the set of French doors on the other side of the house. And there I saw her, standing up on the 3-foot parapet surrounding the roof, looking 8 floors down into the street.
Don't come any closer.
You're not really going to jump, Merrill.
He did it his way. I'm going to do it mine. Don't come any closer. Don't.
I won't. So George shot himself, huh?
Why not? Can't go through life with a can tied to your tail. No running away from that.
No, there isn't. Well, you're going to jump?
Give me time.
Oh, you want to do it the dramatic way, don't you, Marilyn? Only 35 minutes left until Willie checks out over at the... And to make it really ironic, you'll want to take off before he does, right? The one person left who can save him. I talked to Willie, Marilyn.
He must hate the world.
He doesn't hate anybody.
Poor jerk.
I think he'd feel even sorrier for you, throwing your own life away while you can still save his. You can't run away from this tin can, but you can untie it. You can climb down off that wall and ride over to Quentin with me. You can tell him George Farewell killed his wife, that the three of you and the little linotyper made a pigeon out of Willie. I held my breath. She swayed, looked down into the street, poising herself. Then she turned round and stepped onto the roof again.
Let's go.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Only George Farewell didn't stab his wife that night. I did.
We pulled up at Quentin with 6 minutes to spare. The foregoing Justice Benjamin is submitted in support of the stay of execution granted Willie Johnson and will be set forth in detail in Mr. Grayson's petition for a new trial. Period. End of report.
Gee, Willie can say. What can I say?
Well, I have one constructive suggestion.
I could say you're the greatest, finest, most wonderful...
Yes, but you'd only be repeating yourself, Cherub. The proper line at this moment is, I shall have the report ready for you immediately following the next announcement. Right? Scoot.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Listen to the stars on this Sunday's big show. Jimmy Durante, Ethel Merman, Milton Berle, and Gordon McRae, plus Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Your MC on the big show, of course, is the glamorous Tallulah. You're invited.
Here it is, Sam. Sam? Here's the report.
Oh, yeah.
What are you writing, Sam?
Look, how's this? Man of the world, dashing, debonair, cosmopolitan, temporarily at liberty, desires employment.
Sounds wonderful.
Thank you.
What does it mean?
All right, we'll drop it down a few notches. Private investigator, accomplished raconteur, will tell troubles to listening public. Nice telephone voice. Contact Sam Spade, 1 East 48th Street, New York.
1 East 48th Street?
Yeah, my address during the summer months, Cherub. You got it?
1
East 48th Street,
Mm-hmm.
New York City. Oh, maybe a lot of people will write, Sam. I'm sure they will.
Think so?
There'll always be a Samuel Spade Incorporated.
Will there?
Look ahead. Smile through the tears, Sam.
I am.
The day will come soon again when
When the phone will ring and you will say...
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Yes, and I will say... Me, sweetheart. Buck up, old girl. Stout fella, stiff upper lip, good show.
Not goodbye, but au revoir, Sam.
Hail and farewell. Good night, sweetheart.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of Sam Spade was produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn, Lorene Tuttle as Effie. Also in the cast were Junius Matthews, Olin Soule, Wally Mayer, Sidney Miller, Kathy Lewis, Paul Frees, Ed Max, and Lou Merrill. Script for tonight's adventure by Harold Swanton. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
In response to requests representing millions of listening friends, the National Broadcasting Company is pleased indeed to bring you again The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sweet. What number have I got?
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Oh, well, me, sweetheart.
Nothing's happened. Call me later, Dwight.
The white check. Look.
I didn't know you were in town. You didn't write to me or...
Effie, F.
Yes?
This is me in the flesh, Sammy the Spade. Oh, now what?
Goodbye.
Effie, I'm in a payphone. My nickel is running out.
Oh, Dwight, how can you be so cruel and play jokes at a time like this?
Wait, listen. Oh, you listening?
Yes.
I am not dead. Don't believe everything you read in the papers. Or hear on the radio.
Yes.
You were at my funeral. Is that what you were about to say?
Yes. And it was lovely.
Don't believe that either. Stay right where you are, sweetheart, because I'll be there, alive and handsomer than ever, with an account of a caper which proves you can kill some of the people part of the time. My exaggerated report on the death of Sam Spade.
NBC welcomes back to the air a character who has captured the public imagination more completely than any other since the birth of Sherlock Holmes. William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Ain't it grand to be bloomin' well dead? Candles at my feet, candles at my head.
We're not open for business today. I mean, Mr. Spade's office is closed right now because...
I'll wait.
Oh, she looks just like Mrs. Spade. What's her name?
Spade. S-P-A-D-E. Spade.
Sam never told me he had a twin brother.
He doesn't.
But then you...
I'm me, Sam. Oh, wait. Come here. Now do you believe me? Oh, what's the use?
Oh, you're so much nicer.
Oh, never mind. Now get your pencil and paper and take it. Date November 17th, 1950. To Miss Effie Perrine.
That's me.
From Samuel Spade. That's me. License number 137596.
You must have been the last one to see him alive. Did he tell you to give me a message?
Shut up. Subject, my death. Dear Effie, since the sight of me in the flesh, breathing, hungering, and living doesn't convince you, maybe this report will. Think, if you can, back to last Monday. Now, if you recall, it was about 11 o'clock when, on the flimsy pretense that we needed stamps for the office, you drew $2 from petty cash and stepped out to buy a pair of step-ins. And that's when my client materialized. He was small and thin and carried with him the unmistakable odor of stale flour. His black alpaca suit, string bow tie, elevator shoes, and white gloves had no bearing on his conversation.
Oh, dear. My name is Chester Swan.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Well, my name is Spade. What can I do for
How
you?
tall are you, Mr. Spade?
6 feet in my feet.
Weight?
178.
I always notice a man's bone structure, don't you?
Oh, always.
Open.
Huh?
Open. Let me see inside.
Ankles?
Mm-hmm.
Eye?
Fine.
Oh, well, now that you know me this well, Mr. Swan, what can I do for you?
Oh, dear. Perhaps I shouldn't have come here at all. I'm sorry, Mr. Spade.
Well, really?
Oh, dear.
Oh, hello again, Mr. Swan. You wanted to talk to me?
Yes, but I can't talk now. Mr. Spade.
Still here?
There. I live at 8516 Claremont in Berkeley. I'll be there tonight. Oh, dear.
This time, as he made his exit, he left $50 on the edge of my desk. And so, stupid me, I was at 8516 Claremont at the close of the day. It was a small white cottage with green shutters and a white picket fence. There was a hill in back and a brook in front. The sun was beginning to set on it, and it was all very picturesque. In fact, so much so that a girl with red hair, blue jeans, purple smock, oils, and canvas was making it immortal. She liked me immediately.
Here, hold this.
Certainly.
Barker?
Oh, yeah.
This is my first landscape. I'm a sprouting artist.
Obvious. Makes your own?
Not when I can get somebody to do it for me. Who are you?
Oh, I might be a fellow artist.
Don't do that. You're a liar. You're Sam Spade. I saw your picture in a newspaper clipping when I was helping Chester clean out his desk before he moved it.
But I...
You don't know an easel from a palette.
Oh, but I could learn.
I take it seriously.
Oh, then so do I.
I doubt it. You've never tried to get away, to stand off, to throw off the shackles, have you?
No. I'll have to admit that the urgency of living, the pressure of merely existing, has had the...
Catfish, Sam. By the way, I'm Amy Goodrich.
Catfish?
The world is full of unhappy people who never try to get away from it all.
Well, honest,
Stop it?
Well, I wanted to, really.
Honestly, Sam, get away from everything. Leave, dissolve.
I've dreamed of it.
Never return.
Cross my heart.
Mm-hmm. What are you doing here?
To see Mr. Swan.
He isn't home yet. This house is a wonderful subject. Look, Sam, colorful, moderate, pleasant.
Mm-hmm.
That is until the sun stops shining. But picture it at night in the fog, crushed with burns, full of dust, brooding. I'm trying to capture that, too. It's what we've got to get away from, isn't it?
Absolutely. You and I...
Sam, as you start up the hill on Claremont, there's a green apartment house on the right. I'm in 420.
Well, maybe we'll find a way out together.
Maybe.
I waved her a fond farewell and sat on the steps of my client's house until he showed up at 6:15. He took me inside where the only furniture was an army cot and a portable barbecue.
I'm so glad you kept our appointment, Mrs. Spade. I'm so frightened. I've been upset all week long. I didn't know what to do. I just didn't.
And what have you been so upset about, Mr. Swan?
Well, lately, Mr. Spade, infrequently, for the last week, I've noticed a man. I think he's following me.
Mm-hmm.
At first, I'd see him in a car following my bus when I went downtown. Then he'd be waiting around at the bus stop in the evening when I came back. I've sold my house, and I'm ready to move. It's unnerved me so much, but...
Did he follow you home tonight?
No, but
well, would anyone be following you, Mr. Swan?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Spade. I don't know. I really don't.
All right, I'll try another tack. What does this man look like?
He always wears dark clothes and a hat. I'd say he was about your height.
6 feet.
I remember. Maybe heavier. Same bone structure, though.
Yeah. You haven't been to the police.
Oh, dear, no. A man in my business can't afford off-color publicity.
No? What kind of business is that?
The Bonton Mortuary.
Oh.
25 years. Same location. Oh, and I've worked hard. So very hard. And if there's something behind all this, something that has stopped me from being made the executive secretary of the Undertakers Breakfast Club when they hold their annual election next month, I don't know what I'll do, Mr. Spade. I just don't really know what I'll do. I just don't.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Swan. You'll feel better. Just let it all out. Just really do. And he did. When he stopped crying, I instructed him to go about his daily habits as always and left, assuring him I'd get to the bottom of it all. I walked down to the corner ostentatiously, which is a neat trick well calculated to throw nefarious observers off the track and lull them into false security. And when the bus showed up 10 minutes later, I got on it, rode 3 blocks, walked back, and took a plant across the street. A clever ruse, as you see, to invite a showdown. 2 hours later, a man about my size in dark clothes appeared over the hill and crept stealthily to the front of my client's cottage. He had his eyes glued to the window when I walked up behind him.
Hey, let go of me.
Come on, you're going inside.
Listen, I'm no peeping Tom.
No, you're the bloodhound type. I'm inviting you in for a real sniff at
Oh,
this
no,
dog.
you don't. Well, all right, then. I'll go quietly.
No, okay, that's better. Now we'll just walk up. The kick he landed on me wasn't according to Queensberry. I couldn't move for 3 or 4 minutes, and by that time he disappeared. When I recovered my faculties, I reported the incident to my client, who cried himself to sleep. After I bolted him in for the night, I stopped on my way down the hill at apartment 420 in the little green apartment house. She was still wearing the blue jeans and the purple smock, and she still had the same ideas.
Come in, Sam. You said you were serious about getting away from it all, and a whole day has passed.
It was the pressure of living. I'm here to apologize.
You are not the girl.
I'm sorry, Angel.
I love to be fooled, Sam. You're forgiven.
How's the painting coming? The one of Swan's Cottage.
Slow. Fog is always tough.
Looks nice, though. How long have you been on it?
3 weeks, all told.
Well, then you've had a pretty good plan on the house, haven't you? Ever notice a tall, broad-shouldered guy in a dark suit casing the place?
Tall, broad-shouldered.
Pretty much like me.
Could anybody be pretty much like you, Sam?
No, yeah.
Sam, is there something wrong?
No.
Well, then don't stand there doing nothing. Do something.
Who, me? Amy fixed me a small dinner which had a strong turpentine taste to it, and then we mixed oils and painted and made fudge. Next afternoon at the Hall of Records, I did a little spade work on Chester Swan. His application and permit to practice undertaking in the city of San Francisco were dated 1938. Details: unmarried, 52 years of age, graduated from mortician school in Ohio, listed one living relative, nephew, Theodore J. Swan, Toledo, Ohio. I was gathering the above information when I smelled whiskey over my shoulder, which is always good luck. It was Al Torrington, who was also in the private investigation racket in this city, and he was leaning, peering from my face to the card that I held in my hand.
He got over to you, too, son?
Who got over to me, Al?
Him, that Finney with the tears. What's his name? My eyes ain't so good.
Swan, Al. Chester Swan, mortician.
Yeah, that's him, Sam. The same one exactly. Came to my office 2 weeks complaining about somebody following him. And he did nothing about it. Said I was too fat.
Oh, well, you are, Al. Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. And some other the boys said he was around there, too. Wanted a private eye, but he wanted a man who looked just right.
How right?
Obviously as right as you are, Sam, because it looks like he picked you. Yeah. yeah.
Yes, it did look like he picked me. And I thought that over, and I didn't like it. And I called my client at home to tell him he was fired, but he didn't give me a chance.
Oh, dear, I'm so glad you called, Mr. Spade. I really am.
I called for a reason, Mr. Swan. I'm resigning this case.
Oh, dear, Mr. Spade, you can't do that. You really can't.
I don't think you've been quite honest with me, Mr. Swan.
Oh, dear.
Tears will get you nowhere. I made a routine check on your reasons for hiring me, and they don't quite fit with the reasons you gave. They really just don't quite, Mr. Swan.
It's no game, Mr. Spade. Believe me. He's back tonight. Right now, he's standing beneath the lamppost outside my window, and I'm frightened to death. So please hurry over, Mr. Spade, and let's get this business straightened out. Please.
And stupid me, I went over. And I found that little white cottage on the hill looking grim and gaunt in the heavy fog. Amy's words about it being crushed with barrenness, full of brooding and death, came back to me. And Mr. Swan's frightened words about a mysterious man in dark clothes waiting beneath the streetlight also came back to me, particularly when I noted there was no streetlight near the house. However, there was a light somewhere in the rear of the house, and the front door was ajar. Mr. Swan, are you here? Oh, Mr. Swan, it's me, Sam Spade. Are you here?
Mr. Spade? Is that you? Are you out there?
Where are you? Nothing for it. I turned around to find the front door full with a man in a dark suit. He had something in his hand, and it looked like a roll of cotton candy, but it felt different. It only started me against the wall, but it made me forget where my arm was.
Easy, Spade. Easy does it, boy. Easy.
He let me down to the floor gently. I could still see the lights swimming in the back of the house, and I could hear him talking way off.
Give me the needle. No, I can't watch. I'm going upstairs.
The needle went somewhere in my left arm, but not before somebody pulled my coat off, and for no reason I could think of at the moment, also tried to pull my finger off. So I couldn't dwell on it. By that time, the stuff in my arm was going other places, and I was going with it, even though there was action all around me.
That's all it does. No, stay away from me. Get out of here.
Vaguely, somewhere, somebody was shooting Roman candles or having blowouts or playing bebop. I just didn't care at all. I just didn't. The first thing I saw was sunlight. It was the kind you see in a picture. It was a picture of a little white cottage with green shutters. You guessed it. I was in Amy's apartment where we made fudge together. I got to my feet somehow. I knew the best thing to do with me. There was a fire escape in a window. I got out there and I weaved against the wall.
What do you mean he's gone? He couldn't have gotten away with that load he was carrying.
Oh, I don't know. He was unconscious when I left.
Well, don't just tell her. We've got to do something. There might be trouble. Now, let's get going.
I didn't wait to find out what they were going to do. I made my way down the fire escape and started walking for the street, and that's when I noticed my shoes didn't fit me anymore. They weren't mine. Neither was the gray flannel suit with the label marked Kid Cheese. Neither was the blue shirt. While I was at it, the ring on my finger engraved Emerson High 1936 wasn't mine either. My new belt buckle had a big letter T on it, which is not my initial. It really isn't. And I didn't have any use for the eyeglasses in my coat pocket either. You were out when I walked in the office, Ed, but you've been there. There was a black crate done up in a white satin ribbon hanging on the door. The desk blotter was drenched with salt tears. And an newspaper folded back to page 13, and I'll sue the Chronicle on this if it's the last thing I do, gave me a 2-inch spread. Item, November 15th, 1950. 15? What happened to the 13th and the 14th? Detective perishes in Berkeley fire. I read it through once. And twice. It was my obituary. You are listening to the first in a new series of adventures involving radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Later tonight on most NBC stations, Daffy's Tavern comes your way with another merry half-hour session, starring Ed Gardner as Archie the manager. There's a full serving of laughs garnished with chuckles and whipped up by Archie and his unpredictable friends, Miss Duffy, Clifton Finnegan, and Eddie the waiter. It's just one of the many great Friday evening entertainment features on NBC. It's Duffy's Tavern, your cue for better listening where the 3 chimes always mean good times. Make it a Friday evening habit to tune early and stay late at your favorite NBC station. And now back to Caper Over My Dead Body, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade. I left the crepe on the door and went out to buy a new desk blotter and some more newspapers. The Hobo News had the best story, which wasn't much. Samuel Spade, licensed private investigator, perished Wednesday night in a fire in a vacant house in Berkeley. His warm friends will feel regret at the passing of a man who was always kind to the poor. None of us ever asked Sam Spade for a handout without receiving a kind word and bon mot as he turned us down. This is nice, but I wanted more. Figured I was fairly safe to wander about unrecognized. My ill-fitting attire required for my unknown benefactor would be disguise enough when combined with my 2-day beard. Engine Company 16, Berkeley Division, had handled the fire, and half a block away was a grog shop called the Sherlock. I waited for a fireman to come in.
Bartender! What kind of a place are you running now? I've been here 5 minutes already.
All right, shut up, Patty. You just arrived.
Well, it seems like 5 minutes.
A wee bit more, if you don't mind. That's enough for you, Patty. You're still on duty.
I am not. I'm off now. The chief said I could be off. It is every day I receive such a shock to my system.
You received your shock 3 days ago.
And I'm still shaken, man. Oh, the sight of him was terrible, terrible. Burnt as black as the good saint's beard. All twisted and horrible in death.
He was probably dead drunk and didn't know what happened to him.
And were you there fighting the flames and finding him like me? Oh, it was terrible, terrible, terrible. Terrible.
It wasn't that bad, and you've had your limit.
And who says so?
I say so.
Oh, you do you? And who are you?
Your brother-in-law.
Well, now.
Well, maybe I can spot you one time.
I never drink with strangers. What's your name?
O'Doolin.
Well, you heard the man. Go ahead, pour. Cheers.
Yeah. Hey, fireman, you had a terrible experience 3 days ago.
Oh, that I did, Mr. O'Doolin. That I did indeed.
I've heard it a dozen times. I'll be at the other end of the
3 nights ago, Mr. O'Doolin, and we get a call to the house on Claremont is afire. Well, sir, when we get there, it's about all gone. Can't understand why it has been flamed so fast.
Wood.
It was the funeral pyre of a man who lived in sin.
Huh?
A detective fellow. Sam Spade, he was identified as. Oui.
Oh, one moment, fireman. I've heard fine things about him.
Some of those uppity police fellows from the Division of Homicide said he was a nice fellow. But some of the boys at the fire station and myself, well, we got our own ideas about that.
What kind of ideas, Patty, me boy?
What kind of good can any man be accomplishing in an empty house late at night, I ask you, Mr. O'Doolin? Oh, he was done to a turn, he was, when I burst in the door with me axe. Say, sit in the trouble.
Charles.
Empty whiskey bottles scattered all about. Sin, O'Doolin, sin. He'd gone to sleep with a smoke and cigarette that set the whole place off. Vice rampant.
From there, I went downtown to the telegraph office where I sent a wire to Toledo on a long chance. While I was waiting for an answer on a not-so-long chance, I slunk into the Bon Pond funeral parlor to pay my respects to the departed. I stood in the back of that dimly lit chapel and scanned the scene. 3 of the boys from Homicide were there, blowing their noses. 2 chorus girls I thought had long since forgotten me were there in black, deep V-necks. My insurance man was there, looking awful worried. 1 Chronicle reporter with photographer, a shoeshine boy from our building, and the bailiff from the courthouse, just to mention a few I could make out. And you were there, Effie, out front near a closed casket. I made out a bowl of flowers from robbery detail. It said, "Goodbye, Stan." Maxie from the city morgue was the only one who looked at ease.
All right. Does anyone wish to view me?
Many called him Sammy, but I called him Sam.
Oh,
Miss, his last papers.
I was touched, Effie, and I would have stopped the whole thing then and there, but I had to find out who was in that casket. I reeled out the front door with tears in my eyes and slid around to the back door and into Chester Swan's private office. And there I made a phone call and got an answer to my telegram, which caused me to make another call to his bank. By that time, most of it was right in place. A search through his desk revealed nothing, and a safe standing in the corner the same. But then my answer walked right in the door.
Oh, Sam, darling, I was so worried when I found you'd left there. I saw you at the funeral, and I thought you'd be here.
And the guy was with you? Was he worried, too?
Oh, and that was Dr. Chesterton. Sam, you've been out for 2 days, and I didn't... Oh, Sam, you sweet. You got away from it all. You've escaped, darling.
Yeah, they're burying me right now. I'm dead.
It's so wonderful, Sam.
Only one thing. Where do you fit? The caper. I was supposed to burn up in that fire, and what was left was supposed to look enough like Theodore J. Swan, class of 1936, Toledo, Ohio, to let beneficiary Chester Swan collect a nice pile of insurance money.
Sam, what are you talking about? Who is Theodore J.? What did you say?
Chester's only living relative. They're burying him right now. Somebody lost his caper. You want to tell me?
Darling, I was at the house the night of the fire, working on my foggy picture. You didn't see me when you went in, and later on you didn't come out. and I went over.
I was on the floor, and a man was bending over me.
He changed clothes with you, Santa, and I screamed, and he pulled out a gun, and I hit him with a hoe. And I drug you out of the arm.
And then what happened?
I put you in my car and took you home. I was going to phone the police, but I decided it was something you were working on, and I went back to the house, and it...
And it was burning, and you knew the man you'd hit on the head was in there.
Believe me, Sam, I didn't know the house was going to burn down. I wouldn't kill anybody, Sam. I only wanted to...
You only wanted to help me, and you did right, Angel.
Oh, Sam.
That's all right. I'm your witness. You didn't start the fire.
Somebody really started it?
Chester. He thought it was me lying on the floor in there. The bank tells him he's about to go busted. He figured this one out with his nephew to scare up some insurance, though. I know about the same size.
Sam. Hold me. It's been horrible. This is the kind of thing I was trying to paint. Now I'm smack dab up against it, and I'm sick. I'm stricken.
Easy.
Sam, you're really dead. There's our way out, Sam. Just leave now. Let it go the way it is. They all think you're dead.
Oh, dear.
Huh?
But we know different, don't we, Mr. Spade?
He was holding a Navy Colt revolver in front of him with both hands. I couldn't make up my mind to rush him and count on his bad aim or stand still and be a perfect target while I tried to talk him out of it. Either way, he was a crazy man with a gun. He was getting ready to use it.
Sam, he's going to kill us.
Quiet, Amy.
Because my nephew was stupid enough to wear your watch and your suit when he exchanged clothes with you, I'm going to lose the Von Ton.
And that puts you in quite a spot, doesn't it, Mr. Swan?
Until a moment ago, yes, but now. Mr. Spade, the newspapers all say you're dead. The death certificate says the same thing. All of your friends are following your casket and my nephew's corpse to the cemetery at this very moment. Everybody expects you to be dead, Mr. Spade.
Thanks to you, Mr. Swan.
But now, nobody'd miss you if I killed you.
I'd miss you, Sam.
But I'd have to kill you, too.
Oh.
Did you notice you're still wearing Theodore's clothes, even his ring? Why, Mr. Spade, I could kill you and put you in a fire somewhere and collect my insurance on Theodore now, couldn't I?
No. Why, that's a terrible thing to think.
Huh?
Oh, you're not reasoning properly, Chester. You really aren't. How would you explain Amy? You just said you'd have to kill her. And what about the coroner's office? You know how they are.
But if I...
And don't forget the medical examiner's got something to say, too. Not to mention the fact that you'd have to really burn me up to cover up the bullet hole. And furthermore, Chester, when you shoot me, if you happen to hit a rib and chip off some bone, they'd know I was shot before, and then homicide would be in on it.
Oh, no, stop. Nothing works for me. I'm a failure.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Swan. Let it all out. We'll see you back. And he did. And he's still crying in his cell downtown. Period. End of report.
Oh, Sam, you were so brave. You actually stood there and talked that crazy man out of murdering you. You were wonderful.
True, Effie? Amy thinks so, too. She's going to do me in oils when they let her out of the pokey.
Amy, Dale? But brother.
Oh, technical charge of an involuntary manslaughter. I'll spring her as soon as the coroner's inquest is completed. Dear Amy.
Did you make good fight, Sam?
Fudge? Oh, that was the least of it.
Oh? What do you mean?
After the fight.
What then?
Panucci. Oh, boy. Say, go type that up, sweetheart, while I see if there's any mention of my miraculous resuscitation on the radio page. Go.
Oh.
There certainly is a mention of Sam Spade on the radio page for Friday. Sam Spade is one more in the list of great shows to join up in NBC's Parade of the Stars. Have you heard The Big Show? This Sunday, The Big Show comes your way once again on NBC. Listen to just a few of the star names who will be appearing this week. Bob Hope, Jimmy Durante, Perry Como, Jose Ferrer, Mindy Carson, Eddie Cantor, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and many, many more. And, of course, your MC once again will be the lady who invented the snappy retort, Tallulah Bankhead. Yes, it's The Big Show. It's big in music, big in drama, and big in comedy. Be sure to hear The Big Show Sunday. Good. I will sign it, and you will keep it, always, to remind you that I'm still here.
Oh, Sam.
Living, breathing, brave, and handsome. A paragon.
Sam, what will we do about the mail?
The mail? What mail? Where?
Oh, the letters and postcards and telegrams and all that came in when people thought you... Oh, whatever you had. We thought you...
Oh, there's been enough tears tonight.
Oh, Sam, it's so good to have you back. Will you be the same as you always were?
Well, I'm going to try.
Because then you can't help but be, like they say, the greatest private detective of them all.
We'll see.
Good night.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by E. Jack Newman. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Frank Worth. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Hear the magnificent Montague, then visit Duffy's Tavern on NBC.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Oh, Sam, I got it.
Got what, my pet?
A bank book, Sam.
Well, you must advertise in the Lost and Found right away, Effie, and find the owner. There might be sickness in the family.
Oh, but it's your bank book, Sam.
What?
Uh-huh, it has your name on it. Samuel Spade, account number 4.
It's a forgery. Somebody's trying to pin something on me. Lock it up and don't touch it until I get there.
Oh, all right. Did you make a lot of money on this one, too?
Got the check right in my pocket, $500.
Oh, Sam, we're making more money than a movie star.
Well, almost.
And all honestly, too. 600 last week and 500 this week.
Yeah, how about that? And Life gives a 3-page spread to I Spy Moulton. But we mustn't let it turn our heads, Effie.
No.
We gotta stay in there pitching. I'll be right down to pitch my report on the Adam Fig Caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. You've heard the saying, you never know until you try. Well, you'll never know how handsome your hair can look until you try Wild Root Cream Oil. See for yourself how neatly and naturally Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair. Note how effectively it relieves annoying dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. You can get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic in either the big economy-size bottle or the handy tube. Or you can ask your barber to use it on your hair. But by all means, try it. Don't delay. Get it today. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Oh, you're going to love it.
Well, we gotta watch these expenses, Effie. There's always something.
Yes, but this will be saving. It saves confusion. It saves fretting.
Mm-hmm. Now, this gadget here, what is it?
It's a mini robot.
A what-a-butt?
It's for busy men like yourself, Sam, so you don't have to burden your mind with petty details. You see, it has this dial on it, right here. And you drop these little cards in this slot.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to worry about that. That's for me to take care of.
Oh, good.
Then, when you come into the office, and supposing you have an appointment with Mr. Jones at 2 o'clock, and you forgot about it, you just dial 2 o'clock, and the little card pops out. And it says Mr. Jones on it.
How do I remember to dial 2 o'clock?
Oh. Well, maybe it's in the instruction book. But anyway, now go ahead, Sam, please. The card's right in there. Now, dial 2 o'clock. Go on, Sam.
Well, let's see.
Just like a telephone, Sam.
Now what do I do?
Well, give it time, Sam. It's thinking.
Must have forgotten. Jones. Mr. Jones. Effie, do you think it's dead?
Oh, Sam, I don't understand it. It was working perfectly. Well, I'll take it straight back first thing in the morning.
You'll have to. It'll never find the way itself. You got your book, sweetheart?
Yes, Sam. I don't understand. It was working perfectly.
Well, that's
a
all
while
right,
ago.
honey. It doesn't matter. Date October 5, 1947, to Hillary Exxon, Esquire, from Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Oh, honey, it's only a memo robot. Subject, the Atom Fig Caper. Dear Mr. Exxon, October 2nd in San Francisco was one of those days that you see blown off the calendar by a gust of wind in the movies to denote that time is passing. It was a day for scraping off the minutes with a fingernail file and wondering whether the display ad I'd paid for in the classified section of the phone book wasn't just a waste of money. It certainly wasn't the day I'd expect a leprechaun to walk into my office. He said his name was Adam Fig. He said he was the butler at Exxon Manor in Los Nidos.
The limousine, Mr. Spade, is waiting to take you away. We mustn't keep them waiting, must we?
Of course we mustn't. Who mustn't we?
Why, Mr. Hillary, of course, sir.
Oh, Mr. Hillary.
And old Mr. Exxon. The old gentleman is very ill.
Dr. Feige's office is down the hall. Turn to your right, second door.
Well, I assure you, sir, that Mr. Exxon is the best of medical care. Your duty will be simple, to prevent his death.
Do I donate blood or just frighten away the evil spirits?
Oh, it isn't quite that, sir. Someone is trying to kill Mr. Exxon. He's a very sick man, and I'm sure he'd prefer dying from natural causes.
I get $25 a day in expenses.
Here is an ample amount in advance. But you should know, sir, that the old man is a nasty, cantankerous, villainous, crooked, intimidating...
$500? Please, Fig, you're talking about the man I love. Los Nidos was at least an overnight caper, so on my way out, my lovely and charming secretary, Miss Perrine, handed me a brown paper bag which contained A, one pair of socks, darned, B, one shirt, ironed, and C, the apple which she always polishes for me the night before. We arrived at your large Southern-style mansion 2 hours later.
Fig! Oh, Fig, where the devil have you been?
The city, sir.
I can't find the keys to the liquor closet. Where are all the maids? What happened to that cook we hired yesterday? Who is this man, and why is he wearing that necktie?
This is Mr. Spade, sir, the detective.
I'm Hillary Exxon. Come in, please. Go on upstairs, Fig. See what that girl is doing to my father. I don't believe she's a nurse at all.
Very good, sir.
In here, Mr. Spade. Pardon the condition of the house. The old man has been firing the servants again.
Your father, you mean?
Yes. Every time he gets shot at, he fires all the servants.
He gets shot at pretty often?
About once a year. In the fall.
You always hire a detective?
No. Oh, dear.
I'm not keeping you up, am I?
No, excuse me, please. It's much worse this time. I can't get any sleep. Guns going off in the middle of the night. The whole household disturbed.
When and where was he last shot at?
Yesterday morning at about 1:30. I dug the bullet out of the woodwork myself, a .38 caliber, embedded in the door frame that leads to Miss Kaywood's room. That's his nurse.
Was she with him at the time?
No, Dad sleeps like a baby, full of sedatives. She sees to that.
Shot come from outside?
Yes, but we found nobody on the grounds. No traces of anybody. I don't know whether Dad knows who shot at him or not. He's such a closed-mouthed old devil.
You don't care very much for your father, do you?
To be frank, Mr. Spade, if hating weren't such an effort, I would despise him. He is without a doubt... Well, listen.
Get out of here!
There, that's just a sample. Well, come on, let's see what's eating him now.
Get out!
Talk to me like that. I tell you, I won't stand for it.
Well, you don't have to stand for it. Take that silly painted face out of my sight.
Don't you dare to.
Get out!
I'm quitting, Mr. Exxon. I can't stand it another minute. Yelling, screaming, throwing things at
You
him.
must have done something to set him off.
But I didn't, I tell you. I didn't.
This is Mr. Spade, Miss Kaywood.
Oh, a detective?
Will it make you happier to know that I'm a private detective, Miss Kaywood?
Well, Mr. Spade, I only hope you can prevent a murder. If there's any way at all that I can help,
Thanks. I'll see you downstairs after I've talked to the old man.
You'd better go in alone, Spade. Oh, Miss Kaywood, do you have a throat spray downstairs? I seem to be congested.
Oh, go away. Go away! Go away! Oh, well, wasting ammunition. Who are you? If you're a total stranger, come on in. Well, don't be afraid, son. Come on over where I can look at you. It's hard to keep my eyes open. Oh, I mustn't do that. Oh, so you're the detective, eh?
That's right, Pop. If you want to take a little nap or something, I'll come back later.
What did I say just now? Come back later? No. There's no reason for you to come back later. I'll say everything I have to say right now. The shot woke me. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. I've got a million enemies. I can't remember the names of any of them.
Why don't you try to remember? I could have them checked.
You're wasting your time, Sonny. In my day, I've wiped out 100 men, and I'll outlive anybody who's gunning for me now.
You must be proud of your past, huh?
Proud? Sonny, a past like mine is the finest thing an old man can have. I've swindled my partners and betrayed my friends. I've turned state's evidence just to see my associate get sent up for 20 years. And they say my wife died under peculiar circumstances, and I got rich off her insurance. Now I'm done talking. Do me a favor, son, please. I've got to get a half hour, 20 minutes sleep alone. You'll keep them out, everybody. Please, will you?
Sure, Pop. Go ahead. Go on, sleep.
Oh, thank you.
He closed his eyes, rolled over, and fell into a heavy sleep. I stood there a moment, looking down at the frail, wasted old body. Then I cased the room. In digging the bullet out of the door, Hillary had done a good job of ruining any chance there might have been of proving the direction it had come from. I strolled out on the balcony. It was a pretty night. I lit a cigarette and took it in. Then I heard a door open and close softly behind me. Nurse Kaywood was at your father's bedside. She was filling a hypodermic from a small vial of bluish liquid. He didn't awaken when she jabbed it into his arm. Then she saw me standing in the doorway. She hastily dropped the medicine vial into her uniform pocket and came around the bed to meet me.
Oh, Mr. Spade, thank heaven. Why, when I saw you standing there in the half-night, I thought you might be...
Thought I was who?
Why, the man who fired the shot.
There was a man?
I don't know. I didn't see it happen. I just assumed that...
You shouldn't have done it. I warned you, Eleanor.
Oh, we're disturbing him. Let's talk outside.
Okay.
Oh, it's good to breathe something besides sick room air.
I thought you got used to things like that in your profession.
Why are you so unfriendly, Mr. Spade? Nurses are human, aren't detectives.
Try me, sweetheart.
Oh, I know what you're thinking of me. But after a week in this horrible house, that poor old man, he's frightened. He's really frightened.
What of?
By the shots.
38 caliber or hypodermic?
Surely you don't think that He's supposed to be under sedatives. The doctor's orders.
Sorry, sweetheart. It's my job to suspect everybody.
Can't you forget your job, even for a moment?
Sure. If you don't mind the fact that I know you're a liar, that I'd make book you didn't come here primarily as a nurse, and what's worse, your act's not even convincing.
Oh. Is it that bad, Sam?
Yeah. Almost bad enough to be good. Come here.
Oh, I hate you.
It was a very satisfactory love scene for both of us. For reasons of her own, Barbara wanted to keep me out of that sick room for a while, and she did. For reasons of my own, I wanted to get that medicine vial out of her uniform pocket, and I did. Then, as suddenly as we had fallen into love, we fell out again. After she'd gone to her room, I went back to my sentry duty around the house. Under a light on the front veranda, I examined the bottle from which Barbara had taken the injection for your father. It was labeled sodium thanatol and had been dispensed by a firm called Ibis Chemicals Limited in Cairo, Egypt. The scream filled the house, high and frenzied. I started running toward Barbara Kaywood's room. I slammed the terrace door open and found the light switch. Barbara was sitting upright in the center of a bed. Her face jerked up so abruptly that it seemed her neck had snapped. She clutched both hands to her chest and fell face down among the bedclothes, staining them with her blood. I don't know whether I went through, over, or around the screen that stood between her room and the old man's. I circled Exxon's bed. He lay on the floor on his side facing the window. I went outside. A .38 automatic lay on the ground a few yards away from the building. I put that into my pocket and listened. No shadows moving. Nothing. Then he was on me before I could be sure he wasn't a medium-sized tree.
Break your back. Be the light.
The warm stuff on my cheek might have been the thing's blood or mine. It gathered me up and bent me back and tore at my throat. Then I remembered that hands are stronger than fingers. I started with his thumbs. He lay there for a moment, then his huge body began to twitch. He was holding his fingers and sobbing like a baby. I pulled him up to his feet, poked him in the back with the flat of my hand. I followed him through an opening in the hedges and down a long, pitch-dark lane toward the lights of a squat brick house set on the top of a slight rise. As we approached it, a door opened and light streamed out onto the porch. The tall man framed in the doorway was the last person in the world I expected to see.
Ah, Marcus, you brought him. Oh, master, very delightful service, but have much pain in fingers.
Always complaining, Marcus. Welcome, Mr. Spade. Come in, my dear fellow. Come in. I've been expecting you. Family fortune by blackmailing me.
And if you don't remit, Exxon could have you booked for forgery, blackmail, definition of character.
Oh, my dear fellow, please. This is most painful. But if I had but the original letter, I could destroy it and go back to the felt. Ah, the felt.
What happened to it?
That fig, that stinker stole it. He burgled my home.
Are you taking pot shots at old Exxon?
Well, don't be a fool, man. I want Exxon to stay alive. I must find out some part of his life which will have an exchange value that will cancel out what he has on me. By the way, old thing, you met Miss Kaywood.
Mm-hmm.
At the present moment, she's milking me for $150 a day.
Oh?
She's supposed to goad the old man, by whatever means necessary, into talking about his past. And that information she is to bring to me.
Well, that ought to be easy. Exxon brags about his past.
Now, so far, I've learned that Hilary Exxon stole 2 heifers at a livestock show in Abilene in 1906.
I feel for you, Captain. That wouldn't get much on the current market, would it?
My dear fellow, I've a proposition to make to you. Should you ferret out anything that would be of value to me, I'll reward you handsomely.
Well, maybe something can be arranged, Captain.
Good, excellent. May I have your word on that?
Well, there isn't much time, Captain. I'd better trot on back.
I'll show you to the door, sir. And let me warn you, Mr. Spade, for your own good, should you ever hear the thrum of ibis wings, run, flee.
I assured him that I would heed his warning, bade him good night, and started back down the lane in the direction of Atchison Manor. Business was going on as usual. There were no shots this time, only the scream. When I got to Barbara's room, you and Adam were standing at her bedside trying to quiet her down.
Well, Mr. Spade, is this the way you guard the house against intruders? Where have you been?
Ask Adam.
What does he mean by that, Fig?
I'm sure I don't know, sir. I've not left the house, sir.
What happened here?
Oh, she woke up screaming. She said someone had come into the room and torn off her bandages. A nightmare, of course.
Please, I want to talk to Mr. Spade alone. Oh, please go. Adam, you go, too. Please, Hillary, you go, too.
Good. Some questions I want to ask you, sweetheart, alone.
Oh, but look here, Spade, look here. She just had a terrific shock. She shouldn't be questioned.
Well, the code of detective transcends that of the medical, Mr. Hillary. Perhaps he should have a few minutes alone with Miss Kaywood.
Oh, very well, Fig. I suppose you know best.
Remember what the doctor said, Miss Barbara. Not too much exertion.
What happened, Barbara?
Well, it could have been a dream. Somebody was standing over me in the darkness and peering down at me. And then he started to rip off my bandages, and I screamed. And when Fig came into the room and he turned on the lights, he was gone. It could have been a dream, Sam, and I could have been clawing at the bandages myself in my sleep.
But you weren't. It wasn't a dream. I've been talking to Captain Sherry.
And then I thought... Oh, well, how much do you know?
That you've been feeding the old man truth serum to get him to talk in his sleep.
Oh,
How much talking has he done?
well, plenty.
How much you told Sherry?
Well, just as little as possible.
Why?
Because, Sam, if we can keep that old man alive and out of jail long enough to sell what we know to Sherry for what it's really worth, we'd be fools not to do it.
What makes you so sure you'll stay alive long enough to collect, sweetheart?
Well, because you're going to help me, aren't you, Sam?
So I helped her, but not for the reason she thought. I made a lot of noise leaving her room and going to mine. Going back, I didn't wear any shoes. I slipped into a clothes press in her room so quietly that even she didn't hear me. I left the door slightly ajar and waited. Time passed, and I was stiff from standing still. It happened at about 3 a.m. hazy, feverish glare of his eyes told me that the threat of the gun in my hands meant nothing to him. I jumped to his side, twisted the knife away from him, picked him up in my arms, and carried him, kicking, clawing, and swearing, back to his bed. He lay there, breathing hard. Then he smiled.
You're a smart one, Sonny. You had me figured out the first time you came in here, didn't you?
Not quite, Mr. Exxon. The gun under your window was the clincher.
That gun? Sure. I had it under my pillow all the time. I got tired of shooting into door frames.
Look, you're dying, Mr. Exxon. There's no use trying to make up stories now.
You're right, Sonny. I knew that nurse would sit up in bed after I fired tonight. And then I let her have it right through the screen.
Why?
You know why well enough. She was doping me up and sneaking in here at night, listening to what I was babbling about.
Maybe you weren't saying anything important, Mr. Exxon.
I might have, Sonny. I might have. 14 years ago, I killed my wife. I wanted to carry the secret to my grave.
You nearly made it at that.
Mr. Spade, what's happened?
Is he dead?
He's dead.
Did he say anything, sir? Did he confess anything? You must tell me if he said anything.
I didn't hear him say a word.
Ah, well. Yeah, Mr. Spade. Charged with a certain texture, a significant quality.
There's a certain smell, yes.
Ah, an omen. You can inhale it, sir. Journey thou to Nairobi on the veldt. Tarry 7 days, and you will collect the fabulous golden skull of Wizami, king of the Bojamas. Aha! Marcus!
Yes, master.
Unhook the hooker. Pack the marmalade. We are off to the veldt.
Just then, a flock of birds broke across the horizon, screaming. There must have been thousands of them, but not ibis, Mr. Exxon. Vultures. I suppose if you're going to pay any attention to omens, it's a good thing to know your birds. Period. End of report.
Right now, I have something to say to every man who doesn't use a hair tonic, to every man who says I don't believe in it or I don't need it. That all depends on what you mean when you say hair tonic. If you mean the old-fashioned greasy kind that leaves your hair smelling like a perfume factory, you're absolutely right. But remember, Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic is nothing like that. Wild Root Cream Oil is an entirely new kind of hair grooming preparation. There's not a drop of alcohol in Wild Root Cream Oil, and it contains soothing lanolin that's like the oil of your skin. Most important, Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair the right way, neatly and naturally, never leaves your hair sticky or greasy. Get the big economy-size bottle and the handy new tube that's economical, easy to pack when you travel, and grand for the bathroom cabinet. Don't delay, get it today. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, Effie,
Sam! The memo robot worked after all. I told you it would.
Yeah, it just takes a little time, sweetheart.
Oh, read the card, Sam. Now, you see? You'd know you were supposed to see Mr. Jones at 2 o'clock. Isn't it wonderful?
Well, this card doesn't even mention Jones.
Huh? What does it say, Sam?
Well, it says, journey thou to Friskin's drugstore, wager $5 on Ira W. in the 3rd at Belmont Park.
Oh, Sam, it's psychic.
Tarry but a moment.
Yes?
Thou wilt lose $5.
Oh, good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. This is Dick Joy, reminding you that next Sunday, author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. Smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, for quick, good grooming and to relieve dryness between permanents. Mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Listen now to The Adventures of Sam Spade, starring Howard Duff in The Convertible Caper.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Sam, I knew you'd have the courage to come back and face it.
Well, I'm back, Effie. What shall I face first?
You didn't do something else, did you, Sam?
Besides what?
Besides running away with that woman in a stolen car.
You're a little mixed up, Effie. The car was stolen from her.
You mean it was her own car?
Well, not exactly, Effie. You see, she stole it from somebody else, and then somebody stole it from her, and then I got it back for her.
Well, it must have been quite a car to be worth all that trouble.
It wasn't so much the car, Effie, as...
Body? Sam, I don't understand.
Think it over, sweetheart. I'll be right down to dictate my report.
Oh, Sam, look at you. Can't you take no for an answer?
And just what do you mean by that, Miss Perrine?
Claw marks on your face.
Wrong again, sweetheart. She said yes, I said no. Hence the scratches.
I knew she was that type the minute she walked into this office. That ankle bracelet and green nail polish.
Green nail polish.
Well, puce colored.
This one goes to homicide, Effie.
Oh, not another murder, Sam.
What else? To Detective Lieutenant Dundee from Samuel Spade with license number 127596. Subject, the convertible caper. Dear Dundee, it had been a dull morning, but just before lunchtime, things began to brighten up. Her clothes looked like money, and what they were wrapped around looked even better. She eased herself into the chair I pushed up for her, rattled about $1,000 worth of charm bracelet at me, and after she'd arranged her legs, mouth, and eyes to our mutual satisfaction, she allowed me to hear the sound of her beautiful voice.
I do not know whether you will be interested in my case or not, Mr. Spade.
Put your mind at rest, Miss
Estrada.
Estrada.
Who knows? Perhaps I am merely a waste of time.
My time is your time as you stay in the States, Mrs. Estrada.
Oh, you are very simpatico, very kind.
Yes.
Entonces, my automobile has been stolen.
When and from where?
Last night, after midnight, while I was checking in at the Hotel San Rafael, where I am staying, I foolishly left it parked outside with the keys in it.
Have you reported this to the police?
No.
I suggest you do now.
No.
No?
No.
Well, why not?
Because I stole it from another.
Oh, I see.
No, but you do not yet know all. If the police find the car and notify the one from whom I stole it, then that one will know that I am in San Francisco.
And that's bad.
Ah, it must be bad. If he finds out I am in San Francisco, then he will come here and kill me. That is why I must recover the car rapidly and without the police. You will be glad to help me.
Be very pleasant, Mrs. Estrada, but hot cars are not exactly in my line.
You wish that
I don't think anybody would murder you just for stealing his car.
Oh, not for the car, no. Already he tries to kill me once, twice, 3 times. So I take the car and drive away rapidly.
Away from where?
Mexico State of Chihuahua, where this pig resides who wishes to murder me.
Why?
Oh, he drinks. He becomes a beast. He accuses me of... Look here on my shoulder, the scar. Well, already he cuts me with a knife. Uh-huh. Now you have seen something that changes your mind about me, huh? You see that I am sincere.
Why, Mrs. Estrada, I never had any doubts.
Oh, please. I am without friends. You will call me Nietzsche, okay?
Yes, indeed, Nietzsche.
Bueno, now we are friends. In the car is sitting the pig.
What's this pig's name?
Pig is the only name I will honor him with. Pig.
What make of car is this?
Leandra. You know this kind of car?
Yeah, it's a foreign car. I've seen a few around. This must have set the pig back several $1,000.
Huh. He steals everything. Listen, my darling, please notice. Around here is pink with blue fenders.
Not anymore. That's the first thing a car thief changes, the paint job. Any other distinguishing marks? Yes.
I would think. It has a radio.
You don't say.
And it has 2 windshield wipers.
Well, I'll buzz around, meet you. If I find anything, I'll let you know. My fee is...
Yes. Yes, that is something else. I have no money.
Oh, that's great. That's just great.
But I am sincere. You said so. Look, my darling, keep this. It is worth very much. See? This little charm balloon. Platinum set with diamonds. Worth very much. You will keep it until I pay you, eh? Adios, Father. Hasta la vista.
She thrust the charm bracelet into my hand, bit me on the ear, and departed. I put a Band-Aid on it, ran some cold water over my head, poured myself a stiff slug of bourbon, and examined the bracelet. The dangle she pointed out was a white metal disc with a monogram in diamonds, 2 vertical bars with a horizontal one on top. It was the Greek letter pi or the initials PT, depending on who had stolen it from whom. I knew it was at least worth my fee. I dropped it into my pocket and went out. My first stop was over on Mission. The sign on the building says, Masterpiece Auto Painting, Joe Rembrandt, proprietor.
Sam, long time no see.
Hello, Joe.
Got something you want painted?
No, but I think you may have painted something I want.
Sam, you know me. They drive them in the front. We spray the paint on them and push them out the back. No questions asked.
That's quite a turnover, Joe.
Yeah, we're going big time. Got the exclusive now for the syndicate work in the hill.
Is that right?
Yeah. What are you looking for, Sam? A murder car?
Could be. It's a custom job, foreign car, Deonza. Here's what it looks like.
Yeah, convertible. Sure, come in this morning. 2-color job.
Which 2 colors?
Canary yellow body, baby blue fenders. Yeah, quite a car, Sam. Quite a snazzy Heath.
Heath, huh?
Yeah. Is that what you want to know?
It was. Happy Herman Heath was one of the biggest used car thieves in the city. As I got off the streetcar in front of Happy Herman's lot, a flash of canary yellow paint caught my eye. I strolled down between the rows of cars and found it.
Yes, sir. Heath's the name. Happy Herman Heath. Every car on this lot is in perfect mechanical condition. Take your choice.
Kind of hard to choose, Herman. There's so many here.
Yes, sir. It takes a heap of heaps to make a heap of heaps.
Yeah. That yellow job with the blue fenders there?
Oh, yes, sir, but the motor in that car, it does need some work. Now, over here...
Does it run?
Oh, yes, it'll run, but over here...
This is more what I want. Let me try. Sounds all right to me.
Oh, idling, yes, but needs some work in the transmission of the differential.
Mind if I drive it around the block?
Well, the mechanics are just about to work on it. Besides, I'm afraid this car is more than you'd care to invest.
Well, let me try it out anyway. Here, I'll leave a deposit. I reached in my pocket for Meech's charm bracelet. He took one look at it, and his expression changed.
Well, why didn't you say so? No deposit is necessary. The car's yours. Drive it as far as you like.
Thank you, Herman Heath. I took him at his word. I put the magic bracelet in my pocket, drove back to O'Farrell Street, parked in front of the San Rafael Hotel, slipped the doorman a buck to wash it for me, and went on into the lobby. The desk clerk said that Senorita Estrada had checked out 30 minutes before, leaving no address. I found the house dick in the bar and asked him for a rundown.
Yeah, I remember her, Sam. Very nice dish.
Any callers, Tiny?
Yeah, 2 guys.
Yeah?
They went out when they came. Ain't been back since.
Who were they?
You won't believe it, Sam. One of them was Tom Carey.
What's he doing in San Francisco? He's wanted for murder.
And I don't know, but there must be plenty in it if he brought him back across the border.
He's staying here?
Yeah, room 613.
Uh-huh. Do me a favor, will you, Tiny?
Anything at all, Sam.
There's a car parked outside in the loading zone here. Stow it in the hotel garage for me, will you? Upstairs, as far out of sight as you can get it. I
went upstairs and rang the buzzer at room 613. The door was opened by a little dark-complected man with hard eyes and Indian features. There was a mean-looking knife in his hand, but he put it away at a nod from Tom Carey.
How'd you find out I was in town?
Not from Meacher.
I don't know how much she told you, Sam, but if she told you this much, she was 11. It's $1 million caper. And you know some of the things I've done for less.
What's in it for me?
What'd she pay you?
Nothing. She left this charm bracelet in Hock.
Now, boss, I caught him now.
Shut up, Parker. Give me that bracelet. Mine.
Watch it, Tom. Don't crowd me. I got something bigger than this or you wouldn't be here.
All right, Sam, what do you want?
I want to hear you talk.
I guess you know I've been down Mexico way.
I'm listening.
I got a little business down here, garage business.
Running hot cars across the border from the States?
We cool them off. Little body work and his serial number, like plastic surgery.
Sounds like a good business. You shouldn't be neglecting it.
You met the dame.
She says you want to kill her.
I was off my trout. I scared her. I didn't mean anything. I thought I could scare her into sticking around. I let Parko nick her shoulder a little bit.
Oh, just a little bit.
Yeah. I figured her wrong. I know that now. If I could see her for 5 minutes just to talk to her, I know it'd be okay.
I can't help you, Tom. I want to talk to her myself.
Listen, she hasn't got a penny, only that car. She figures I'm peddling that.
Not anymore.
She already stole it?
Some car thieves took it. She hired me to trace it.
Listen, Sam. Maybe broke from a strange country. I'd look good to her again. Here's $1,000, Sam.
Oh, this is so sudden, Tom.
Nothing. When you see her again, give her that bracelet back, yeah? It was a present from me. And whatever you do, don't find that car.
Okay, Tom, that's a promise.
Thanks, man.
Only one thing I don't understand. You said it was $1 million caper.
I meant that. She's worth $1 million to me, Sam.
The girl, Tom? Or the car?
Oh, I wish you hadn't asked that question, Sam. I really do.
And now, back to the convertible caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
When Tom Carey said $1 million caper, he meant just that. He never risked a rap for less than $100,000, and no dame that ever lived was worth more to him than a hot mink coat. If Meacher wasn't the $1 million package, the car was. I didn't know what was in it. With Tom, it might be diamonds, dope, smuggled Chinese, or just plain money. So I went back to the hotel garage.
Number 1279.
I climbed the long, curving ramp to the second floor and found the canary yellow Dianza convertible crowded in behind 4 ranks of cars at the rear of the building. I started to work on it. Nothing in the luggage trunk, nothing under the seats, under the upholstery, and the door panels, nothing anywhere. Then I got Tiny Stover, and the two of us went over the second time.
It's a cold lead, Sam.
It's not, I know it's not. Now think, Tiny, what's different about this car?
Well, solider built than most. Good body work. I don't know. Hey, here's something.
What?
There's a hole punched out of this fender over here. About the size of a quarter.
Let me see that.
Yeah, right here. It curves under, see?
Yeah.
What's that you got?
Charm bracelet. Did you say this dangle on here was what was cut out of that fender?
Let me see. It fits. Fits even the curve.
Yeah.
What does it mean, Sam?
The dangle on the bracelet is solid platinum.
Hey, Sam, are you trying to tell me the fenders on this heap are solid platinum?
You got a pocket knife, Tiny?
Yeah.
Thanks.
It shines. Sam, is this a hot car?
I didn't answer him. I didn't have to. He looked from the gray-white gleam of the bracelet shine to the square of paint I'd scraped off the fender and answered the question himself. Meach's convertible was convertible in more ways than one. It was about the hottest car in San Francisco as of that moment. After I'd left the garage, I tried to phone Tom, but he wasn't in. I had an uncomfortable feeling he was out looking for me. He was. As I stepped out of the phone booth, there was a rush of air past my left ear. A knife stuck in the wood less than an inch west of him. I came out in the street and found to see him duck around the corner into an alley. I ran after him. I collared him and stood him up against a wall.
Let me go. I cut you down.
What do you know about that car? What do you know about that car? Come on, talk, or you get more of this.
I don't know nothing. They don't tell me nothing.
Where's Meacher?
I don't know. Meacher don't know nothing either. Only Tom and...
Tom and who else?
don't talk no more.
They cutting you in?
I don't need no cut. The boss, he pays me good. 40 pesos. Sometimes more.
Work for me and I'll cut you in.
I cut you to pieces. The boss treats me good.
Sure, you do all the dirty work. There's any trouble, you'll take the rap.
What means rap?
They put you in a little room and squirt gas in you. You fall dead.
Gas? Don't Tom do this?
He does indeed.
Venga. Come, I take you to see the man. Su nombre es Félix. I think he will be very happy to see you.
The place Paco took me to was about as high on Russian Hill as you can get. The house was old, faced in brownstone, and had a high iron fence around it. On the gate was a nameplate, H.H. Lovelace. When I opened it to go in, I noticed that Paco was no longer with me.
Oh, Mr. Spade, come in, come in.
The gray-haired gentleman who greeted me was wearing a wing collar, a carnation, and a very distinguished air. I could hardly believe it, but he was definitely, beyond the shadow of a doubt, none other than the one and only Happy Herman Heap.
Well, Mr. Spade, I see that you're surprised.
I'm overwhelmed, Mr. Heap.
Lovelace, that is the correct name. For my avocation, I selected my first and second names, the H.H., you know. My full name is Herman Heap Lovelace. About that car, Mr. Spade.
Yeah, about that.
I must own that you outwitted me. I was rather proud of my little device, the disc on the charm bracelet, you know. When you showed it to me at the, my business establishment, I naturally thought you were authorized to take the car.
Yeah, naturally.
However, I'm not averse to enterprise in a young man, and I'm prepared to pay for my blunder.
You said $1 million I still couldn't accept, Mr. Lovelace.
Oh, why not?
I was hired to recover that car for my client. It's not mine to sell.
Well, it's certainly not hers.
I don't care whose it is. All I know is that my client's life is in danger, and it has something to do with that car.
Miss Estrada?
Yeah.
Excuse me one moment. Spade has arrived.
Hello, Papa.
That's all she said. Then she stood there looking at me in that way that made you not care who she was double-crossing or why. Then she turned to Lovelace, alias Herman Heap.
How much does he know?
Alas, everything, I fear.
He has agreed to our terms?
Yes.
Good. I must have my bracelet back now, Sam.
Sure, it's right here in my... I reached in my coat pocket for the charm bracelet she'd given me to keep for her. It wasn't there. It wasn't in any of my pockets. I guessed that it was in one of Paco's pockets. Mitya watched me fumbling, her eyes blazing with anger.
Fool, you have lost it. We are helpless without that.
I thought it was the car you wanted.
Please, one thing at a time. I suggest that we first gain possession of the car.
Yes, Lovelace, you are right. First, the car.
Ah, yes. This is the car at last. A princess in vulgar raiment, but still a princess. No royal coach carrying a king to a coronation ever held such riches.
I you talk too much.
Oh, I do. Well, take your place at the wheel, Mitya. We shall drive out of here into a splendid future. After you, Mr. Spade.
No, Mr. Heath. After you.
Yes. Ironic, isn't it, that with all my varied interests, I've never learned to drive a car.
Sarah tu poco, viejo.
You seem kind of shaky, Mitya. You sure you can handle the car down the ramp?
I'm very good driver, Guapo.
Mitya, stop! Put on your brakes. There's a man coming up the ramp.
Pig!
He was dead before I got to him. As I leaned over him, I saw the bracelet lying beside his hand. I picked it up and walked back to the car. Mitya and Herman Heap Lovelace were sitting in stony silence, glaring at each other.
Is he dead?
Yeah.
Was the bracelet on him?
I didn't look.
Lovelace, go and frisk him.
Oh, must I? It's very distasteful to me. Come, Mr. Spade.
You fool. We trust this detective. Go on.
Very well.
Get in, Sam. Get in. We leave him here. What's the matter? Is something wrong?
Oh, nothing at all.
Come back here! This is an outbreak! I mean, quick! Come back here, I say!
Please, Guapo. A cigarette.
Sure. Here you are. De nada.
I saw you pick up the bracelet. I meant that you should share with me. That is why I gave you the bracelet in the first place. I liked you.
Couldn't have been because you were safe as long as Tom didn't know where the bracelet was, and if you had to kill somebody for it, it would be me.
Please, querida, what does it matter now? We are together, we have the car, we have the bracelet, and the pig is dead.
That's what worries me.
Oh, surely you do not think I meant to kill him.
Of course not. Your foot just slipped. You stepped on the gas by accident.
Yes, that was it.
It won't stick, sweetheart. Not with me.
But with the police?
My story won't help you. I don't know enough.
Oh? Then I tell you everything. I was with Tom for a year. I hated him 365 days. I tried to run away. Always that Paco came after and brought me back. Then, Senor Lovelace came with the car. Senor Lovelace had much money, but he could not take it from the country. So he stole platinum. Some he received from refugees who had sent their fortunes abroad in that form. But there was no safe way to get it across the border.
So for a cut, Tom had the platinum made into fenders and welded onto the car. Why was the bracelet so important?
It was too dangerous for Lovelace to bargain directly. Tom was to get the money for the platinum and give the little piece of the fender as a token.
Yeah.
Lovelace would know who to give the car to when they showed it to him.
That's why he let me drive the car off the lot, huh?
Oh, I don't care, darling, even if you tried to steal it. Now we understand each other, no? You are tough, too. Tougher than Tom, I think.
Well,
now we have everything for ourselves, you and me. What do we care for the others, huh?
You make a good pitch, sweetheart. You look beautiful while you're making it. But I don't like you driving.
What do you mean?
Pull over. I'm driving this heap back to the city.
No.
I said pull over.
I won't let you do it. I don't care what happens.
Take it easy. You want to kill us both?
Sure, I will kill us both. We die together or we live together. Yes or no?
You're nuts.
Answer me.
The answer is no.
Bueno, you will see I mean what I say.
The fog thinned out just as we rounded a bend in the road. There was a point ahead with a sheer 300-foot drop to the sea. She jerked the car away from the pavement and steered straight at it. I grabbed the wheel and twisted it. The car skidded on gravel and slid sideways toward the cliff. I got the door open and tried to yank her out with me. She held on and kicked me until I rolled free. She didn't look very beautiful when I saw her for the last time. And the flashy convertible was a pile of junk. Very expensive junk, but junk all the same. I understand the federal men have confiscated the platinum and are holding Lovelace for questioning. I doubt if he'll crack. Nobody can embarrass a used car salesman. Period. End of report.
Sam, do you really like this racket we're in?
I hate it.
So do I. But don't let's ever go into any other racket.
It's a promise, sweetheart. Why, I'll never know.
No need. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, was written for radio by Bob Tolman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Tonight's program was directed by Elliott Lewis.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Ahoy! It's me. Just came ashore.
From what? A boat?
A ship, Effie, a ship. Anything over 400 gross tons is a ship. Anybody knows that.
Well, may I inquire what was your port of call?
Calcutta.
My, that was a quick trip.
Well, Effie, I'll tell you, I got so homesick for you I couldn't stand it, so I assembled my gear and jumped ship.
Why, Sam, how sweet.
A fast there, gal. I'll be right down to dictate my report. Bon voyage, Effie.
I've been worried sick. Where have you been?
On my way to Calcutta, sweetheart, where the dawn comes up like thunder.
Sam, what are you talking about? Calcutta?
And the flying fishes play. Ready, Effie?
Sam, why did you want to go to Calcutta, of all places?
I didn't, Effie. I hate Calcutta. I was Shanghai. To Mr. Philip J. Fogg, purser, SS Lurene.
How do you spell that, Sam?
Lurene.
Oh, that's pretty. Sam, how could you be shanghaied in this day and age? I mean, isn't it against the law?
Stow it, Effie. You're pumping bilge water.
Sam, I am not.
From Samuel Spade, license number 137596, when you have the time, regarding the Calcutta trunk caper. Dear Mr. Fogg, the following report will explain the enclosed voucher, which is a claim against your company for the amount of $500 and no cents. It will also answer any questions you might be asked concerning the recent unpleasantness on board your ship. It all started yesterday morning in San Francisco when my secretary announced briefly and caustically that there was a lady outside who wanted to talk to me. I judged that she was worth talking to. She was.
Spade, your secretary let me in.
Well, I'm glad she did. What can I do for you?
I'm Marcia Hopkins.
I see.
Mrs. Marcia Hopkins.
I see.
However, my husband is dead.
I see.
It's about my sister that I've come to you, Mr. Spade. I'm dreadfully worried about her.
Who's your sister?
Miss Constance Pendleton. And she's become involved with a ne'er-do-well, a completely worthless scoundrel, and a real foreign bluebeard.
All three?
It's one man, Mr. Spade, a Bulgarian, Major Andrea Rodnik. They're going to be married this afternoon, and I'm positive that his only interest is in her money. I'm convinced that he's going to kill her soon after the ceremony. He's done it to other wives in Europe. I've warned Constance and pleaded with her, done everything I could to stop it. But she's completely infatuated with him and refuses to listen to me.
Mm-hmm. What do you want me to do?
Prevent the marriage if you can. Get the truth about Rodnik's background and face Constance with it. Oh, Mr. Spade, in some way you've got to make her realize the seriousness of the situation. He's a ruthless character.
Well, do what I can, Mrs. Hopkins.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Spade. Oh, I've felt so alone and helpless. Until now.
Oh, really?
But you will do everything you can, won't you? We've got to save her life.
She daubed at her eyes with a stamp-sized handkerchief, patted the red gold hair at her temples nervously, smiled at me bravely, and swayed out. By telephone, I learned that the Vrodnik-Pendleton marriage license had been issued 4 days before, and that on the same day, Constance Pendleton had withdrawn a savings account to the tune of $45,000. I'd always wanted to, so I did it. I called at the Bulgarian consulate.
What can I do on you?
What do you know about Major Andrea Vrodnik?
Ha! Andrea Vrodnik! On him we have hate, great sadness, with shame for the ground that walked under him.
Oh?
Ha! Andrea Vrodnik!
Why is he so popular?
On the devil he is driven without horns. 6 women he has killed. 6 times he has insulted the police of Europe by refusing to confess. We have proof of the murders, but never can we prove the proof on him.
Yeah, sometimes it goes that way.
Ha! Never do we find the bodies of the 6 women. Only their money in the name of Andrea Vrodnik. My pardon.
Well, think nothing of it. You're just upset on you.
You're interested on him. Why? You go to Europe?
No, Vrodnik comes here.
Ah, here on San Francisco. He marries again.
So I'm told.
Ah! Oh, by all the means, you must prevent it. Go to him, brave man. You do the world a service. Make violence on him. Even do you hang for it. Your name will live.
With those valiant words goading me on, I left. The farther I got into the caper, the more it looked as if Marcia's fears for Constance Pendleton were very real and very well-founded. When Constance opened the door of her hotel suite, I could see 3 trunks and a number of smaller pieces of luggage, all locked and ready to be taken out.
Yes?
Constance Pendleton?
Yes?
I'm a detective. My name is Spade.
Detective? What do you want?
I want to talk to you about that Bluebeard you're going to marry.
Get out of here.
You listen, I'll talk, and then I'll get out of here. I just left the Bulgarian consulate. Vrodnik has been accused of the murders of 6 women in Europe. Each of them were wealthy. Each of them married him, and each time Vrodnik came into all their money.
Are you trying to blackmail me because of the lies about my fiancé's past? If you are, you're wasting your time.
Well, no matter what I'm doing, I'm wasting my time. But to put you straight, your sister hired me, and I am now resigning. She's worried about you, not me.
Then you should spend more time investigating your clients, Mr. Spade. You could have saved both of us some time. I have no sister. This is my wedding day. Goodbye, Mr. Spade.
As I left the room, I maintained the stern facial expression I reserve for moments of great shock. But once outside the door, I allowed myself to be carried on the wave of rage and embarrassment for just a minute, and I kicked over 2 potted palms. As I limped down the corridor, I was overtaken by none other than Marcia Hopkins.
Did you see her?
Let's talk about you first.
Did you stop the marriage?
Why did you really want that marriage stopped?
But I told you.
You told me you were her sister.
Oh.
She said she didn't have any sister.
All right, Sam, I did lie to you about that. But I'll tell you who I really am.
I don't want to know who you are. I don't ever want to know. All I want from you is my honestly earned fee and a brief but permanent goodbye.
Oh, no, Sam, please listen to me. We've got to save that girl. I have $500. That's all I have. Would it be enough?
What's your real name?
Marshal Brodnick. Yes, he's my husband. I've been married to him for 10 years. We've traveled all over Europe, and I never knew where the money was coming from. He left me at times for 2 weeks or a month, and then when he'd come back, there'd be more money. I just realized that that's when he must have been killing those poor women. And I know that's what he's going to do this time. I just can't stand it. You've got to protect her.
That should be easy. We'll let him get married and meet him at the door with a bigamy warrant.
Then you will see me through this.
I might.
Oh. In my bag, there's $500. Take it. If we can't stop the marriage, then don't let him out of your sight. Not even for a minute. He's a beast, Sam. A beast.
Marcia dropped me in front of the Beast's Hotel, and I climbed some fake marble steps to the 2nd floor and knocked at his door. The man who opened it was heavy, handsome in a swarthy, coarse sort of a way, and glowing conceit through 2 eyes, one monocled, one not.
You are facing Major Andrei Vrodnik, 1st Bulgarian Horse. What want you?
You were facing Saul Fox of the law firm of Fox, Smedley, Van Dusen, and Grip.
You overwhelmed yourself.
I came here to warn you. If you go through with the marriage to Constance Pendleton, you're going to find yourself tangled with civil law.
Warn Andrei Vrodnik, who has personally led more saber charges than you have teeth in your skull.
Yes.
Who has personally split, slashed, and impaled on his own blade more men than you have fingers and toes. You warn me? What is this talk?
You're going to have a bigamy charge slapped on you 5 minutes after you slip her the ring. The warrant signed by Mrs. Marcia Vrodnik.
Bigamy? Ha! I laugh. This is not bigamy.
Marcia's your wife, isn't she?
That bigamy was committed when I married her. I had another wife then. You call yourself a lawyer, then you know that only the 2nd marriage is bigamy. The ones following that are nothing but interludes.
Okay, Major, go ahead and have your interlude. I'm just warning you.
Oh, speaks. We are being married on Redwood City from a justice of the peace 1 hour previous. Then we are sailing through the SS Lurin at midnight with our honeymoon. Already a droshky waits for the baggage and luggage. Go now before I'm losing my temper. If you're ever in Calcutta, look me up. Da!
I could see the direct approach was getting me nowhere, so I decided to proceed by stealth. I waited outside the building, and when he left, I tailed him. He made 4 stops at a second-hand store, a hardware store, a surgical supply house, and an undertaker supply house. At these places, he purchased the following items: an oversized steamer trunk, black with brass fittings, a large ball of rope twine, 2 large lead sash weights, a set of surgical instruments, and at the 4th and final stop, the undertaking supply, he bought 2 items: a 20-foot length of rubber tubing and a pump. He returned to the second-hand store with his other purchases, put them inside the trunk, and ordered it sent up to Constance's hotel immediately, and thereupon It took himself to the same place. Marcia was waiting in the empty lobby when he went in. I crouched behind a pillar, turned up my hearing aid, and listened.
Did you get the thing?
Yeah. Now listen, my darling. We must work fast. As soon as the trunk arrives, before she has a chance to get to the telephone...
Yes, Andre, but please, no cutting in the apartment.
As you wish, my darling. Now, you know what you have to do. While I'm getting her into the trunk, you'll change her clothes, put on her traveling dress, the hat with the...
What is it? What's the matter?
Nothing. Come, we must make haste.
They made haste to the elevators, and I made haste to the row of house telephone booths around the corner and called Constance's room.
Hello?
Mrs. Rodnick?
Speaking.
Listen, get out of that room right away. Don't take the elevator. Go down the stairs.
Who is this? What are you talking about?
I haven't got time to explain, and you haven't got time to listen. All those stories about your husband are true. He's going...
Hello? Are you still on the line?
My hand clawed out to the door handle, but I couldn't reach it. I felt as if the walls were closing in around me, and just before it got dark, I had the crazy notion that I was inside Brodnick's big black trunk with the brass fittings. I could still hear Constance's voice way off in the distance, somewhere in the direction of Calcutta. I tried to shout to her, to warn her, and then the lid closed over me. I shook my head trying to get the bells out of it. Then I remembered where I was and what had happened. I was still wedged into the bottom of the phone booth where I'd slumped when Brodnick sapped me. I got out of there somehow and grabbed a taxi for the Embarcadero. The time was 11:55. The SS Lorraine was scheduled to sail at midnight. I was no sooner across it than they hauled up the gangplank and the ship started moving out of the berth. I didn't know where she was bound for, and I didn't much care. I checked the passenger list and found that Major and Mrs. Andrea Brodnick were in stateroom 12, A deck. 1 minute later, I was hammering on the door of stateroom 12. The woman in Brodnick's stateroom was Constance, and she was not in a trunk.
I thought I told you to stop interfering in our affairs.
Yeah, your husband told me to, but I didn't like the way he did it.
Get out from here. Get out.
I see you got your trunk in here where it's handy. Doesn't it make the stateroom kind of crowded?
Why don't you give up, Mr. Spade? 2 times already, you are twice a fool. Marcia has no money to pay you, neither have I, even if she had the case. And believe me, she has not.
Oh, why do you even bother talking to him, Andre? Mr. Spade, will you go now, or will I have to call the steward and make a complaint against you?
I went. I still thought Marcia Hopkins was somewhere on that ship. I still didn't like the look of that trunk. I found the purser's office and went in. You looked at me as if you thought I was a stowaway, Mr. Fogg, and you were right.
I'll have to make arrangements for you to ride back with a pilot, Mr. Spade. You realize, of course, that you're subject to a fine.
Look, I don't want to do anything illegal. You know, it was just an impulsive thing. Couldn't I book a passage?
Oh, there's the matter of your passport. We could arrange your visa and so on in St. Pedro. We'll put in there in the morning.
Well, that's good enough. How much is the fare?
Oh, let me see. That's $483.87, exclusive of tax.
Oh, hey, now, wait, I wasn't thinking of taking quite such an extensive voyage, you know. I just wanted to get a little sea air, and, how much to Pedro?
I'm afraid you don't understand, Mr. Spade. This is not a coastwise steamer. Our first official port of call is Calcutta.
Yeah, I know, but Calcutta?
That's in India.
Well, don't you have something a little less expensive, like steerage or...
There is only one stateroom available, number 14A deck. Take it or leave it.
Okay, Calcutta. After buying my passage to Calcutta, I had exactly 12 cents left. This I gave to the steward who showed me to my stateroom. He thanked me, kicked me in the shins, and left. Out on deck, a tall, red-nosed old gentleman in knickerbockers and a yachting cap was taking a turn around the deck. With him was a face I'd seen in the morning lineup down at the Hall of Justice a dozen times. He was a hotel thief by profession, name of Norman Gorman. He knew me, too, but he didn't give me a tumble. I fell into step with him.
Ah, sea air. Nothing like it, am I right?
Yeah, I guess it's okay, but there's so much of it.
Brisk, bracing, salt spray. Nothing like it. Oh, hey, Norman, my lad.
I hate it. I hate boats. Suppose there was a fire on board.
Fire? Oh, ridiculous. This your first voyage to the Orient?
Yeah.
The inscrutable East.
You've made this trip before?
Oh, yes, indeed. I've worked this line. Yes, indeed. I make this voyage very often. Business interest out in India. Tea, you know. Runs in my family. Sturgis's Golden Orient in the little yellow package. Ever tried it?
No, I never indulged.
Huh? Don't drink tea. That's ridiculous.
Commodore, I need a drink. I ain't happy. Suppose there was a fire on board here.
Well, let's all have a drink.
Yeah, suppose there was
Shall
a
we?
fire.
Come on, I'll shot you to a drink, sir.
Not me, Commodore. I just remember this is Fire Prevention Week. The nearest fire alarm to Brodnick's stateroom was on the companionway leading to the A-deck corridor. It was a glass-enclosed box with a small hammer hanging on a chain. I broke the glass and turned the key. In 3 seconds flat, the entire population of A-deck was shoving each other up the companionway, grabbing for life preservers as they went. The steward hammered on the door of stateroom 12, opened it, shouted inside, and Brodnick and Constance reluctantly came out. I ducked inside, grabbed the handle of the trunk, and started dragging it. When I got it into my stateroom, I broke the lock and lifted the lid. It was Marcia, all right. There was just time to see that before the stateroom door flew open and the ship's officer stuck his head in.
I didn't move with you. Didn't you hear the alarm?
Why, no, I didn't. What's wrong?
Never mind that. Here, take this life preserver. Get going now.
Okay,
Come on.
okay. Don't touch me. It makes me nervous. "20 minutes later, the captain announced to the mob up on the deck that it was a false alarm, and the passengers drifted back to their cabins. I tried to look casual as I unlocked my stateroom door and walked in. Then I stopped trying. The trunk was still there, but the lid was standing open, and it was empty. I went down to B deck and found the cabin occupied by Norm and the Commodore. That door was locked, so I kicked it in. You could still see the marks on her wrists and ankles where the cord had been. It was the girl I had seen in the trunk. It was Marcia Hopkins, and she was very much alive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was... Oh, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? You've got to help me, Sam.
Why should I help you?
He's crazy. They're both crazy.
It all depends on who's in the trunk, doesn't it, Marcia? When it was Constance, you didn't think he was so crazy.
Oh, don't you understand? I had to pretend that I'd help him. He was going to kill her right there in the hotel room. I told him it was too dangerous. If anybody looked in the trunk, it would be safer if she was in there alive. So he finally agreed and said he'd wait until we got out to sea to kill her. And then he was
I know about that.
Well, the idea was so awful, I couldn't stand it. I started to scream, and then he stuffed the gag in my mouth and tied me up. He must have used chloroform or something, because the next thing I knew, I was in the trunk. And that little dark man was leaning over me. He and that old man with the knickers. They brought me here.
So they pulled a switch on you. You were the fall gal all along.
Oh, you've got to believe me. It was the only way I could save her life. You're the only one I can turn to, Sam. That little thief and the old man, they'd deliver me dead if there was an extra $25 in it. Oh, say you'll help me, Sam. Please say it.
When you ask me like that, what else can I say?
Oh, you do believe me, darling. You do believe me.
Come on, let's get out of here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Spade. Please step back inside. I promised my associate, Mr. Gorman, that I would not allow this young lady to risk her life by leaving this cabin.
You're getting into this caper at the wrong end, Commodore. It's wound up. They've bungled it. It's no good anymore.
You may be right. But you understand my position, sir. I can't take any chances. You've talked to Mr. Gorman?
Norm? Yeah, I talked to him.
He took you into his confidence?
Stop making with the pistol, Commodore. You don't know how to use it anyway.
Oh, heavens, Norm. You're as white as a sheet. What is it?
Oh, he's sick. Go get a doctor.
Yes, indeed. Right away.
Listen, Spade. Take her with you. Get out of here. I don't want no part of this.
You got it bad, Norm.
I'm sick, I tell you. The way I had it sized, this was a clean caper, a snatch. I figure the dame here's an heiress or something. Maybe they drop her off in L.A., connect some ransom, and go on. I figured there was enough for all of us. Oh, but that creep, that Rodnick, he's crazy. He's a regular Jack the Ripper.
Stop babbling, Norm. Tell me what happened, exactly what happened.
I get a sinking feeling in my stomach every time I think about it. Well, I go in, see? He's very smooth, very businesslike. He offers me a drink. I accept it. He mixes a couple of highballs for me and the dame, then he starts talking. I guess she don't know all about it before this, because she gets just sick as I do. First, I think he's kidding. Then he drags out this set of cutlery like a doctor uses to operate on people. Only he's got something else in mind. The porthole, you understand?
Oh, please. I don't want to hear anymore.
Being as it's you he has in mind, I don't blame you. My stomach.
Hey, Norm. Norm.
Oh. Here he is, the ship's surgeon. Oh, dear me. What?
Stand away from him, please. Help me get him into the bunk.
Sure, Doctor.
Take the shade off that light, please. Yes.
He's dead, isn't he?
Oh, yes, he's dead, of course. Who poisoned him?
I didn't waste any time answering him. I grabbed him by the arm. Before he could object, I was pushing him up the companionway to A deck. It was probably too late to save Constance's life. She'd drunk the same poison, and I was pretty sure she had, but if I was going to nail him for the murder of Constance, I had to get there before the evidence vanished. We got there just in time. I don't need to tell you what we saw, and I'd rather not. Rodnick rose slowly to his feet, clicked his heels military fashion, and bowed very low.
The ship's surgeon. How opportune. Perhaps you could advise me, Doctor. After all, I am, in all honesty, even still, a mere amateur at this sort of thing.
After Rodnick had been taken into custody, we took another turn around the deck. It was daylight, and the ship was lying to off San Pedro. This time, the fresh air really felt good, and so did Marcia.
It's all over, Sam.
Yes, sweetheart, it's all over.
But not between us. Say it, Sam. Say it's not all over between us.
How can it be?
I knew it. I knew you felt the same way. All my life before, it's been like a terrible nightmare. It never really happened.
But it did happen, sweetheart.
Oh, but you can forget it, darling, can't you? Please forget it.
I'd like to, Marcia. I really would.
Hold me close, Sam. Never let me go.
You're beautiful.
Is that all, Sam? Nothing else?
Yeah, lots else. That's why I think we better say goodbye right now. Because when I feel like this, I get foolish. And if I get foolish with you, I'm likely to wake up in a trunk someplace. And that, Mr. Fogg, is the true account of the Calcutta trunk caper. As my voyage was interrupted through no fault of my own, I trust you will advise your company to refund my passage minus the one-way trip to San Pedro. Period, and a report.
Sam Spade is played by Howard Duck.
The hair-raising adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair.
Sam Spade, Detective Agency.
It's me, Effie.
Oh, Sam, I've been worried about you. Sid Rice was just on the phone, and he says digging up a corpse without a permit is against the law.
It's all right, Effie. I just dug him up to say hello and put him back again.
Oh, Sam.
I'll be down in a couple of minutes to dictate my report, sweetheart. If I get lost on the way, you'll find me in City Hospital, the psycho ward, third straitjacket from the left.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented each week by Wild Root Cream Oil, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that will put your hair back in place again. grooming it neatly, naturally, the way you want it. Fellows, if a girl can spend half an hour under a hot dryer in a beauty parlor to look her best for you, certainly you can spend half a minute sprucing up with Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic to look your best for her. Now, that's all it takes. And Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, the way girls like to see it. Besides, it relieves dryness and removes loose dandruff. There's not a drop of alcohol in Wild Root Cream Oil. It contains lanolin. So get the big economy-size bottle at your drug or toilet goods counter. And now, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Date, August 2nd, 1946. To Mrs. Gregory Denov. Subject, death of Dr. Denov. I was sitting in my office with nothing to think about except a horse named Corkscrew Jr. My secretary, Effie Perrine, came in and said there was someone outside. I didn't look up from the dope sheet, so she said it again.
Someone outside, Sam.
What's he look like?
Blue double-breasted custom-made suit, Countess Mara tie, hand-tailored shirt, English shoes, hand-trimmed Van Dyke.
Get me a blank check and send him in.
Okay, Sam. Please come in. Mr. Spade will see you now, sir.
Thank you. You are Mr. Spade, Sam Spade.
What can I do for you?
I'm Dr. Gregory Denov, a psychoanalyst. I need your help.
Lie down, doctor, and tell me all about it.
I see you might also be noted for your sense of humor as well as your discretion.
Who told you I was discreet?
A man named Nicolaitis.
Well, you tell Nicolaitis I think he's cute, too. What else does he say about me?
That I can trust you with $10,000.
Oh. Is this Mr. Nicolaitis one of your patients?
No, he isn't. As a matter of fact, he's gotten possession of some private records of mine. Well, it's rather involved.
Nicolaitis is shaking you down, and he picked me as the middleman. Is that it?
This is not an ordinary case of blackmail.
Blackmail is blackmail, even if you do it in Technicolor.
Well, as you may know, a psychoanalyst keeps a faithful transcript, a detailed record of everything a patient says during consultation, no matter how intimate or shocking.
Yeah?
This man, Nicolaitis, has managed to gain possession of a copy of one of these case histories. The patient is a very celebrated person, and should this material be divulged, it may have very serious consequences for both my patient and for me.
Doctor, your best bet's the San Francisco Police Department.
No, that's out of the question.
Then I'm afraid I can't help you.
Why not? Nicolaitis said
I'm a private detective. When I take on a client, I take on his troubles. My job is to protect him, not to stand by and see him milked. If you want to hire me on that basis, I'll listen.
Oh, I'm so tired. I must trust somebody. What can you do for me, Mr. Spade?
Write me out a check for $1,000. Got a pen? Yeah.
All right.
You see, Nicolaitis figures that if I'm getting a cut, I'll have to keep my mouth shut. I'll spend it all the same.
Here you are.
Thanks. Now, what was the last thing Nicolaitis told you?
That he would pick up the $10,000 here and deliver to you this file in question.
Can you reach him?
Yes.
Call him. Tell him you've seen me. Tell him I won't do that kind of business in my office. Tell him to come to your house. I'll be there.
What if he refuses?
He won't. Tell him I have the whole $10,000.
What time?
How about in an hour?
No, I'm sorry. We'll have to make it around 3 or... Oh, goodness, I'm late now. I really...
That's a beautiful watch, Mr. Denov.
Yes.
Foreign?
Yes.
May I see it?
My watch? Why, really, Mr. Spade, I'm very late. I have so many things to do, and I have to be at the Majestic Theater well before the matinee starts at 2:30.
How are you going to see me at 3 o'clock if you're going to the theater?
Oh, I'm not going to stay for the performance. Well, Mr. Spade, till 3 o'clock then. Oh, my office is in my apartment. The address is here on my card. It's the penthouse.
Penthouse, huh? Okay, doctor, I'll come formal. I'll wear the top to my bathing suit. I left my office around 2:30 and started walking up Nob Hill. The Versailles Apartments, where Denov's place was, took up the whole 300 block, so I didn't have any trouble finding it. I stopped across the street for a minute to get my breath after the uphill climb, mopped my face, and started across. Just as I got to the middle of the street... The crowd was packed in so close around I couldn't see who'd done the Brody, but I had a pretty good idea. The cops had the sidewalk roped off and guards posted at the building entrance. It took me maybe 20 minutes to elbow my way through and show my credentials. Sergeant Levine had the front door, so they let me in. Lieutenant Dundee of Homicide met me at the door of the penthouse.
Hiya, Sam. What do you want?
I want to see Dr. Denov.
The doctor's dead.
Dead?
Yeah.
He's my client. They can't do this to me. How?
Hit a Brody out the window. What are you here for?
To see his wife. Okay with you?
Why not? She's inside.
Thanks.
Denov, please. With all due respect for your grief, I must have the keys to the cabinet where Gregory kept his confidential files. You realize that he wished me to take charge of his patients and that I am responsible. All this police and so on. We must get those files out of here as soon as possible. Yes?
My name is Spade.
I am Dr. Zoya. I was poor Dr. Denov's oldest friend. If there's anything
I'd like to see you, Mrs. Denov, alone.
But you police have already asked her so many questions. You see, she's not in the...
I'm not with the police. I'm a private detective. I was working for Dr. Denov.
A private detective?
He was in trouble, you see. You see, Dr. Sawyer, the police won't believe me. Mr. Spade, you'll tell them. You'll tell them he didn't commit suicide.
Well, Mrs. Denov, I guess that takes care of everything here. It's clearly suicide.
Oh, idiot. Blind, stupid idiot. Suicide. My husband, he treated suicides. He would never...
No, please. It will be all right, my dear. I'm sorry. She's hysterical.
Yeah.
If I had the time, I would...
Tell them.
Please, Mrs. Dano. The undertaker has been arranged for burial at 7 o'clock, Beit Israel Cemetery. Now, please, the key to Gregory's file.
Here, take it and go. Go ahead, all of you.
Okay, we'll call you later.
Oh, I'm so sorry, gentlemen. This hysteria, a simple traumatic condition. If I only had the time.
Who can I turn to? Who will help me? You think it's pleasant? You think my husband would rest if they said I committed suicide? What shall I do? What shall I do? What shall I do? Oh, you...
Dr. Zoya didn't have the time, neither have I. You think it's murder? Who do you think killed your husband?
To name someone? That's a very serious charge, Mr. Spade.
Goodbye, Mrs. Denov.
Constance Brent.
You mean Constance Brent, the actress?
Yes. Yes, she was his last patient this morning. She had threatened to kill him before.
How do you know?
My husband said so.
Do you?
And he'd written it down on his notes on her case. Once before, she'd almost pushed him from that same window.
How about your husband and Miss Brent?
Oh, I knew she was falling in love with my husband. That always happens. They call it a transference. But in this
Your
case...
husband told me Miss Brent was acting in a play this afternoon over at the Majestic.
Yes, Midsummer Night's Dream. But she was here. I know she was here. Miss Ray, the receptionist, was coming back from lunch when she heard voices arguing inside. And she was sure it was Miss Brent's voice.
Show me the doctor's case history on Miss Brent.
I can't. It's missing. As soon as it happened, I went to the files. I meant to show it to the police.
Who could have taken it?
Constance Brent was the last one in that room before he died.
Yeah. When did you see Nicolaitis last?
Nick, who?
Skip it.
Where can I reach you in case...
For the next couple of hours, I'll be at the Majestic Theater. I want to see how good an actress this Constance Brent is. Constance Brent's dressing room? What do you want? I want to talk to Miss Brent.
Well, you can talk to me. I'm her husband.
So you're Mr. Brent.
I'm Jonathan Wallace. She's Mrs. Wallace. Now, what do you want with my wife?
I've come to tell her that Dr. Denov is dead.
Are you sure?
You try falling from the 12th floor window sometime.
Well, that's the best news I've heard this year. But I'm afraid it'll be a shock for Constance.
Maybe, maybe not. She was the last person to see him alive, as far as anybody can make out.
Are you from the police?
No, I'm from the insurance company. Claims investigator.
What do you want to see Constance for? The policy wasn't made out to her, was it?
No, made out to his widow. But she can't collect. Police say it was suicide.
Oh, that settles it. This is the last time I play Titania. Stand around while Puck talks his head off. Who is this person?
Darling, I'm afraid this is going to be a shock. This man is from an insurance company. Dr. Denov is dead.
Oh, what a pity. What happened?
The police say he jumped. His wife says he was pushed. She also says that you, Miss Brent, might have been the pusher.
Oh, now, really, it's too absurd. How like a wife.
What time did your play start this afternoon, Miss Brent?
Nothing more at 2:30, always. Always.
And the late lamented Dr. Denov jumped at 3 o'clock.
I didn't say he did. Doesn't this news, shock you?
But of course. Do you think good psychoanalysts are easy to find?
Looks like your next doctor will have to start from scratch. Your case history seems to be missing from Dr. Denov's files.
Missing?
No. What is it?
Has a man named Nicolaitis been in touch with you?
I've never heard of him.
Chances are you will.
Does he have Dr. Denov's notes on my case?
Could be.
This is frightful.
Hot reading, huh?
You seem to know this person, Nicolaitis. Get that file for me, and I'll pay you well for it.
Just a minute, my lovely Titania. We don't know who this man really is. He might even be Nicolaitis himself. Let me see your company credentials.
Now, what do you know? Somebody picked my pocket. My wallet's gone.
I thought so. All right, you tell me who you are. I'll call the police.
Oh, no, Jonathan, no police.
Let's get off the merry-go-round. My name is Spade. You'll find me in the phone book under S. My office is open until 6 o'clock. And if a man answers, don't hang up. It'll be me. Hello, Effie. You found a Nicolaitis yet?
Not one. I even tried spelling it backwards.
Nobody ever heard of a man named Nicolaitis. Beginning to think there ain't no such person.
Pardon me. Do I hear my name mentioned? I'm Nicolaitis.
Sam, I still think you're right.
Come all the way in, Mr. Nicolaitis. Sit down.
Thank you.
If you need me, Sam, just scream.
What can I do for you?
Oh, I've come for my money.
What money?
Oh, the $10,000. You remember the $10,000?
Refresh my memory.
Oh, Dr. Denov, the gentleman who visited you this morning?
Oh, that $10,000.
Oh, you remember now.
Yeah, it all comes back to me now. You were supposed to deliver something for the money.
Since Dr. Denov is dead, that is no longer important. You will give me the money, please, and I will not disturb your afternoon any further.
Suppose I refuse?
Oh, that would grieve me. In my grief, there is no telling what I might do.
Dr. Denov's dead. There's nothing more you can do to hurt him.
Oh, never would I attempt to hurt poor Dr. Denov, but in my sorrow, it would be so great if I should be forced to hurt the woman he lost. After all, as Titania says, these are the forgeries of jealousy.
Titania, huh? Ah, yes. Midsummer Night's Dream. Act 1, Scene 18. I'm a little rusty on my Shakespeare.
Oh, you are indeed, Mr. Spade. Titania doesn't appear until well into Act 2.
She doesn't, huh? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I guess she isn't on for 40 minutes or so.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Spade, but I didn't come here to discuss drama.
What else have you got to discuss? When Dr. Denov died, your market died with him.
That is a very unprogressive view, Mr. Spade. There's always a gentleman named Jonathan Wallace.
Why, you fiend. You don't mean you'd sell to both of us.
Mr. Spade, how can you have such a low opinion of me? I will prove my integrity. I will give you the material. You give me the money.
Hand it over.
In the Levant, Mr. Spade, we have a saying. He who goes too close to the bear soon loses his beard. I have left my beard at home.
Okay, I'll meet you anywhere you say, anytime you say.
Excellent. At 7 in your apartment?
Won't that be walking into the bear's cave?
In the Levant, Mr. Spade, we have a saying. Private dicks do not kill people in their own apartment.
It was then 6 p.m. I called Effie for messages. She told me that you had been phoning frantically, Mrs. Denov. I still had maybe 30 minutes before Nicolaitis was due at my apartment, so I breezed on up to your place on the hill. We had a very interesting chat. Remember, Mrs. Denov? Looking back on it, that was probably the most interesting conversation we had. Funny, I can't remember much of anything you said, but it was so cozy there in your place. And what with your clock being about 20 minutes slow, it must have been something like 7:30 before I left you. I grabbed a cab and told the hacky to step on it. I hoped Nicolaitis was still waiting at my apartment. He was. Mr. Nicolaitis. I'm sorry to be late. He was lying on my bathroom floor. The little guy was looking just about as natty as when he'd been in my office, except that the beautiful silk scarf he'd been wearing was twisted into a tight noose around his neck. Mr. Nicolaitis was a very dead blackmailer.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the fourth in a new series of programs bringing to the air for the first time the adventures of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Then, at the racetrack, the man who has something better than a mere hunch is said to have it straight from the horse. Of course, that's a humorous expression, but it shows how to get facts. Go straight to the real source of information. And that's why we went straight to hundreds of men in metropolitan New York to find out what men really want in a hair tonic. And their answers show that Wild Root Cream Oil has all 5 advantages chosen by this impartial consumer jury of men. 1, Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, never leaves it sticky or greasy. 2, Wild Root Cream Oil relieves annoying dryness. 3, it removes loose dandruff. 4, it's non-alcoholic. And 5, it contains soothing lanolin. Remember, no other leading hair tonic gives you all 5 of these important advantages. Is it any wonder that 4 out of 5 users in a nationwide test preferred Wild Root Cream Oil to all other hair tonics they'd tried? So next time you visit your barber, ask for Wild Root Cream Oil. And get the big economy-size bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil at your drug or toilet goods counter. And now, back to Sam and Psyche. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
His eyes were open, and he seemed to be looking right at me as I bent over him. The finger marks in his throat were too blotchy to be of any use. Pretty soon, Lieutenant Dundee and Sergeant Polhouse came in and walked over behind me. We all stood there for a second, and then Polhouse bent down and closed those eyes.
You know him, Sam?
His name is Nicolaitis. That's all I know about him.
What did he come here to your place for?
I don't know.
You invited him?
I wouldn't have been surprised to find him here, but not like this. You boys got a smear on him yet?
Sure. He's an old customer of mine. Runs a photo lab. Photostats, microfilm.
Microfilm. Nobody makes any sense. They're all screwballs, psychos, neurotics. What am I doing in the middle of this anyway?
Sam, don't scream at us. We're just doing a job.
Oh, I'm sorry, boys. Dr. Denov is my client.
Mental expert. That Denov probably had a screw loose somewhere and needed a psychoanalyst himself. Say, maybe he was...
Yeah. Hey, look, Dundee. I'm going out of here now. Do I call Sid Weiss and we go through all that again, or are you going to let me walk?
Why, Sam, you can go. I know where you sleep. I'll wake you when I'm ready for you.
Well, Mr. Spade?
I want some answers, Dr. Zoya, and you're the guy who can give them to me.
I'm listening. Just let the questions flow into your mind and do not try to repress any of them. Speak instantly, whatever...
Okay, question number 1, without thinking. Do you think Dr. Denov was a suicide?
Well, I had not seen Dr. Denov for many years. He had been my student in Vienna. I was his analyst, in fact.
That's all very interesting, Doctor, but my question...
Yes. Did poor Dr. Denov commit suicide? I have reviewed all the material, manifest and hypothetical, and I came to the conclusion, no, it was quite impossible. You see, these paranoid and
Okay, question number 2. Was Dr. Denov in love with Constance Brent?
I suppose I can now answer that question. When I arrived in San Francisco, I found him in great distress. He told me he feared he was losing his objectivity towards this patient.
In other words, he was in love with her?
Yes.
You think she might have murdered him?
All psychoanalytical subjects develop aggressive feelings toward the doctor. Nearly all of my patients have threatened me at one time or another.
You don't say. Tell me, Dr. Zoya, you know anything about Jonathan Wallace, Miss Brent's husband?
A violent type, almost psychotic.
Yeah? How about you, Dr. Zoya, could you have done it?
That is a most interesting question, Mr. Spade. When I arrived here from Vienna without funds, dependent on the kindness of my former students, I must confess that I felt a certain antagonism. It disturbed me to realize that a man of my standing in the profession should be dependent on the goodwill of a younger and, I sincerely believe, less gifted man. However, I overcame this, and I didn't kill him.
Yeah. Well, Doctor, thanks a lot.
Oh, Peep. Truly a life study. There is no accounting. For instance, Dr. Danoff. He came to me only this afternoon with the strangest request.
Yeah?
He gave me the gold watch which I had presented to him many years ago upon his graduation in Vienna. He had a patient waiting and so had not much time to explain.
Where is this watch?
Please, I'm coming to that. He asked me to promise that I would have the watch buried with him if something should happen. That has been done.
But Dr. Danoff just died at 3 o'clock.
It is a Mosaic law that the deceased be buried before sundown.
Uh-huh. Thanks, Doctor. Thanks a lot.
I hope I've been of some help.
Doctor, you'll never know how much you've helped me. Spade.
Oh, what's
I
happened?
think I got the answers, Mrs. Danoff. That file on Constance Brent. Your husband knew that you'd been going through it.
Mr. Spade.
Shut up and listen to me. He took it out of the files, had it microfilmed for his own private records, and destroyed the original.
Really?
The man who did the microfilming was Nicolaitis. He delivered one print to your husband and kept another for himself. He was murdered in my apartment for the copy he used to shake down your husband. The killer now has that copy, if it hasn't already been destroyed. But we can still put our hands on the first strip of microfilm which you delivered to your husband.
This is astonishing. How?
It's in the gold watch which was buried with him.
Oh, the watch that Dr. Zoya...
That's right. Danoff made up his mind that whatever he knew about Constance Brent was going to go to the grave with him. What are you doing tonight?
Well, nothing.
And we got a date, sweetheart, you and I. I'll be back toward the wee hours. All paths lead to the grave. Ophelia, Act 6.
Gregory's grave? But shouldn't we get a court order and have it done properly?
The courts don't open until 10 in the morning, sweetheart, and Lieutenant Dundee's going to start asking me some questions about that stiff in my apartment before then. You see, baby, I can't wait.
We shouldn't be doing this.
If I'm wrong this time, it won't be wasted effort. I'll crawl into the grave myself and pull it in after. Here. I struck it. Give me that crowbar, Mrs. Danoff, quick.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Put that flashlight in here, sweetheart. You look the other way. Yeah, here it is. Look.
What, Mr. Speed? What have you got?
The watch. Here, put the flash on it while I open it.
Here's my nail file. Pry off the back.
Thanks. That does it. Here's the film.
All right, Mr. Spade. Give me that film.
Well, if it isn't the second gravedigger from Hamlet, Mr. Constance Brent.
Stop clowning and hand it up to me.
You better do as he says, Mr. Spade. We've both got guns.
I was expecting that. Took you a long time to get here, Mr. Wallace. How did dear Constance make out as Lady Macbeth?
Just give me that film.
Stop being an idiot, Wallace. The cemetery is crawling with cops. Put that gun away before you drop it and break your foot.
Come up out of that grave, Spade, or you'll stay there forever.
Okay, Dundee.
All right. Get those hands up, everybody.
Go ahead, Dundee. Make the pinch.
Okay. Sam Spade, I arrest you for body snatching, violation of graves under the Civil Code number...
No, you fool. You're supposed to arrest Mrs. Gregory Danoff and Jonathan Wallace for the murder of Gregory Danoff and Pericles Nicolaitis.
But I... Oh, yeah.
No, you don't.
It was smart of you, Mrs. Danoff, to make me late for my appointment with Nicolaitis. You did that so that Wallace could nail him in my apartment for the microfilm. You thought you could use that film to pin Danoff's murder on Constance Brent. But after your late husband caught you tampering with his files, he added a few well-chosen words to it, so that the film put the finger on you and your boyfriend, Mr. Wallace, in case anything happened to the doctor. So Wallace had to kill Nicolaitis. You weren't smart to push your husband out the window. That looked like suicide. You might have gotten away with it, Mrs. Denov, if you'd bashed your husband's head in with a bottle. That reminds me, Effie, pour me a drink.
That all?
Sign it, put a special delivery on it, and send it care of the matron to Hatchapee Prison. Go on, have one yourself.
Oh, thank you. Here's how.
You'll get used to it.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.